We're all okay? Do you want to ask your question, Evan?
Are we live?
Yeah, we're firmly live now, pal.
Excellent. Ready to go. I've been ready forever.
I've been doing countdowns from like 5 minutes. I did 90 seconds. Like I'm a producer in studio. I go 60 seconds. And then Evan starts deconstructing his mic arm.
We're good.
Oh, and we already have a coffee delivery. That's incredible.
Wow, amazingly
you.
timed. One.
There's one latte.
Thank you.
Two. Folks, we're taking in the caffeine early. Brad is a sicko. Does not drink caffeine because he thinks he's better than us.
Caffeine in that.
Oh yeah, that's
That's beginner. That's beginner caffeine.
We are buckling in for our annual Winged Wheel Podcast NHL Draft live stream. First hour is us just commiserating, talking, ranking.
If you want to know if you should join the Patreon exclusive episodes, this might be a good teaser to what might come.
This is so much more safe for work than Patreon exclusive episodes.
True.
PG-13 at most for this.
But this is definitely a ramp up from the regular episodes.
Yeah, the rails are a little bit off here. But we are going to be with you not just for the preamble, but for the entire NHL Draft analysis, reactions, fan discussion. I think Evan's monitoring the chat. His PC is just younger than Brad, but older than Evan and I. So it's doing its best. But we're going to be interacting with you in the chat and then covering the Red Wings pick, making predictions. There's apparently going to be a lot of trades today. I have the ticker prepared to go across the bottom of the live stream with the results. And it's going to be hard enough updating with the names, let alone, the whatever picks move. The Dobson trade, actually.
Yeah.
Has that been registered officially? But it was supposed to be, Heineman and then the 2 Montreal picks in the late teens for Noah Dobson.
Correct, yeah.
So,
and I think the contract was
8 by 9.5.
But it was signed before the trade, right?
It was a sign and trade, yeah. Which I like that we're seeing more and more of now in the NHL.
Although in this context, was it even needed? Like, Montreal would have had his rights. They would have had control.
No, but they didn't.
But that would have
cost on the
cost
team at the trade deadline.
Right,
that's what he paid for the 8th year.
Right. That was the catch.
And that would drive the cost way down.
So
way down.
There's
air quotes.
I mean, this was one of those where I was like pretty impressive that Montreal got him at that number, no matter what you think of Noah Dobson. Productive right shot defenseman on the trade market, 25 years old, is always going to be a high number, especially with the cap going up. But then you see the return to the Islanders. I'm like, kind of a win-win.
I think it creates my favorite non-Detroit storyline going into the draft because it's no secret the Islanders are going to try and parlay those two first into getting back into the top 10 to get hometown boy James Hagens. And I have no strong feelings one way or the other about the Islanders. But for the entertainment value for their fans, I hope they can do it.
Yeah.
That'd be such a fun storyline. But it's going to be really fun watching the reports come through of them attempting to do it. And then every pick that actually gets picked, that they haven't done it, the intrigue goes up, right? Like if Utah's sitting there at 4 and the first 3 picks have been made and there's no Hagens deal, it's like, how desperate do the Islanders get? What are they adding to get up and trying to get them? Because I've seen mocks where Hagens goes 5 to Nashville. I've seen him as low as 9.
Oh, breaking news. Guess who just re-signed in Florida?
Which one?
Which one?
The Conn Smythe winner, Sam Bennett.
Oh, that's done, eh?
For 8 years.
How much?
We knew that.
I think it's 8 by 8. It's I don't have the article open, but it says 8 more years.
They ponied up. Wow.
I mean, Bennett was the most likely of their trio to stay.
Yeah, but the 8 mil, I was wondering if they might get him at like under 8.
I don't see a price, but that's what everybody's
Saravalli's saying 8 by 8.
8 by 8 is
8 by 8.
Okay.
And that's like a Michigan 10.
Yes.
On the tax rate.
Oh yeah, I think if he hit market, he'd be at least.
Yeah.
There'd be one team I think would go above 10.
But if you think about it,
actually, it looks like it was Florida's official account's the one that broke it.
Bennett didn't give a lot up there though. Like
no, he didn't
because he'll get a favorable income because the $8 million he's not getting taxed as much because no state income tax in Florida. His price went way up with the Conn Smythe win. I know some people were speculating $10 million on the open market, maybe, but call it 9 even. But the $8 million means he's getting pretty close, if not past that. I don't know the math off the top of my head, and he gets all the security.
It's good. And the fact that he didn't cave any on what the reported demands are. Because everything, how does this affect Detroit? That's going to make it harder to keep Marchand and Ekblad.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I'm big on Marchand because you wouldn't have to give him, 8 years. And like we talked about with Max and Pershawn last episode, with the cap going up, spend a ton of money on really good players for short term.
Yeah. Well,
And
John Tavares just hurt Brad Marchand today. We'll get into that after, but
that was annoying.
that was extremely annoying.
But even with Ekblad, and like my take on Ekblad is that I actually am not as sold on him as a really, really strong defenseman game in and game out, but I am sold on what he can bring, even outside of the production, the physical edge and the nastiness that Detroit needs. And like you always say, Brad, beggars can't be choosers. And if you start that, I really like the way we phrased that last episode, like the snowball of winning. He will make the defense better. Just get that going. So yeah, with the cap going up, just do it. So that makes it more of an attractive proposition, even if you don't love Ekblad completely like I do.
Yeah, and again, you see the sentiment of like, oh, can the Red Wings really pay X player X money? You're going to have to. Again, I made the joke, $8 million for Bennett's, $10 million Michigan money, but with the tax rates, it's not terribly far off that. And there's going to be sticker shock on a lot of contracts, and it's good to keep percentage of cap in the back of your mind. Everything you see the next couple weeks. Because, a 15% increase in the cap on a $1 million player brings them up to 1.15. It doesn't make a $1 million player a $2 million player. But it does make a $10 million player an $11.5 million player. And, again, I don't remember the exact percentage of the cap's actually going up each year.
Over the next 3 to 5 years, it's going to be more than 15. It's going to be going north of 25%.
Because I can guarantee if the Red Wings sign Aaron Ekblad to a 7-year, $9.25 million contract, everybody's immediate reaction is going to be, what the hell? But that'll be the Michigan tax rate with the percentage of the cap increase. It's the only way a team like Detroit's getting a guy like that.
Favorite comment so far that I've seen fly by is, can we trade 13 to move into the Pacific Division? How's the levels, by the way, guys? Is the volume coming in okay? Let me know, and then we can try to adjust. But appreciate there's 700 of you in here. Thank you all so much for joining the live stream. If you want to help us out, subscribe to the channel. We are, 12,244 it says on the screen. I don't know if that ticker is updating properly, but love to get to 12.5 this episode or for this live stream, and give this stream a like. So if you haven't yet, give the stream a thumbs up, and it would help us out a ton.
You didn't change your shirt.
No, I didn't change my shirt.
Wow.
He did it specifically to spite me.
Okay.
Maybe I'll do a wardrobe
I
change.
missed the memo about the black shirt.
How are you wearing a hoodie? It's like 110% humidity out.
I'm just mentally trying to pretend it's not.
Oh, okay.
You're mentally okay, but we're the ones who are going to have to suffer the physical effects 5 hours from now.
We're also indoors, so as long as it stays around 72, I think I'll be okay.
All right. So let's get to an initial phase of draft talk here. And we're going to, be going over this for the next hour or two, but a lot has changed in terms of public perception of what's out there for the picks that might be available at 13. And even our own opinions have changed a little bit in terms of what our preferences are. Because at pick 13, the undeniable truths are it's wide open. If you have a single favorite player, you either are really, really good at scouting, or you're hoping someone like Hagens falls. That would be undeniable that you would have to pick there. The margins are thin too. Like if I prefer, Reshny over Bear or Smith over Merca or whatever, you're looking at 1A, 1B preference kind of thing. So for me, for example, I've really come up a lot higher on Jackson Smith over the recent weeks than I had him in the months leading up to the draft. And I think he's one of my higher up preferred picks, even over Aitchison now. Anything in your minds that's kind of moving around of late?
Some of the secondary forward options that I've done a little bit more digging on have climbed up my board. I like Carter Bear a lot more than I did a few weeks ago. I've come up a bit on Justin Carbonneau. Obviously, I've still got my trio of Reshny, Eklund, McQueen would be ideal with where the Red Wings are picking. I don't think, based on a lot of what I'm hearing today, that McQueen's going to get anywhere near Detroit. So that one might have been, fool's gold over the last few months to think that. But depends. And I still think that pick's in play for trade, although the number of options that I'm willing to give 13 up for is dwindling by the minute. With obviously Dobson coming off the board today. That's one of them. Yeah, I don't know. I still think forward's the need. Man, I think outside the top 3-4 of this draft, it's a wild, wild west. Like I do not have a good feel for who's going to be there at 13.
I know you said it's not likely McQueen goes, but at the same time, like I don't think he will, and I don't think he should. I think he's too talented, and a team will take a flyer. There he goes.
Yeah, just edit that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just edit that.
But at the same time, Hagens could be falling forever, or he could go as early as 4 if the Islanders get their way. Everyone's kind of doing these mocks, but then you feel like someone's forgetting something like, Murka. No one's talked about Murka in a while. And a team's going to want a sizable right shot defenseman or whatever archetype they want, and that's going to pull a player up. So, yeah, it's not likely that McQueen drops, but at the same time, what do you know for sure? But you could see Frondell as early as 2. People are talking about. Is that real? I don't think it is. But then again, this could make Chicago's day, actually. If Misa
as I say, I don't want that to be real because I don't want good things happening to Chicago.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dan Hedin, for the donation. And the super chat says, how is the league going to fix the zero tax issue with 5 of the 6 last cup winners in zero tax states? Starting to really see how it is impacting teams. They're not going to do anything for this CBA, so you're not going to see anything for 5 years at least. And their verbiage was, there's not widespread complaints from teams. So until you see that, you won't.
Today was not a good day for the crowd that wants to see a solution for that. Dobson signs for a pretty good rate in Quebec, which does not have great tax rates, and John Tavares signs for almost half of what he could have got on the open market. Is Ontario the worst tax bracket in the league? Maybe? BC, maybe one
California?
of them. Yeah, either way, one of the worst tax brackets in the NHL. So it's an uphill battle, but there's ways you can get around it. And again, it might be a culture thing, it might be a location thing, it might be a winning thing, but there's lots of ways you can overcome it.
Without spending too much time on this, the argument against changing anything is, when Florida was bad, no one was complaining about this. And I think that's both fair and a little bit, I don't want to say disingenuous. It's Bill Zito has built an excellent team over there. You cannot deny they have had not just phenomenal scouting, but phenomenal pro scouting. When you get the players that they have through trades and signings and waivers and Gustav Forsling, you deserve to win the cup multiple times and go to however many straight Stanley Cup finals they're going to end up going to. But at the same time, you can keep those players and sign players like Barkov and whoever else on favorable deals because you have a little bit of an advantage. So like all things, the answer is kind of in the boring middle where it is an advantage. Is it more so than a location advantage of New York or LA in some people's mind, or sponsorships or whatever it might be? That's for
Sorry, one sec. Hi, Max. It was me.
What was that? Oh, I can't read. Okay. See which one of Brad or Ryan checks their phone first. We have another donation here. Get Mad, You Bad says, shout out to all the Europeans staying up for the draft. Oh, from Norway. It was great for you with the NBA, the NBN draft. So actually, wherever everyone is, let us know in the chat. I always love to know where people are tuning in from. Almost at 1,000 people in the chat so far, or on the stream. You guys sound funny when I can't listen on 1.5 times. Evan also, did Evan wash his hands? He went to go blow his nose. Oh, here we go. Wow. You guys are very generous catching up on these. Richard Cuff, thank you for the donation, says, what are the Islanders doing with 3 picks in the top 20? Trading so they can get 2 picks in the top 20 to get James Hagens.
Yeah. That's definitely what they had in mind when they made that deal. I think they're trying to parlay that. Because the other team they were looking at to trade Dobson to was Columbus, who also had 2 picks in the top 20, 14 and 20. yeah, if they made that trade, it would have been the same thing in mind. Like, because I saw a lot of reaction today, like people mad Detroit didn't make that trade, and understandably so. But Detroit doesn't have the extra ammo in the first round this year to help the Islanders get up.
I'm not going to sit here and say I don't want Dobson. Like it'll just sound like cope. Like, oh, it's really great that Montreal is getting better and Detroit didn't with that move. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. But if you look at Detroit's needs, if you have belief in Axel Sandin Pellikka as a prospect, then you are kind of okay spending those assets elsewhere. Not that they had the same assets to give up, right? But that much money and that much trade capital for Noah Dobson, you would have loved to have had him on the Red Wings, but it's not the end of the world to not have another right shot defenseman. So,
how many power play quarterbacks do you need? 2 at the most?
and
See some teams going to 5 forwards on the power play. Like, yeah, would it be great to have Noah Dobson? Absolutely. Like, he's an awesome player, and he fits more of that younger, timeline with Dylan Larkin being in the later stages of his career. So the Lucas Raymond type timeline. But there's 1 to 2 power play quarterbacks available on a team, and the Red Wings potentially have 3 right now. So adding Noah Dobson would be great, but feels like you're filling up with a lot of the same sort of thing, right?
you're going to like this one. Roaring Fork 78 says, if Carbonneau is the pick, who's up for Evan hosting Wingwheel Podcast Night in Boisbriand next January? Yeah, and you have to do it in French, too.
God, would it be cold there?
I'll bring you... You know what? You can bring Mickey, and he can do the translations for you.
That's right.
No, the deal will be Evan gets out of it, but the rest of the event, but he has to open it, and he has to nail saying the Boisbriand Armada. And if he screws it up, he's got to host the whole night.
He's going to work so hard on Boisbriand that he's going to mess up Armada. Next donation here. Thank you, Lord Venom. Says, anyone else think Yzerman won't do anything this offseason? I pray he does, yet thinking otherwise at this point. It's a real possibility. Like, if you can't convince any of the big names to come, then like Brad said last episode, you don't want to go handing out, 8 years or 7 years to Ryan Lindgren at a big number, right? So
it's big names or nothing. And when I mean nothing, that like I'm talking like if you sign a couple 1 or 2 year depth forwards to just fill a gap till some prospects are already fine. But again, no more cop contracts, no more Hall contracts, no more Comfort contracts. Get a legitimate star player with term or get a 1 or 2 year stopgap. And maybe you make the playoffs this year. Maybe you're in the hopper for Gavin McKenna, but just can't continue the same cycle of just bad contract after bad contract.
Red Wings Reborn, thank you for the donation. Says, if both Aitchison and Bear are available, who are you picking? I think Yzerman takes Bear.
I would take Bear.
I'm leaning Bear at this point. Let's say at 6:30 we'll go over our preferred picks list that I have prepped here for the screen. I think Bear is the pick, but that's marginal for me because Aitchison does fit a need. My preference at this point is Bear. John Pumplin, accountant for lawyers, says, stuck in LA traffic. Brad, can you compare and contrast your top 3 of Reshny, Eklund, and McQueen and what separates them from the field for you? So in terms of who's reasonable for Detroit.
Yeah, so who's behind there? So Reshny, and he separates from the pack for me because outside of being small and an average skater for his size, there's no flaws to his game. Elite playmaker, great goal scorer, crazy hard worker, super tenacious. He used the word pissiness on the ice to describe himself. Plays a reliable 200-foot game, and his production was outstanding this year. Got better as the season went on and went to an elite level in the playoffs. Carter Bear brings that physical element on top of this skill. I don't think his offensive upside is that of Reshny, but I think his physical game is more developed, and obviously he's a little bigger, which helps. But for a lot of the same reasons that I like Reshny, I like Bear. I just think he's a toned down, more physical version. And McQueen's the wild card. He's the freak. If the back injury is nothing to be concerned about, which it isn't, it is something to be concerned about. He's a 6'5", highly skilled forward who can skate. Like, that's a unicorn these days. Like, there is a world where he's Tage Thompson. There is a world where he never makes the NHL because his back doesn't hold up. Like, And depending how much you trust your doctors, that's going to depend where you're slotting him in. So I think the Red Wings have such a stacked prospect pool that they're one of the teams that can afford to gamble on a guy like McQueen, because if he doesn't pan out at all, you're not screwed. But if he hits and he hits his ceiling, it changes the trajectory of your franchise.
McQueen with no injury risk is in conversations for a top 3 pick.
Yes, absolutely.
Talent-wise. Pookie says, any window jumpers if McKenna goes to Michigan State? No, having him playing in Michigan would be cool. I would then jump out the window when he goes to like Chicago.
It's going to be Pittsburgh. We've went over this.
Then yeah.
And I'm still going out the window.
Yes. Honestly, like, yeah, being Michigan fans, you still want Michigan State, and like credit to them for the program that they've put together of like, you want Michigan hockey to be represented well nationally, Western Michigan. Like there's so many good programs, but you want the competition too. Andrew Stroud says, do you guys think we'll see more deferred salary contracts this summer?
Last chance.
The first, because it's outlawed in the next CBA. I'll tell you, the first time it came around, I was like, yeah, I don't mind this. It's a cool tool. And then when I saw that there's like a little bit of salary deferral for Tavares, I was like, all right, that's enough. It's so stupid. You really needed to save them that extra $2 million deferred, right, John?
Like Tavares would have got 7 or 8 on the open market on a 3-year, 4-year deal, coming off a 38-goal season. Nobody can say that guy doesn't love the Leafs and not doing everything he can to help that team win a cup, because that contract is stupid.
Austin Matthews didn't know you could make that little amount of money in the NHL.
Austin Matthews in his next negotiation is going to say, I know you have the money. John left it on the table.
Yeah, I want the $3 million you didn't give him. Thank you.
It's like hungry hippos.
The Nyes number is going to be big. They're like, apparently they're not going to go to 8 years, or there's talks of not going to 8 years because that number would be so big. Like,
and did they not learn their lessons with Martin and Matthews?
Doesn't it go
on
down as you add term?
Well,
like in theory,
but it's weird that's like in a flat cap kind of calculation.
It depends on their age, because Nyes will be cheaper on a 5-year deal, which is what I've heard, because it basically walks him right to unrestricted free agency. Like he will be 28-ish years old when that contract's up, which means he's going to cash out big on that contract. So that's where you give up the money on this one. Whereas with Matthews and Marner, they didn't do that either. They just paid the max term or max dollars at an awful term. So if you're going to give Nyes a bad term for your team, which 5 years would not be advantageous for the Leafs, you're going to save on the AAV. Now, if they go to 8 years, they're going to get all his prime years. So he wants to cash out as a prime contract.
Will Bukima, our good friend, says, how much will it cost to make this a barefoot stream? And then how much will it cost to get the shoes back on? One of those is $1,000 and one of those is $10,000, and I won't tell you which.
Will, send me a DM. We can talk, buddy.
Chaos Might says Texas doesn't mean anything, or taxes doesn't mean anything. Those tax-free states spent decades to build a cup-winning team, and that's the argument, and that's the NHL's position right now too, to be fair. Daniel Kaplan says, if the Wings were to trade the 13th pick, what's a realistic move that could be made? Trading back and getting something, trading up and sending something. Which would you rather?
I can't remember if we talked about it on air or off air the last episode, but I was tossing around the idea of trading 13 and 45 to Calgary for 18 and 32. And I actually like that idea.
I always prefer the trade up, honestly, because I think that's more fun, and Detroit has a ton of capital to spend, both in picks but just prospects even. Honestly, you could see it in a deal for one of the players out in the trade market. It's not our preference. I don't think any of us, but
it could be Robertson, it could be Byram, it could be Keandre Miller, It could be hopefully not John Gibson, but
and I meant to say I don't prefer to move it for Keandre Miller, but I would love to see it move for like a Robertson kind of thing. But I mean, the clock is running now. Mark S, thank you for the donation. Says, what do you think the Wings will take? Who do you think they'll take at pick 211? Just kidding. Power outage. Phone at 70%. Thanks for being on YouTube. Let's go Red Wings. Best of luck, Mark. You and Evan are both fighting a little battery right now. What are you at now?
What are we at? 31%.
Oh,
we're moving flying now.
Kana 1005 says, gut reaction percent chances that Detroit acquires or signs a $6 million plus AAV player this offseason.
That's a monkey paw curl, right?
Yeah.
We can sign anybody to $6+ million.
Yes, they will. And then it pops up on the feed. They signed who for what?
Yeah, it's going to be like Perbix or something. Richard Cuff, and thank you, Connor, for the donation. Richard Cuff, thank you as well. Says advice for a Red Wings fan moving from Traverse City to Sartell, Minnesota. Is it okay for me to have Minnesota as a second team as long as they aren't playing the Wings? I'll never root for the Vikings. Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many Michigan transplants across North America where it's like, I live in Vegas. I'm going to go watch Golden Knights games because that's the NHL team in town, but I'll always root for Detroit primarily. NHL hockey is NHL hockey. Roaring Fork, thank you again. Says, I believe that the 4-year term for the CBA is specifically designed for expansion. That way, when 4 new teams are set, they can renegotiate the next deal knowing what they'll have with 36 teams. Thoughts?
I don't think they'll do 4 at once, but 2 teams, then I could see it.
I still think we're going to be looking at 36 teams by the end of the decade, at least plans for them.
I agree. I just don't think they'll do 4 at once.
Atlanta, Houston, Jackson Hole.
Yep.
God, 36 is so many, man. Thank you to all of you in the stream. Oh, wow. 1,200 of you, just about. Appreciate all of you tuning in. We are going to do our preferred list rankings on the screen here in a second, but just, I'm going to keep saying this, but if you want to help us out, give the stream a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. We'd love to let's see if we can hit 12,500 subscribers this stream. That'd be pretty sweet, but even just giving the stream a thumbs up would be awesome. All right. I have prepped here our lists for preferred picks, and I will put Brad's up first. Brad's preferred picks, and they're hidden behind here for me, so I can't see them at the moment, are in order. And this is for, who's reasonable. Misa's not going to be there. Brad and I both listed McQueen, and we were probably unreasonable to do so. But Brad's are Reshny, Eklund, McQueen, Bear, and then Carbonell. So walk us through your list and why.
The Red Wings need offense more than anything else would be the simple answer there. Like, I like Aitchison, I like Smith, I like Mertka, and I'd have them all reasonably close in the talent pool to these guys. But, man, the Red Wings are in a position right now, they need offense and they need to swing on skill above all else. That's why Reshny, Eklund, and McQueen are the top 3 for me there. They need skill. They need someone who can make things happen with the puck on their stick. At 5-on-5 on the power play, Patrick Kane's not going to be around forever, right? DeBrincat and Larkin, they're not on the young side of their careers anymore. They are not going to be around forever. Who is going to get the offense for this team when Kane retires and DeBrincat and Larkin hit the points in their careers where they're not top liners production-wise anymore? And the Red Wings have such a deep prospect pool. This is a great opportunity to gamble a little bit because none of these prospects are perfect. Eklund's a late birthday, so you got some risk with, like, is the production legit or is it because he's a year older? Now he played against men, so that helps. McQueen's legit, but is the back going to hold up? Reshny's legit, but is that going to translate to the NHL at a 5'10", 5'11" centerman? Nobody in the Red Wings range comes without risk. So I just look at ceiling at this point, and that's all the Red Wings should be looking at because they can afford to do that.
All right. Next up, we have Evan, who has, in order, I think you're the Jackson Smith truther on this podcast, and you're hearing this for the first time, and Evan's hearing it for what he thinks is the first time because he absolutely already forgot what he told me. But Evan has Jackson Smith, Victor Eklund, McQueen, Bear, and then Reshny in that order. He didn't actually have Reshny 5th. He had Gordon Ramsay from Jay Fresh's.
Well, if we're going to get rid of my 5th, then Zinfiend is next from out of Omaha, the USHL.
Oh, did they have him out of Omaha?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
So
Right.
I'm being kiboshed already.
I should have put Anton Lundell there.
You had your chance. It was dealer's choice for that last spot.
Smith, Eklund, McQueen, Bear, and Reshny. Walk us through it, starting with why you're so high on Smith.
Smith might be one of the few guys who are actually there out of our preferred picks.
I don't think he's going to be
there. And I'm starting to feel less and less certain about that as the day has progressed. For me, I think he's the second best defenseman in the draft. He's big. He skates incredibly well. He's got great footwork, great mobility. For a guy his size, gonna bring a lot of offense. I think there's still some question marks with his overall defensive game, but with someone who's got that kind of hockey IQ buried under there, I think those things will get worked out. Like, he's going to be a legit talent at the NHL level, I think.
All right. And next up, I have McQueen, Eklund, Smith, Reshny, and Bear. And it's honestly just a combination of what these two guys have already said. I think McQueen just has flat out the highest upside of any of those players. And if he falls, like, he is a pipe dream, to put it plainly. I don't think he'll fall. And if he does, I as long as he clears the red flag of why did he fall, do the other teams know something we don't injury-wise? But if you're okay with him and your team doctors are okay with him, then to me, he's a potentially top 3 talent in this draft. So that's a no-brainer for me. Eklund is you have to face the question of, do you have too much of the same thing on this team? And you consider handedness, and you consider other guys who you've taken in terms of Casper and MBN. And I'm not really the kind of guy who thinks teams suffer from having too much of a good thing. All you have to do is turn that into something else later, which is a big task. Good GMs can do it, and other teams like, Nashville of old had just defensemen forever and never could score. And those are the two sides of that coin. But how coveted is Marco Casper right now? How coveted will MBN be if he pans out? I don't mind having too much of that. Jackson Smith, for the reasons Evan said, and him and Reshny in my mind are pretty interchangeable. You can take one or the other. I do kind of lean forward, but I really like everything Jackson Smith puts together. And then Carter Bear, I think also, like, am I as sure about him? Not necessarily, but I do think his upside isn't necessarily that much lower. Aitchison's not far off from this either. Like, there's just so many guys that are potentially in the mix, even ones that we haven't talked about. All right, quick break to talk about some questions here. Appreciate all the donations. Brennan says top 3 pizzas from Detroit: Louis, Michigan, and Trumbull, and then Pie Psi. I've not had Pie Psi. Gotta try that next time we're out there. Thank you. Kyle McClure, $6.90 donation.
Nice.
There you go. Do some math there. Wings are a perpetual 6th place situation. Do you tank for one more season or try to push to get into the Larkin window?
As a fan, you tank next season.
It depends on how this summer goes.
You can't tank unless you trade Larkin, plain and simple. You're too good to tank for McKenna.
Like, I don't think tank's not going to be the right word to use with this conversation over the next week. I think the word stand pat, regress if you want to be on the negative side. The Red Wings can go out and try to get Byram, Robertson, Miller, Ehlers, Ekblad. Take your pick of legit star level players. If they strike out on all of them, they can't materialize the trade. None of them are willing to sign in Detroit. The next best option is to stand pat. And, yep, probably won't be a good year. Yeah, they probably finish in the standings about where they finished this year. You get a ball in the hopper for Gavin McKenna on the 1 in a billion chance. Either way, though, you got another top 10, 15 pick to work with. And whatever happens, happens. The worst thing they could do, like I've beat to death this week already, is you strike out on all the big boys. You panic and overpay for the secondary, for the mushy middle. You get saddled with more bad contracts with term. And we're sitting here in 5 years having the same conversation again.
I'm going to interrupt this very quickly because there have apparently been reports that Tarasenko could be moving today. I think they mentioned it on ESPN. So,
yeah, the Tarasenko rumors have been floating around for a while, so it's nice to see they're finally getting some steam behind it. Because, again, we talked about it with Hall and Tarasenko when the buyout window opened. They both only have 1 year left. There's some reason to buy him out if you can't trade him without too heavy of a sweetener, and you need the cap space because things are going well for you in free agency. If you don't need every last dollar, you just need it for the year and then it's done, and you don't have to worry about it. If you can trade either of them, great, without giving up too much else to unload that contract. I mean, Vancouver gave a 4th round pick for Evander Kane, so like I think you can get a late first for Tarasenko at this point if it's Vancouver. But yeah, and don't forget too. Now, I don't have any faith in this statement that I'm about to make, but it's theoretically possible. You cannot trade Hall and Tarasenko, and you cannot buy them out, and they're still not on your opening day lineup. You send him to the minors, and whatever cap relief you get.
1.15 million.
There you go. And it's not a lot, but it's better than nothing. And in Hall's case, I think it's only $1 million less than you would save buying him out. So whatever. Now, I don't think that would happen, but it's theoretically possible. So it's not worth getting stupid angry about until we see what that game one lineup looks like.
Now, an important distinction here is that in case a second buyout window opens later in the summer due to an arbitration settlement or case going through, Tarasenko would be an eligible buyout for a second window. Hall wouldn't because he doesn't make enough money on his contract. There's certain parameters to be qualified for that second buyout window. So for Hall, if they want to buy him out, they have until June 30th at, I believe, 5 p.m. Eastern. Tarasenko, if they move him without giving anything up, and let's say they just retain half the contract, fine by me.
Big win.
I've seen bigger comebacks in the NHL than Tarasenko, but based on what we saw last year, whether it's that he's washed or whether it's that what he needs at this stage in his career, he's just not going to get in Detroit, it just wasn't working.
Cap space is almost secondary, right? Like, yeah, it would be nice to get a little bit of cap relief. Maybe you utilize that to bring someone in, but it also frees up a roster spot, right? Like, gives you the opportunity to potentially try Carter Mazer somewhere deeper in the lineup if they think he's ready to go by training camp and he looks good. Like, it opens up more opportunities. So I think the roster spot is almost worth it more so than the cap relief. And like you guys said, when the ink dried on that contract, the relationship just never seemed to be a good fit.
And Tarasenko wants out too at this point. That's been out there. So.
Yeah.
All right. Chaos Might says 4th in power play and 32nd in PK. The Wings need defense more than offense. Maybe, but in theory, they had the defensively apt players to have a better PK than they did last year. They didn't have the 32nd best defensive forward and defense core last season. I refuse to believe that for the purpose of a PK. That was a scheme. That was a team thing.
And also, the Red Wings had exactly 6 good offensive players last year, and 5 of them were on the power play unit that got all the goals. Once you get past that Kane, DeBrincat, Larkin, Raymond tier, it falls off a cliff. Their 5-on-5 offensive production was still near the bottom of the league because you can't play those same guys 50 minutes at 5-on-5. And
you want to bet?
I'm willing to there were games I was willing to find out if Larkin could just not leave the ice.
Watch a man die slowly.
We have been since he was drafted.
It's a Wing Wheel podcast. We've been doing it for 10 years. His name's Evan.
But yeah, I still think because like they have their 2 horses on defense forever. Seider can anchor that first pair forever. Edvinsson can anchor that second pair forever. If you get an Ekblad or a Gavrikov or a K'Andre Miller, cool. Now you can soup up one of those units and lean on it a little heavier. Or you can put Edvinsson and Seider back together and now you have a good... You can find depth defensemen every year. The Red Wings haven't been particularly good about identifying who classifies as good in trades and free agency. But getting out of the Red Wings sphere, you can do it. Kane is getting close to retirement, you would have to think, and Larkin and DeBrincat are approaching 30. You have a lot of long-term offense coming from Raymond, probably from Casper, although I wouldn't even at his best call Casper a high-end offensive producer, like because I don't think he's ever going to get up to like 80 points in a year. And then what? Like, you hope MBN hits, you hope Danielson hits. But that's still not enough. Like, they need a lot. Florida just paid a third liner $8 million over 8 years. Like,
he's not. You cannot call him a third liner anymore, Brad.
Not anymore. But like for a bulk of his career, like you need your third line to be a second line if you're gonna win a Stanley Cup. What was Florida's third line? It had Anton Lundell and Brad Marchand
and Luostarinen.
Like, the Red Wings, as it stands right now, long term, don't have a second line that you can have any faith in to be better than that line. So to me, the bigger need is still on offense. And with the defense, I haven't even mentioned ASP is an option too, right? So They need help everywhere. There is not a position in this organization they don't need help. Let's be clear about that. But offense is still the biggest gap.
Jacob, thank you for the donation. Says, is there a player tonight that starts to drop where you would yell at the TV, Steve, get on the phone, kind of like how Booyam dropped last year?
Oh, lots. They just probably won't. Like, one, I'd say Hagens, because it looks like he's actually going to drop, but there's no way the Islanders
aren't going to beat you there.
They don't outbid you for whatever it is. I've seen one or two mocks where O'Brien got to 10.
Yeah.
I'd be all over that. The thing is, it depends which players I don't love go in the top 10. Because if we do see this run on defensemen, if two of Aitchison, Smith, Mertka go before pick 10 or 11, one of the forwards I want is falling. There's no need to trade up at that point. Somebody's falling. Like the mock we done on Wednesday was literally worst case scenario for the Red Wings.
Yes, but that always happens because we always like what we like, and then we pick the players we think are good.
Exactly. So, and I don't think, one, either we're right and we look like geniuses, or B, we're wrong, and then an Eklund or a McQueen or whoever's going to fall. And then you're happy no matter what.
Yeah.
Now, as it plays out year over year, someone falls, the Red Wings don't pick them. We laugh about it.
Let's say Porter Martone is there.
There's no way.
If he gets past...
Sure? There's
no,
way.
I mean, I'm
not at 13, but let's say he's there at 9.
There's no way. If he is, the price I would pay to move up.
What would you pay?
Well, 9 would be
I'd love to know for our last
9 would be Buffalo, so it might be low.
Yeah. What does Buffalo need?
Yes. JJ Peterka back.
High scoring, young, cost controlled wingers.
Rasmussen.
I said young and high scoring.
Like
they might believe me.
Buffalo wants guys. Like if you, for example, Kopp's name was out there, and you made a good point, Brad, when that happened. It's like it or not, Kopp is actually like valuable to this team right now. You are getting worse if you give up Kopp. But Buffalo could use Kopp retained and Rasmussen, and very clearly Kevin Adams is I'm not going to plant seeds for the next GM. I'm trying to save myself mode right now, which is why he brought in Kesselring and Doan.
So like if Porter Martone's there, and due to his size and late birthday, like he might only be a year away. Like he's probably not you're waiting 2-3 years for this guy to get to the NHL. I would be very comfortable making a pretty big, like you're only moving up 4 spots, but like those for Martone, those are 4 very, very valuable spots.
The Red Wings have a plethora. Like, first of all, the Red Wings have a lot of very good prospects. They have a couple guys who are like Sandin Pellikka, whatever the tier is above very good. I'm not going to call him elite. Like, he's not Macklin Celebrini right before he joined the NHL, but Sandin Pellikka would be one of the most coveted prospects in the league if he was available. But the Red Wings have a lot of guys, even in the tier below that. They have a lot of good players, good young players, and they have a lot of like decent B prospects as well, plus picks. Start to spend because you've done well with what you've been given, but you haven't been gifted anything by luck or the lottery, and you missed out on all those first round picks in the late Holland years. You need to still replenish the high end guys. You nailed it with Raymond. You nailed it with Seider. It looks like you nailed it with Edvinsson, Casper. Like you've done what you could. But you have to start to manufacture ways to get that higher end talent because Montreal has Demidov. Montreal has all, like Michkov went to Philly. Like these other teams found ways to get better talent and they're going to pass you. So yeah, if you can move up and grab whoever you perceive, whether it's O'Brien or Denoyer won't fall, but Denoyer or Martone, pay a premium to move up 4 spots. I don't care if it's an overpay. I really don't.
No, it's the same theory we have with free agents. Is Aaron Ekblad worth $9.5 million? No, absolutely not. Would I give Aaron Ekblad $9.5 million at this point? Probably, yeah. Like you have to do what you got to do to get premium talent at this point. And if Hagens, an O'Brien, a Martone gets to pick 8, 9, 10, it's GM malpractice if you're not at least picking up the phone to find out what that cost is.
Detroit was in on Booyam last year and I know people think there's this big thing going around. It's okay to be frustrated as a Red Wings fan. We're frustrated. But to think that Yzerman is just sitting on his hands, like, can tell you factually he's not. He simply got outbid because of who was able to trade up to grab Booyam. They were further up, and that pick was more valuable to Philly, and they really wanted Jet Luchenko. And that's how it worked out. But he was in on that. He's been in on other guys, so that's not it.
Now, there does come a point where what you're saying is right, but all the frustration is true. And I don't know where that line sits, where...
That's for chat to figure out.
Yeah, because...
That's right. It's for the online communities to find out.
Discord mods.
Like, Steve Yzerman was almost certainly talking to Buffalo about Peterka. He was almost certainly talking to the Islanders about Dobson. And the Red Wings, from what it looks like these teams got, did not have the ammo that these teams wanted in the trade. Like, they didn't have multiple first-round picks this year to get Dobson. They didn't have the 2 young roster players that they'd be willing to give up, like what Buffalo wanted for Peterka. But there does come a point.
How many tires can you kick?
You
right?
had like every free agent that doesn't sign with you, every trade that doesn't materialize, could all have perfectly good justifications. But eventually it's your job to overcome those objections. Right? Like, this is the offseason for me. There's a lot out there. There's a lot more out there than we thought in terms of big free agents and trades. If the Red Wings come away with this summer with 0 of them, I don't care if every single free agent says they're not willing to come to Detroit. Sell them. Like, I don't know if I'm at the point where I'm fed up with them.
Can
not
I help
happening.
you?
Can you sell? You should be the hired ambassador to sell guys in the Red Wings.
It would just be a tour of
I
golf
have
course.
a very funny story that I don't know if I should tell on the podcast.
Okay. Is this a Patreon exclusive?
But this has something very much about selling people on places and the podcast.
Okay, mystery man.
Yeah.
That's about as much information as we ever get from Evan.
I was gonna
Very quickly here, Denver Wing, thank you for the donation and says, thank you as always, fellas, for the great content. I don't know about great, but it's certainly content and appreciate you all tuning in.
I was going to make the joke, Evan pitching Detroit to free agents would just be a tour of golf courses, but honestly, for a lot of these guys, that might work.
That's incredible.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we're doing our little mini tour again this summer.
I love Detroit and I love Michigan. Like, the entire state is maybe one of the best golf states in states, provinces, whatever in the world. Like, it's incredible. And the food scene in Detroit is just so sneaky good. These guys are all multi-millionaires. They can have a house.
Oh, they all live in literally some of the nicest, wealthiest communities in America.
Yeah, first of all, they're going to live in like the best neighborhoods in Michigan and in the Detroit area. And then they're going to have their summer homes, their cottages. Like,
Also,
it's a very minor thing. Like, and when you play in the NHL, you're not at home a lot, right? It's more so you pick a destination almost for your family.
Also, world-class facilities with the LCA.
Yeah.
For fans, like, that is one of the best venues in pro sports right now, period. And the player facilities are, like, renowned.
Yeah.
And you look at Carolina, everyone talks about Carolina as a contender. They have absolute dog water facilities. They're terrible.
I don't talk about them like they're a contender.
Well, I mean, they're one of the contenders out there has signed so many of the big free agents, right? So, all right, more here. Oh, thank you for the donation. Get mad, you bad. I keep reading that as get mad, you Brad, and that is also accurate. All right. Appreciate everyone being here. How many do we have? 1,600 of you. Thank you all so very much for tuning in. We are 11 minutes away from broadcast coverage starting the draft. While you're here, give this stream a thumbs up. If you don't already, subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to, I almost said 1,500, 12,500 by the end of the day. That'd be awesome to get. And then, yeah, I have to get better at that spiel. Hit that notification button.
Hit that bell,
smash,
baby.
Yeah, I'm no good at this. Appreciate all of you. All right. So as we get into the start of the draft, do you expect any fireworks at the top? Like, I think
the Islanders are going. They're going for it. Obviously.
Like for Hagens.
Oh, yeah. They're trying to get 2 picks in the top 10, and I think they're going to try and really set the table so that they can get James Hagens.
They said they weren't selling on, the guy, like some of the more established names that they have, Bo Horvat, etc. If you're that sold on James Hagens, who keeps bringing up the Islanders, by the way, I saw a tweet today where someone quote tweeted Hagens talking about, when I fought my brother, I used to pretend I was Matt Martin. And the guy put that clip from the Adam Sandler movie, was it Big Daddy? Where he's just like, all right. Like, the kid wants to be an Islander. There's the only way you can say this isn't falling in their lap is because they have to pull it into their lap, but they got to make this work.
The part that confused me about this is, okay, I don't know if I'm crazy. Would it not have been easier and worked for both teams to just not have made a trade with Utah for Noah Dobson and around pick 4?
Well,
because that Dobson after trading Kesselring seems like exactly what Utah could use.
they'd have to. Utah would have to be into it, right?
I know, and obviously they weren't. Otherwise, it would have happened. But I'm that's my point. Is I'm surprised.
I bet that's what the Islanders are. That's what they were probably pushing for a while.
Yeah.
Also, now you see what the Islanders are doing, and that raises the price, right?
Yeah,
like
100%. They have no leverage.
They have zero leverage. You know what they're trying to do. They clearly want one singular player. That just makes the cost go up like crazy.
Because it's going to be fascinating. Because the draft chart for value says 16 and 17 together add up to about roughly picks 4 to 6, which is where they're going to need to get. But those teams in 4 to 6, they're not going by that chart. We know why you're coming up here. You are going to give us a hell of a lot more than that.
If you're drafting 4 to 6, you're not taking value that gets you mathematically to 4 to 6, whatever metric you use.
Yeah.
Because there's also a steep drop off this year. Like, as of right now, where Detroit's picking isn't the same as 13 other years, you know?
Which teams of Utah, Nashville, and obviously not Philly and Boston, do you think have the most inclination to get good now?
Utah,
Utah might, depending on what their free agent plan is.
Utah will want to. You want to copy Vegas as much as you can if you're a new franchise, which for the sake of it, that's what we'll call Utah.
Okay. So another name I saw floating around in trade rumors with the Islanders today. Are you willing to move for then in a package that revolves around Matt Barzal?
That would be pretty sweet.
Because I saw his name out there. It didn't sound like there was a lot of smoke behind that fire. But if you are dead set on Keandre, and it looks like Darsh is hitting go on a more traditional rebuild, which he should do. We've talked about that a long time with the Islanders. Their cap situation and age and everything was atrocious. Something had to happen. Yeah, maybe the team that wants to get good now goes for the first line center now, and the Islanders make their bet on the first line center for later.
I think that's what the Islanders should be doing regardless. Like
I agree, but if they don't, like we talked about Dobson, if they don't have the dance partner, right?
Yeah. Okay, Chaos Might, thank you again for the donation. Says just because someone falls doesn't mean he's good. Zadina, for example. And we are only 53 minutes in before someone brought up Zadina. That is a new record for us.
Oh.
Next year we might make it an
time
hour.
is passing when.
I know. Yeah, that one never worked out. Danny's Gamer Girl, thank you for the donation. Says, what was Evan's golf score? Last episode.
Let's go with Wednesday because I know that was funny.
Yeah.
Wednesday was the hottest day I've probably ever golfed in my life. There was zero wind. It was probably, I don't know what it is in freedom units, but it was close to 40 Celsius. And after the nine hole men's league score, I was like, should we just go have dinner? They're like, oh no, like we have to play 18. I was like,
Yeah, you shot an 83.
I shot an 83. And then today I played from the further back tees, shot a 78, and it could have been way better.
Although
Didn't you say
doubled
like,
and
was
birdie on 8 and 9 today was weird. What happened there?
It was an 8-iron right into the middle of the green, and I decided to just push it left right into the middle of a pond.
Oh,
Yeah, it was a great idea.
I'd do it.
got lessons from me apparently. Richard Cuff says, "Are all three of you? What are your favorite beers?" So this one's funny. There's a brewery, and they had this beer at the LCA forever.
Miller Lite?
No, it's from a brewery called Unibrew in Quebec. It's called Blanche de Chambly.
Yeah, they make good beers.
I love Blanche. Mel and I both love Blanche de Chambly, and it's not at the LCA anymore. I hope they get it back, but that was heartbreaking when that went away.
That'd be like a $28 beer Canadian.
Everything's $28 at. That's why when we go to the LCA, you just buy like the kinetic payloads of beer, like the however many ounces, because you're like, it's just need to. I'm paying $28 no matter what.
Yeah,
may as well load up.
All right, in order: locker room beer, patio beer, shower beer, unexpected beer, locker room beer again.
Underrated beer, first one at the cottage or at the bachelor party beer.
That one goes down the fastest.
That's kind of patio beer vibes, though.
A little bit, yeah. Like when I got to your bachelor party, like the place you rented was awesome. I wasn't the first one there, but that first one just goes right down the gullet. Andreas Strom, thank you so much for the donation. Richard Cuff, oh, I just read that one. Christian Big Cheese Colmos, damn, you have the same nickname as us three. Says, if the Wings come away with either Reshnier Bear, Keandre Miller, or Besser, are you satisfied, or do they need to swing bigger on free agency?
Is this an and or an or?
Well, because it's weird,
free
because
agency.
Miller would be trade, other two would be draft, Besser would be free agency. Besser actually is one of my, like, lot of warning light free agents. Like, I like the player, but I'm not a guy I would be giving term to.
Doesn't the same thing apply to him as it would on Ekblad?
I don't have them in the same tier. And I know that's probably an unfair statement, but I just don't.
We literally just watched Ekblad and Forsling shut down the first and arguably top 5 his winger in Leon Draisaitl in the Stanley Cup Finals. Like,
such a piece of shit.
Like top 10 at least.
Yeah, okay, we'll say top 10. We'll say top 10.
There's the new studio has knives underneath where I sit. I have 2 of them.
But yeah, I think Brock Besser's better days are behind him. Like, he's not a line driver.
No, but you're not going to get a line driver in free agency for the whatever you have to pay Besser.
He makes $6.6 million.
That's penny.
You could have got John Tavares.
No, you could have offered John Tavares double, and I don't think he was leaving. Toronto.
No.
All right.
He actually can't get the pajamas off anymore. That's why he has to stay.
Yeah, he's just like
he's just stuck.
He looks like an NHL player doing one of the walk-ins, but their suit is way too small. Oh, now they changed their name to Get Mad You Brad. Thank you for the donation. It says As You Wish, Ryan. Thank you. That's awesome. Any other players within the top 10? What about Caleb Denoyer?
He's not. I'll be shocked.
No, not to drop, but where do you think he's
see him
going?
3.
Yeah, right.
I don't think he's getting out of the top 5.
Yeah,
and
so
he plays in the queue, so that's saying something.
Okay,
That's for me to say he could go 3 is a big thing because he's on my do not draft list. I don't know why you guys keep laughing. I keep telling you that if you play in the queue, you basically don't exist to me.
Our favorite draft analyst, Tony Ferrari, DM'd me the other day. He was like, and Tony works hard. Like, very few people work harder than Tony. He's like, Evan's hatred for the QMJHL has given me the will to power through the rest of this draft season.
Oh, that's so funny.
You got a friend in Tony, man.
Oh, I love it.
If you had an opportunity to trade 13 Booyam and a second to move up to, I don't know, whatever to draft Denoyer, you wouldn't do it?
He's already said he's D&D.
Not familiar with that prospect.
Yeah, just didn't even.
I'd have to do some research.
Hold on, we might have a loophole here. He played in the QMJHL, but he played for the Moncton Wildcats. That's not technically Quebec.
That is actually very true. Where was Caleb Denoyer born? That could also,
his last name's Denoyer. I wouldn't hold up here.
I know.
Vermont, actually.
Yeah, he was born in a very Quebec-sounding town, so that might be out.
Can you read the name?
No.
How many hyphens are there in there?
There's one.
Yeah, that's under the average for a Quebec town. Christian Big Cheese Colmos also says, Evan, you have an open invitation to come over to Wisconsin. I'll get you out on some nice courses.
Oh, yeah.
If you hate your fairways, actually, if you love your fairways, I'll come too. I won't damage those. I will take surprisingly deep divots out of the second cut, though, I'll tell you that. All right, we are 60 seconds away from 7 p.m. here.
The one guy I'm super interested in, we haven't talked really about him yet, is where does Radamerka go? Like, he is a monster, right? Like, he is a monster.
So, but here's the thing. I thought he was for sure going to Buffalo before Kesselring.
Yeah, he is their Kesselring. That's why I'm now wondering what happened.
Seattle's the wild card to me for Merca because they haven't drafted defense high. They don't have a good defensive prospect pool. He literally played for the Seattle Thunderbirds this year. But as we've seen with Misa and Hagens, over-scouting can be a problem. So if too much exposure, they might have been nitpicking his game all year. Because I don't see Philly taking him. I don't see Boston taking him.
No.
I think Buffalo would be out now because of Kesselring. Anaheim, maybe. Pittsburgh, maybe. Like, I don't think it's... I would have thought 3 days ago, no chance he gets to Detroit. 0.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance that could happen now.
Is that okay? So consider what Detroit needs and what Detroit likes, and those might be two different things.
No, if you had
is that an auto draft?
No, absolutely not. Because of the non-goalie positions. No.
Have a great night, folks. We're gonna wrap this up.
No. One, because like there's gonna be good forwards there, so there's gonna be a debate no matter what. Two, if you go rank positions, the Red Wings centers, wing, lefty, right D, goalie. Right D is probably right down there with goalie for the position they need long term the least. Like they have Seider and ASP there. Now, I'm not saying that rules out another right shot D because you do need 3 of them. But are you going to, like, if you're sitting there staring at Radim Murka and Victor Eklund?
I don't think it's crazy. My
It's
preference
not.
is,
like
Eklund there.
I like Murka a lot. But if we're talking about priority based on positionality, I don't think he's the guy. Now, if Eklund's gone, if all the other big fours are gone, McQueen's gone, etc., Carter Bear's gone.
What if it's Jackson Smith and Murka?
That's going to be a what's your flavor,
Yeah.
right? That because
I think left D is a position of need.
It's a bigger position of need for the Wings. I agree with that. Because if you're an ASP believer, which I am, like there's your top 2 right D for the next 10 years. And if you do sign a Ekblad in free agency, that right side set forever and ever. On the left side right now, for certainties, we've got Edvinsson. And then Wallinder, Bouillon, maybe bottom pair guys. I could see it, but that's still that gigantic hole on the left side of your top 4. So
I agree. I think
again, like right now, to me, Murka's more intriguing than Smith just because 6'6" defenseman who can skate, man, that's a unicorn.
If Detroit took Murka and he panned out, they'd have 3 of them.
Exactly. And that's a great start to building a lethal blue line. But I also think pure upside, Smith is higher.
Yeah.
Because he's got that dynamic element to his game. Murka is fascinating because for his size, he really doesn't have any weaknesses. He skates pretty well. He can handle a puck. He can make a pass. He can contribute some offense. You'd like the physicality for that size to be a bit more, but you can teach that. But he's elite at nothing. Whereas Smith, puck on his stick, makes dynamic plays. He can do things that other defensemen in this draft just can't do. But he doesn't have the frame that Murka does.
Okay, maybe the better question then is Aitchison and Murka.
Murka all day for me on that. Aitchison's 3 of 3 for me of these defensemen.
Me too.
Yeah.
But you're doing the left versus right, so you go best player available, even though that's probably overkill for the position, but who really cares? Like, it's a whole drafting philosophy.
Positionality only matters to me in a tie. Like, if all the forwards I like are gone and Bear and like all those guys are gone, and I understand Reshny's a reach, so I don't like, even though he's going to be my preference at that pick, I don't think he's going to be a serious consideration for the Red Wings. If I'm staring at Carter Bear and Murka, I have them talent-wise very, very similar.
I think I'm going
Ty
Bear.
goes to the left winger for me because it's a bigger need.
I'm going Bear, and not even just.
But if you're asking me Murka, or if I go further down my list of a guy I still like but not as much, like Lakovic, left wing's a bigger need. But the gap between Lakovic and Murka is enough for me that I'm going to take Murka because he's better.
Stephen Ortlieb, thank you for the donation. Says, thanks for all the content, boys. Keep up the great work and cheers from the scourge that is Ohio. Stephen, we're thinking about you, pal, and appreciate all the support. Danny Snyder says, keep up the good work, boys. Glad you're in one room this year. Oh, yeah, we're out of the dark days. That was tough. Richard Clough says, Sam Bennett, thank you. Says, Sam Bennett signed for $8 million a year for 8 years. Yeah, that came just as we opened. Val Boyd, thank you so much for the donation. Says, cheers, boys.
What do you think that button is for?
Trapdoor. I don't know. Trapdoor for one random prospect. Just completely out. His career's over. I should ask Freed what that's for. That's funny. And then the working man, thank you for the donation, says, if the Wings don't make the playoffs next 2 years, Yzerman has to go. This isn't working, and I know fans love him, but I'm over all the excuses and cope. The next 2 years are like middling years and not like McKenna, and they keep trying to make the playoffs, and they're at the 86-ish point range. I think Yzerman has a way longer runway than people think. I think Yzerman's going to leave on his own terms, so I don't think that'll happen, but you'll start to see changes at that point. All right, this coverage has started. We are at 7:05. And Elliot Friedman is talking the Islanders. I mean, it's going to be forever until they actually start.
Oh, yeah.
This is the first and also last year of them doing the decentralized draft. So funny.
They go down to Vegas, do the draft there, and realize we actually enjoy getting together and having a good time.
Well, Elliot's doing the walkthrough of everything right now, and while it looks clean, this does look like a very underwhelming setup, I will say.
I've always loved the look of all the tables on the draft floor. Everyone's like, oh, but other people...
Okay, this is a better view.
Everyone's going to see what other teams are doing. I'm like, yeah, who
That's
cares?
the point.
It's the NHL. Nothing happens.
That's why people like it.
Like, we're talking about deferred salary like it's something exciting just because they're doing something different. It's all right if other teams over here. Do you remember back in the day the Berkey calling saying, who is it? Who did he call?
Kadri.
Yeah, he's like, he called Ottawa, right?
It was a face-to-face conversation with Brian Murray, and
He's like, who do you want? Kadri? Yeah, that's the guy we're taking.
yeah, that's who we're taking. And then Murray was just like, okay,
Yeah.
kind of fair enough.
It's funny because when you're younger, you're almost like, oh my God, he did that just to see who they wanted. But then as you get older, you're like, oh no, he actually did that as a courtesy. We got to get Berkey back on the show.
Yeah, just a real straight shooter.
One of my favorite interviews we've ever done. I disagree with that guy on hockey philosophy in so many ways, but he's genuinely one of my favorite hockey people.
Oh, he is so good.
What do you guys think Pittsburgh's doing at 11 and 12? Because those are obviously, that's a very pivotal moment for the Red Wings. Do you think they go 2 forwards, 2 defense?
My prediction?
Mix?
I think there's an outside shot that you two nailed it on our mock draft.
My actual prediction based on everything I was hearing today?
Eklund Murka.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
My actual prediction based on what I'm hearing today is they're not picking 11-12. They're one of the teams very aggressively trying to move up.
That tracks. Dubas would want that.
Yeah, especially when you have 2 picks, you might as well get a premium out of... who was it that they liked? Hagens and Martone, I think is who they
Oh,
liked.
wow.
Real reach there.
But when you're picking 11, you might not have to go super far to get one of them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of just have to see if you have frameworks in place with these teams to say, depending on the board, would you agree to this? And they'll say, yeah, then...
Yeah, there's probably a million hypothetical trades already worked out where if the board falls exactly wrong for a team, yeah, we'll trade back. We talked about if the board falls the way it did for Detroit in our mock, trade back might be my preferred option if the board plays out that way.
Go back to 18, grab Reshny there.
Yeah.
I think you're looking at, if the Islanders are struggling to make a play with their 2 picks at 16, 17, you start giving them a call.
And remember,
back.
Trade ups to get a player doesn't have to necessarily be one trade. Again, I relate everything back to the Bills, but that's what Buffalo did to get Josh Allen back in the day. It was a series of trades where they just incrementally moved up the board to get their guys. So if the Islanders really are looking to get up and they give 16 and something to Detroit for 13, and now they're 13 and 17 might be more appealing to call it Boston to move back so they can get up. That's on the table, and I wouldn't hate if Detroit's in there. Again, depending how the board falls, which... And that hypothetical is tricky because you might only have 4, 5, 6 picks out of the way.
Yeah.
But
teams having multiple picks in sequential order this year makes it way more interesting.
Do we boo?
They're booing.
Good for you, LA.
Good.
LA.
I always knew LA was a hockey town.
Yeah. Jesse Creek, thank you so much for the donation. Says, avid listener every episode. Keep up the hard work. You guys don't realize how much we appreciate all you do. Jesse, thank you so much for your support over all those episodes and today. That really means a lot. SGH says, Wingwheel Podcast announcing the Wings first round pick when?
Next year, man. Told you.
Evan will do it, and we are drafting the most Quebecois player in human history. Between his name and his hometown, there's going to be 6 hyphens, 7 accents, 3 different kinds of accents.
Remember Pierre-Luc Letourneau LeBlanc? Let's bring him out of retirement.
That's not a real person. That's Pierre-Luc Dubois and someone else mixed together. One of them's under a trench coat.
Oh. Bettman's talking on the stage now. We haven't even talked about the CBA. There's a lot in there too.
Mostly good actually too. I was mostly happy with what I seen come out of that today.
The only thing that I really didn't like was the 84 games.
But they're cutting the preseason, which I'm in favor of. I will take 2 extra regular season games to get rid of 4 or 5 preseason games.
My hot take is you should do 2 preseason games. That's it.
Yeah.
You already know who's making the team.
Yeah, like there's no reason Larkin, Raymond, Sider ever need to play in a preseason game, realistically.
What was one of the most wacky starts to an NFL season? The year where they couldn't have training camp, or I can't remember.
Oh, coming out of COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Like, offense was at an all-time high that September.
It was so fun.
It was sick.
Defenses are going to suck at the beginning of the year? Great. That's awesome.
Sign me up. Goalies have no rhythm? Awesome.
Beautiful.
No dump-ins, just fired at the net from the red line.
Yeah. Then you can start the season earlier, and you don't have to worry about competing with the NFL or in September or baseball in October. If we keep trying to dodge other sports, we're going to start the season at Christmas. And what drives me crazy is that the very people who are like working on this, the agents, they want to go to the cottage too. Why are you working on 4th of July, Canada Day? Like, get this done mid-June.
Nobody loves the cottage more than hockey players.
No.
And former hockey players.
June 24th should be free agency.
We're done. We're out of here.
Like 1 week before July 1st should be free agency. Draft is starting, I think, or all the players are standing up at least.
It's crazy Matthew Schaefer was booing Bettman.
Good for him. He seems like a good kid, good head on his shoulders.
Yeah.
What's not talked about a lot is like that kid's gone through a lot in his life and just seems like, I mean, through terrible circumstance, like just a really, really mature kid.
Yeah, 100%.
He's got future NHL captain written all over him. What do we got? almost 7:12 p.m. and Bettman's still chatting. So,
did you see the course record at Detroit during the Rocket Mortgage got broken 4 times?
Was it 4?
Yeah.
Jake Knapp was the last one that I saw.
Yeah, it got broken at 12:10 p.m. yesterday with a 63. Then Thursday, the same day at 5:01 with a 62. Then tied on Thursday at 8 minutes later at 5:09 for another 62. And then today at 12:03 p.m. a 61 was fired.
Jake Knapp, oh my God.
Crazy.
If I could, without like the obvious answers of like Prime Tiger, Rory, if I could copy one swing, it's Jake Knapp's.
Yeah.
That guy looks like he's going to be able to swing the exact same way for 30 years.
Yeah, it's a skill.
What in the Wizard of Oz Power Rangers is this? Batman's just talking to the big screen.
Are these first overall picks from previous years on the Stars? I think that's what it is, right?
Yep, correct.
This is honestly, I'm actually pretty impressed.
Weird. They left out Neil Yakupov. Huh.
No, he must be coming up for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Alex Daigle's coming up as well.
Jeez.
The sound coming through their phone sounds like every boomer I ever got on a phone call with at work.
Hey, just be happy you're not getting this angle on them.
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting his steps in.
Looks like he's giving a shitty TED talk, honestly.
Hopefully he's got his orthotics in.
Did he dye his eyebrows?
He's either very angry or he got them dyed.
He's a very gesticulate man, huh? All right, the Islanders are on the clock. We are officially underway. All right, folks, NHL Draft is underway. I'm going to have a ticker that's going to be updated with the picks as they come along. I'm going to do my best. And then, obviously, we're going to have to take a little break to talk about the Red Wings pick when that happens. But if you're here, how many do we have in here? 2,000 of you in here. So thank you all so very much for tuning in. You want to help us out, subscribe to the channel. We're trying to hit 12,500 subscribers on YouTube today.
Already a typo at the bottom of the screen. Way to go.
Give the video a thumbs up, and if you want to go above and beyond, check out our Patreon. If you like us shooting the breeze, it's a lot less PG, but our Patreon exclusive bonus overtimes are a good time. You also get access to the Patreon exclusive Discord, and you get access to our giveaways. Speak of which, I don't know if you guys noticed my hat, the Dub Club hat. This is an exclusive giveaway to our most long tenured patrons, and this hat will in this near future be exclusively for sale only to Patreon supporters. So it has the Dub Club, one of these sides. This side has the Winged Wheel podcast word mark, so that's a new release we have for our patrons. Roaring Fork 78 says Bettman is auditioning for his next job as a game show host. What was that game? What was that quiz show on your phone that got big? There's like insane prizes.
I don't know.
You remember what I'm talking? Was that COVID or was that pre-COVID? I can't remember what.
Wow.
Yeah, this is
time really has passed.
I know. Blacked out from the actual draft since I'm in Mexico, relying on you guys. Jared, we got you covered. Appreciate all of you tuning in.
Why are the Islanders letting the clock wind down?
They do this every year.
The NHL tells them, hey, if you're like in the top whatever, like don't rush this. Yes, HQ.
Every pick
HQ
with
trivia.
but first overall. Why even bother with the clock? They've been on the clock since the draft lottery.
The pick is in. Shut up, Brad. God. Oh, hour 15.
Oh, is Bettman actually announcing the picks?
Yeah, I hate that. First pick. James Hagens. Come on, James Hagens.
Matthew Schaefer, as expected.
He didn't even thank LA for hosting the draft.
I'm sure he did as we were talking.
That actually did go pretty quick and smoothly. This gives me optimism.
Don't jinx it. All right. Where is our draft results thing here? Good for Schaefer. All right. What are the Islanders getting in Schaefer?
Do it all defenseman. Excellent skating ability, high hockey IQ, high compete. Good with the puck on a stick, plenty of offense. Not big, so not your prototypical like top pair defenseman, but the tools are so good that I don't think that's going to be an issue with him.
I'm actually wondering if this next pick for San Jose is one that's going to be...
This was the Anton Frondell question
Rumor.
mark, right?
Yeah.
The rumors.
This should be Misa.
It should
Sorry,
be Misa.
I shouldn't say that so concretely. I don't think it's ludicrous to say it could be anyone other than Misa.
It should be Misa.
Yes.
All right, we have the ticker going at the bottom of the screen. Let us know how that's working out for you. If that's helpful or if that's annoying for the viewers.
Man, why did they sit him so far back?
So they could have the walk up.
He's given like 35 high fives up on the way.
Good for him. Honestly, like, I'm not
They
saying
don't even have a jersey to give the guy?
they must have a jersey.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
she's
over there.
holding it
Yeah, I
over
see it
there.
in the background.
Yeah. All right, Matthew Schaefer.
Did they put a jersey on at the NFL draft?
They kind of hold it like...
Okay.
Oh, because they have.
Because this is basically how the NFL does it.
Yeah.
Goodell does all the picks. He comes out.
Gary
daps him
Bettman
up.
is not going to be like... After this draft, he's like, thank God it's going back to
Did
decentralized.
they put that cancer ribbon there? That's really nice. That's really nice.
That's an awesome touch.
Oh, good. That's.
Oh, poor guy.
Jeez, I'm gonna cry on a stream. That's a really nice touch
man,
for
that's
the
touching.
Islanders. Good for him. That's one of the easiest prospects to root for that you've ever.
Oh, now he has to talk to the floating heads.
Oh no!
No, they're not actually doing this. Oh, they're not actually doing this. What in the Wizard of Oz bullshit is
Oh,
that?
no. Oh.
Okay, it's really sweet to see how
No, this is great for Schaefer. Great moment. Obviously, super heartwarming, but what?
Can they get those mics closer?
I actually think they
please?
should be further away.
I was.
Can you imagine Steve Yzerman doing this?
Yzerman would be so annoyed.
Oh, man. I'm so glad we're not doing decentralized again.
Yeah, that's quite enough of this. The juxtaposition of one of the most heartwarming moments I've seen in recent draft history to him having to talk to the Power Ranger head. The whiplash is unreal.
Oh, man.
Thank you for the donation. Sean Patrick says, while Bettman is announcing the picks, is Bill Daly in a back room somewhere waterboarding Steve Dangle? Honestly, I hope so. Steve would get great content from that. Although for all the people who have been who should be waterboarded, hasn't Steve been kind of waterboarded by his fandom for the past 20 years?
Oh, man.
This is like...
I can't wait for the GMs who don't like to talk have to do this.
Imagine this was Lou Lamoriello.
Oh, my God. And cut that hair.
Yeah, I was going to say. Actually, one thing they got rid of in the CBA was you're not allowed to have dress codes anymore. And Lou's like, well, I'm never getting another job again.
Yep.
Yeah, he's done.
Officially filed his retirement today.
Yeah. We have the picks rolling on a ticker on the bottom. Let us know how that's working. I know some people have asked if we can get a list. This is why everyone's trading out of the first round. The GMs don't want to go through it. Oh, God. Can I speed up the ticker? Let's see. Let's find out live. All right. Let's talk a little bit about Frondell. We've talked about him we've talked about Misa quite a bit. Frondell, not as much.
Are you talking to me or Brad?
Either one of you. There's no one else in the room.
I thought Brad was had a news story on the go.
Brad's booking his kids into 4 more tournaments.
Oh,
Right?
he was arranging the waterboarding for Steve.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
I mean, he had one of the best U18 years in the Allsvenskan that anyone's ever seen. Like, he's an elite talent. I think the real question is around his consistency, not only from shift to shift, but game to game. But certainly those are something that you can work out of a prospect like him. Like, he's big. He can play 200 feet. Like, he is a high-end talent. He's got an amazing shot as well. Not a bad pick at 2, but I think, with Michael Misa sitting right there, you don't need to overthink it. I think he's a much higher tier prospect.
You have Misa you had Misa first on your list by a hair. So how behind is Frondell in your mind, and why?
I don't want to say substantially because that's not fair to Frondell. He's a really, really top tier prospect, but I like Misa's hockey IQ better. I like Misa's compete better. I like Misa's hands better. I like Misa's skating ability better. I just like Frondell's shot more. Now, I think Frondell is a bit bigger, which is a plus, but he's not bigger by a big enough margin that I think it matters all that much. Misa didn't he win CHL Player of the Year at 17 years old? Like, come on, the guy's a special talent.
Matthew Schaefer. Players drafted first overall in both the O and the NHL draft. Matthew Schaefer, Connor McDavid, Aaron Ekblad, Steven Stamkos, John Tavares, Eric Lindros. One of those is not like the others. I'll tell you that much. And it's Eric Lindros. His wrists aren't intact. Eric Lindros is like ways that you can kind of feel old. Eric Lindros is, I've seen a couple times where like the newest generations of fans, and this happens, we were the same way when we were kids, but they don't realize how good Eric Lindros was supposed to be.
Oh yeah,
he's one of the biggest
how good he was. He won a Hart.
Yeah, but like health remaining, he was supposed to like be competitive for one of like the all-time.
If not for Scott Stevens, he would have been one of the all-timers.
How many players can say that if not for Scott Stevens? Oh man. Oh, they're talking about. Dan Hedin says, "Are they not starting the clock right away?" I think they were. They just weren't showing it. They might give a minute or so, but
yeah. No, I don't think they start the clock till the kid before is like done going through the quote-unquote car wash.
The away fans has got to ask, boys, who's your favorite non-Red Wing, both current and former? Oh, yours is Pavel Bure.
All times Pavel Bure. You know who my current non-Red Wing is? Right.
Erik Karlsson.
Erik Karlsson.
You know who mine is? You'd be able to guess. Just think about it for a second. I've talked about him glowingly a lot.
Your current
favorite non-Red Wing. Let me know if you want a hint.
I have no idea.
Yeah, we need a hint for sure.
New player.
Macklin Celebrity.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, if he was in the East, he'd be my most hated because he's so damn good. Brizzy Bones says center ice with Hockeytown on the 100th logo is too busy and we have to earn Hockeytown with playoffs first. Am I wrong? What do you guys think?
I don't think you need to earn Hockeytown necessarily because Hockeytown's more a fan base thing than it is a team thing, if that makes sense.
I agree on it being too busy.
Too busy, yeah. The 100th season needs its space to breathe. Like, this is only ever going to happen once, right? So, oh my God, they actually run the clock out? What's going on?
Oh, maybe they are. Can you imagine they didn't get the pick and they had to forfeit it?
Well, everybody at the table got up and kind of walked off screen, too. It was weird.
Well, they're going into the Wizard of Oz room.
It's probably like getting paid at work in 2025. They have 7 different apps to log in and submit their pick.
Yeah, yeah.
But
The lawyers have to verify it
I'm
all.
trying to figure out what's going on here.
Log in as Splink Dog
What was I talking about there?
and upslap on Jubilee.
Yep, that's right.
I think Jubilee is a real thing, actually.
It sounds like a real thing.
You guys job application board or something. No free ads. What were you talking about? I don't know. Evan and I don't listen.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't listen to myself.
Oh, the Hockey Town Center Ice
yeah.
logo.
Yeah, so
They nailed that 100 Centennial logo.
Oh, it's beautiful. And that's kind of what the point I was getting at. That needs its own room to breathe this year. I think you ride out this year with the 100, and then next year, Hockey Town comes back.
Honestly, ride out this year with the 100, and then if you make the playoffs, put it over for the playoffs.
Sure. Love
Right.
it.
I can't wait to get the 100th merch.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be all over that. That is sick.
I've been digging. I haven't been able to see the jersey myself, but everyone who I've been able to get in touch with who has caught a glimpse it's expected to be popular is how it's been phrased to me.
Oh,
yeah.
the people who are selling it say it's going to be popular?
Not necessarily the people who are selling it. You think I have ins at
Seriously, what
Fanatics?
is going
Fanatics
on
gets
here?
so mad at us all the time.
Dude, Fanatics, their reach is insane now, how much of the market they've got. We have this manufacturer that we work with at my work that does, like, if we have to do team orders for something, because obviously we're not going to carry custom jerseys and build custom. So for one of Hank's spring teams, I had to order in jerseys. And, like,
this up.
kids' jerseys are always, like, just, Kobe or, pick Bauer, whatever, pick generic. Quote I got? Fanatics.
Oh,
They go all the way down to custom kids' jerseys now.
Did we lose Gary Bettman?
No, nobody knows what the hell is
I just messed something up on the stream.
going on.
Oh,
Are we
yeah?
still live at least?
Yeah. Everyone got a pop-up window on my MacBook there for a second.
What was it in the pop-up window, Ryan?
It was my, well, you know what? My background is Augusta National, so there's nothing
pick is
incriminating
in.
on the screen.
So was that our first technical glitch?
Yeah, but I didn't kill the entire stream this time.
No, I was talking about for them too.
Oh.
Because here comes Bettman with the pick.
Okay, Gary.
Oh, is that Bailey?
I don't follow WWE at all. Is this a
I
big
don't,
deal?
but I'm familiar enough. That's cool.
Okay. Hi, Bailey.
Nobody.
Although it's weird.
That
clapped.
could not be a quieter room. This is like one of those YouTube like spoof music
They
videos.
just went to the museum.
Next to Gary Bettman, she looks 1,000 feet tall. She looks like an Amazonian woman.
Well, they're in LA, so they don't like San Jose.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
I
good,
would
good
do too.
there. Maybe they just really hate WWE. Who's it gonna be? Misa goes second.
Michael Misa.
As
Yeah.
he
They
should.
didn't Galaxy Brain it. That's the right pick.
Yeah.
Dude, Celebrini and Misa down the middle for the
The-
next 10 years. That's disgusting.
Who else, Brad?
It's disgusting.
Who else is on that team?
Will Smith.
Will Smith. Oh,
Yeah.
I know. He's getting.
And William Eklund.
Yeah, their asses are getting kicked to the wing. Well, Eklund's already there, but like.
So San Jose makes the playoffs before Detroit?
Greer's pretty. He's making some shrewd picks, man.
Yeah, shrewd. Yeah, it's shrewd for sure.
Yeah, really.
No, sorry, I said picks, moves. Like his. I mean, I'm sorry to bring
I
it
forgot
up.
they had Tyler Toffoli.
Sorry to bring it
Shut
up.
up! Don't.
You turned.
You're gonna put bad juju on.
You turned nothing into a first and a second round pick.
Shut up.
And we won't talk about what came and left in that process. I've had a lot of criticisms of Greer, but he's I could see San Jose really.
Oh, there's Cole.
Reshny?
Yeah, you don't miss that nose. Sorry, Cole.
All right. Michael Misa. And then, I mean, Chicago's probably a little sad now. Do you think they were trying to move up?
I mean, we talk about how this. They definitely explored it. Everybody's gonna. It might have been a 10-second phone call, but I guarantee they picked up the phone.
Yeah. BK says, I pray we get someone good at this draft. If you're picking at 13, you should be able to get someone decent. Here's the thing. The floor in the 13th overall pick, though, there's a good chance that you get an everyday NHLer, but he's a third line, third pairing guy. Yeah. Tell the class what you saw, Brad.
I don't even know what this is from, but it's great.
Everyone's looking at three giant
floating heads.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that guy had a half teal face paint, but it was a shadow from his phone. All right, through 2 picks, we have Schaefer and Misa. Absolutely no surprises yet. We'll see what else we come with. Not a surprise at all because Detroit has picked 13, but everyone is still on our preferred picks board because no one else is falling. At what point do you start to, like, where do you expect O'Brien to go? 9? 8?
It depends on how everything shakes, right? Like, a dude named O'Brien getting past Boston, who's a center, which they desperately need. Oh, this isn't floating head. There you go. That's a much better camera angle. Way to nail it, San Jose.
Is it? It's like the University Lecture Hall angle.
No, but this is better than the floating heads. God, they look uncomfortable right now.
I'm so glad we're getting rid of this. It feels so lacks personality and like lacks the personal touch of the draft.
Yeah. Yes. The thing is, what they had before, the reasons it was boring is because everyone up there always had to thank the city and thank this and thank. It's like the NHL just has to mandate, shut up.
You're allowed to bring
talk,
up one extra person outside of like your GM, your AGM, and maybe your head director of scouting, and maybe your coach. That's it. One extra person.
Just make it. You get 5. We don't care which 5 you bring up.
Yeah.
You get 5.
It could be Daryl Cates, his kid with the wacky hair, and 3 of his friends. We don't care. And you get to make one personal sentiment of no more than 15 words.
Yeah. Just, who is Buffalo's old GM, Tim Murray? Just show clips of him. Hey, GMs, this. What was
literally
it?
just walk up, say the pick.
Yeah.
What was it? The year they took Alex Nylander, the betting odds over under were 5.5 words to make the pick, and he went under.
That's dog mentality.
Because just said
right
Alex
there.
Nylander.
I think he literally said Buffalo selects Alex Nylander.
Yeah. That is the platonic ideal of what you're supposed to do when you make a pick. Carl Thames says, okay, I'm ready to get disappointed again. Thank you for the donation. And hey, that's why we're here. For all almost 2,200 of us to be disappointed together. Gamer NP says, love the channel. First time watching a draft. What's up with the video lectures after being drafted? 15,000 subs. Let's go. If we reach 15,000 subs, the 3 floating heads on the screen become us.
Yes.
and then the NHL gets canceled real fast.
I can't wait to be the one. Just pull this Steve Yzerman. We're looking at this new prospect. All them. Hey kid, do you smoke dope?
How bad? Steve he's notoriously has like a very dry sense of humor. How badly do you think he wants to do that when he's on camera? Because TNT,
Oh, I love it.
TNT, those interviews from a couple seasons back, they got him to open up and have some fun. He's a tough nut to crack, but like Biz is very talented at that. And I think Steve was close to being able to. He was going to drop maybe a less than expected joke.
All the references are starting to float through.
No pun intended. Brizzy Bones, thank you again. Says getting a Mickey 100th jersey. Name a sexier jersey. A Mickey Redmond or Centennial jersey is actually an unreal decision.
The Red Wings were sending Brad and Alex Del Vecchio one.
Do they make them? Do they release the kid sizes at the same time as the
A discount,
the rest?
right? So like,
Don't
you
I
get a
still
bit of
got
a
10
discount.
pounds on you?
That's because you're a dad. I'd make a joke about you being like fat, but it's actually annoying that you've stayed in shape since having 2 kids.
We'll get there one day. Don't worry.
John Schultz, our good friend, thank you for the donation. Good to hear from you, man. Says, since Ryan invoked the trade that shall not be named when referencing Greer, when you say call the bad GMs all the time, does that list now include Yzerman? No, because I still think Yzerman's made enough really great trades where that's more of a blemish on the record than the definition of it.
His drafting and developing is saving him. I'll say that.
I mean, the trade where he got Wallman was fantastic.
Yeah. The DeBrincat one was great, but
What do you guys think of this hat, by the way? Are we
It's
both?
good.
it's dope.
We're
What?
both wearing like a corduroy. What is this, corduroy?
Yeah.
We got the same
Yep.
material
Yep.
hat. Look at that. All right. Let's go. Chicago picks.
Yeah, everybody. It was funny. All the talk about the decentralized. At least it'll go faster today. We're 35 minutes in with 2 picks.
Am I wrong in saying Chicago's Centennial jerseys were boring?
I didn't know what was different about them.
Was it the bottom stripes or?
I
patch?
did not take a detailed look at them, but yeah, outside of the patch, I don't know what was different. The pick is in.
All right. What do you guys think, Frondell?
Frondell.
I think so.
Outside shot, Denoyer.
Porter Martone could be here. Denoyer would make a lot of sense.
God, we're not. Are we gonna have Bettman come out and introduce the person making the pick every time? That
It's
feels
Chief
so
Keef.
unnecessary.
Who is
And
it?
all that for Jeremy Roenick?
Jeremy Roenick can announce himself.
Oh my God.
Oh. Remember when Jeremy Roenick cried on air because he's never won a cup?
Good.
Guess we're all crying tonight.
All right.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Time's up.
All right.
Start
Centralize
playing-
the draft.
Centralize the hell out of this draft. Oh my God.
Start playing the
Oh,
music.
God.
Give him the hook.
What's redder? The Chicago Blackhawks jersey or JR's face? I think he was walking the boardwalk a little bit today.
Actually, everyone's been coming.
Holy! Make the pick.
This is unreal.
The rivalry's back on because of this.
Oh, yeah, I move us back to the West. Send
Yeah.
us back. Actually, speaking of JR being
They
walking
got
the boardwalk,
to get rid of. They got to nullify the pick now.
I've seen 20 different people in the chat comment on how tanned you are.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Frondell.
Yeah.
All right, so top 3 went chalk, as expected. Now, I think Utah goes Denoyer from most of what I've heard, and then it's chaos.
We're now on Brady Martin watch, though.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we're on, yeah.
I've had sources indicate that Martin's camp believes, up until very recently at least, that Utah was going to be the pick.
Is it because you walked over and knocked on his front door and went, "Hey, Brady, what's going on here?"
No,
buddy?"
because with how hot it is, they would say either help us on the farm right now or get out of our face. This one, donation from Brandon Gagne says, I still trust the YZermplan. Let's go Red Wings. Thank you for the donation, Brandon. How many people do we got in here right now? 2173. Thank you all for tuning in. We have, we're 10 picks away and about, feels like 7 hours away from the Red Wings.
that based on current pace, we'll be making that pick about 9:45.
God.
Maybe the ice cream truck will come by.
We're going to be going for the Red Wings
I'm
pick.
still upset about that. We hear ice cream truck, and I ended up with no ice cream.
I honestly wanted nothing more than the cut on the podcast. It's just us.
Come back. It's just that scene of Shorzy.
Yeah. Eating the drumsticks.
Sticks are unbelievable.
Sticks are unbelievable, boys. Oh my God.
What the F? What do you mean, what the F? About the podcast or the ice cream? The ice cream, actually.
A Shorzy feature on the podcast would be unreal.
I might actually be able to make that happen.
Yeah, actually, I don't know why I said that. Like, we probably could do it.
I'm literally friends with the guy's brother. I'm sure if he's ever in town, we could make that happen.
Oh my God. He still is.
Still has to talk to the talking heads. The tribunal.
Are there any players who can absolutely speak no English who are here? And they are just can you imagine that's your first big exposure to English? You just look up at this giant,
Gee, he's good. Thank you.
the world's most 2009 display of technology.
Yeah, who's going to be the highest drafted Russian in this?
Adam Kerr says, are we going to see the Wings Centennial jersey tonight? I did ask about this, and the indication I got is that no, we're not going to see it tonight. That's not even the Hawks Centennial, is it? Or is it?
I don't know yeah, it's on the shoulder patch.
Yeah,
it
no
is.
kidding.
What's different? Is the outline on the numbers gold or something?
Oh, it's Kyle from Chicago. I saw him on a street interview once.
Oh, yeah. Wow, he's really had a come up in his career.
Well, no, he's still just a guy from the street, but they just brought him on here for
okay.
the social media engagement aspect of this.
Yeah. It's all about likes and clicks these days.
Gold trim, Darren. Actually, everyone, is saying Darren, as good as it gets. Alex, gold around the logo and the numbers. I actually really like when teams. Oh, they do. They have gold around the logo. That's pretty sweet.
It just looks sure. Like I like gold trim. Like it looks good. Like I'm not saying it looks bad. It's just.
I think like this is also like terrible lighting for it, right?
You would
like,
think in a decentralized draft they would nail the visuals of this, right?
Are you looking at the same screen?
That's why I said you would think. I didn't say they did.
Tim Holt says, how's the barbecue, fellas? Howdy from Texas. Thank you, Tim, for the barbecue. I actually haven't cracked it open yet. I made a Four Nations bet with Tim. I had to send maple syrup, and he had to send Texas barbecue sauce, pending the results. So it just came in the other day, but to the old house, so I have to go pick it up.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, I got really
good.
excited there for a second.
Oh, don't worry. We'll get into it on a Patreon exclusive. Dan Hedin, thank you. Says, I've already turned off the draft. They lost me with the stupid format, watching the Tigers and listening to you guys to get my draft coverage. Well, hopefully the Tigers are more entertaining than we are, but yeah, we got you covered. They should have put a ceiling in this room in quotations. I'm convinced Evan is in his shadow, so he looks more tan. No, that's...
Yeah, if I was allowed to take my socks off right now.
What am I looking at right now?
Oh.
Jeez. Wow. Oh, they're going right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so anyone who got that Dolce and Gabbana...
Yeah, well, thank God the
Commercial.
camera's facing this way. Otherwise,
And I'm not allowed to take my socks off on stream.
I think now
Is
you
this
are.
insanity?
Gamer NP says the pick approaches the stage with joy and fear, for he knows he must face the council. His soul be judged in front of all. Oh, God. Break My Computer says, get a small tub of ice cream on me. Thank you for the donation. Says, thanks for helping make this draft something I can
small
endure.
tub of ice cream, but Ryan and I want some.
Evan will, actually, the most animated he'll ever get is if there's like one ice cream left in the truck. He'll quickly make enemies of the entire neighborhood.
I will. Well, I don't know if I can say this, but I will enact violence on children.
I mean, you can't say that. No.
That is the politically correct thing I was going to say.
Not. There's nothing politically correct on that. Thank you, Break My Computer, for the donation right before the stream gets demonetized. Says I can endure work. Have a great summer, boys. For legal purposes, our big dumb tan friend is kidding. Oh, God.
Why didn't you wink?
Mostly.
Hold on. I'm crossing in an indeterminate amount of fingers and toes. All right. Utah. Okay, you know what? I liked the Utah Mammoth logo when it came out. I really like it now. I think
it looks great.
sick.
Yeah, it looks great.
I think it looks really good. Canna 1005 says, imagine finding out you got a job and you immediately have to do a Price is Right Zoom call with your new boss in front of 5,000 people.
Yeah.
And you have to accept, like, you have very little negotiating room in your salary.
And you're also 17 and 18. But they're media trained. Those guys can talk to anybody.
Is the Dobson trade not formal? Because they still got Montreal going along the bottom ticker.
Yeah, right? Because I have Montreal on the... Or I have the Islanders on the ticket,
Yeah.
ours, because I was like, I expected it. Oh, Jeff Blashill sighting. Where would Frondell play in the current Red Wings? Is a question.
First line left wing.
Yeah, maybe the second line while he got warmed up, second, third line.
Yeah,
but
they just bumped DeBrincat up for the first couple of weeks to...
Sparks says, what forward has the highest ceiling that could be there for Detroit's pick?
McQueen. Not likely, but could.
Let's say McQueen's not there. Then who?
Highest ceiling? You know I'm going to say Reshny.
Not Eklund?
No, I
Are
like...
we saying on the board
I will
at
say-
this exact second?
No,
Or
no, for what that's likely to be there. for
Reshny's ceiling's higher, but Eklund's more likely to hit his ceiling, if that makes sense. Oh, here we go. Utah.
Utah's pick is in. Okay. Tony Finau?
He's not even there.
That's a double remote draft.
Sorry, you couldn't go
Is
to
he in
LA.
Detroit?
I don't know.
Is he playing this week?
I don't know. Right now, this says Carey Price vibes for me.
Oh, this is probably recorded 8 hours ago.
Oh, true. They didn't
Matthew
do that.
Schaefer.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, God. Now I have to hate Utah as well.
I'm trying to see is Tony Finau playing this week or no? What's going on?
What is happening?
I'm never drinking pop again just because of this.
Why is he big?
Oh, all them.
Oh, here you go.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Got Moncton wrong, got Desnoyers wrong.
The Moncton Wildcats
Moncton-
Deoine.
It's like you said, try to say mayonnaise.
Yeah. Caleb Mayonnaise goes.
Is Deoine a prospect?
That's the best take we had out of the 100.
Oh, Tony, God.
All right, so the way we thought the top 4 was going to go went that way, and I don't think anybody has a good guess from here on out.
If the people saying the prospects' names like Tony keep happening, keep the draft decentralized. This will be the best.
Oh, my God. All right, Desnoyers, as I organize some stuff here, who is he as a prospect, and does he live up to the hype? Evan's not allowed to answer.
I only want Evan's answer on this one.
I'm unfamiliar with this player, so you guys will have to carry this.
Well, Moncton was a great team this year, and he was the playoff MVP with 2 bad wrists and a bad shoulder. I'm not saying he is Patrice Bergeron, but like the big Bergeron vibes of the 200-foot, high compete, smart, complete center. Put up a ton of points, obviously. And he's not a late birthday either. Playoff MVP as an actual 17-year-old. There's, again, one of those guys where there's not a lot to dislike about his game. The question is the offense going to translate? Because Evan could get points in the QMJHL. So,
if you only have 35 goals in the Q, that's like 10 in the OHL.
Yeah.
So if it translates, he's going to be a stud. But, is he a 50-point second-line center, or is he a 75-point first-line center? Both possibilities exist in his projection right now.
All right. Appreciate the donation. Dungeon Master of Puppets, good to hear from you, man. Says, is that Evan Soulman Lopsinger?
What does that mean?
Don't know.
Yes.
Again, jerseys are sweet. They would have been so perfect just with a not boring blue color scheme.
I wanted purple, and I'm still upset we didn't get purple.
Just go different. Look how much everyone loves when they do something different. The door, honestly, the hydraulic or the pneumatic door opening is the cringiest part of all of this.
Oh, the black background somehow makes this so much worse.
When they're done talking.
God, is this working? Oh, he's very French.
He's
so French. Holy.
That is the
That guy is from Moncton.
They couldn't give Tony a phonetic pronunciation.
Yeah, step 1 in announcing the player's name. He did some weird bird call flawlessly beforehand, but then can't even say the team or the player name.
You got the first and last name wrong.
There's an echo. It's great.
Oh, this is like being bad. It's like I'm working today.
Oh my God. This is early days COVID when everyone was learning online.
Please, everyone, mute your microphones.
Excuse me, Bill. Bill, you're muted.
Yeah.
Bill.
Well, it wasn't it was the people who left themselves off mute. There's so many toilet flushes and people very obviously gaming in the background in early days of COVID.
Can't wait till...
One question for the purgatory panel, please. At most. Oh my God.
They've already talked to them, the prospects, in draft interviews. Who is this for?
Look how he's standing. He's.
I'm actually shocked at how much I hate this. My God.
Is she allowed to say soak this in when he's going to Utah?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, now we're definitely getting demonetized.
I'm inciting violence. Ryan's taking on
Yep.
the Utah faithful.
He's Ryan's embracing local traditions.
Oh God, I forgot. Zach, no, Zach. He goes, someone better clip that. No. Oh God. Oh, we just lost 30 viewers right away with that one. I just watched that number drop right like that. Oh, we got to speed this up. They're doing 2 interviews. Don't need to. I guess this one is while the other. Yeah, because the clock is going on the other one. That's fine. George Larock says Crosby could be on the move. I mean, maybe, but how would George Larock know?
Connected?
Aaron says switched over to the Tigers, got you guys on the phone. I couldn't take how bad it is. That actually seems like the move. Tigers are very entertaining. We're less entertaining, so put us on your phone.
Oh my God, Mike Camito tweeted. He was like putting out the tweets for the thing, and he actually put, ironically, Moncton. From Moncton to Salt Lake.
Ken Lucier says, hello, Evan, Ryan, and Brad, and the best coverage of the Red Wings inside and out. Appreciate you, Ken. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are going to be here till midnight at this rate. You're right, Brandon.
Midnight feels optimistic.
John K says, just a tip for the soak joke, Ryan. Nice fault. That's a great 1-2 punch. Thank you, John. God. That's the most productive I've ever been on this show.
That's right.
Actually, if you want to know what our Patreon exclusive bonus episodes are like, it's a lot of that.
It's very similar.
It's a lot of that.
Yeah, no, it's still not close. Realistically, if we're being honest with ourselves here.
No, has there been anyone Nashville's been linked to in the draft?
Lots of players. So this is why it's kind of where it's chaotic. I heard, who was I listening to today? They said that, not likely, but wouldn't be shocked if this is Big Raj.
You know what? I could see it.
Trotz likes to gamble.
And
he takes upside swings.
If you're sold on him and you're not worried about McQueen's injuries,
like this is way too rich for me, factoring in the risk at this point, especially with like Hagens and Martone sitting there. But
and you don't trade back if you're Nashville, right? Like you don't make that trade with the
depends
Islanders.
How far back you go, because Nashville's pipeline's not good. They could stand to add a couple more futures. But again, the way the board's going, man, you're sitting here staring at Hagens or Martone. If you like to take upside swings, like I wouldn't be moving out of this spot.
Brady Martin. Is this too early based on who's there in your mind?
For me, yes. But like
we're coming up to Philly, Boston. So Brady Martin makes a lot of sense coming up based on those two teams' philosophies.
Yeah, I agree.
Pick is in for Nashville. What are your predictions?
I'm going to go Martone.
Me too.
Okay. And we'll find out in 20 minutes when Gary's done introducing them.
And then some country star artist comes out, plays an entire song.
I hope it's Bo Burnham's country song. What is it called? Pandering?
Yeah.
That's a banger. It's Evan. The meme of the guy pointing to himself.
Oh,
it is Evan!
Oh, it is Evan! It is Evan!
He's on the golf course!
That's the most Evan that's ever been. Hold on.
Or that's a soccer field. I wouldn't be out there.
No, that's way too much cardio.
Yeah.
There's never been anyone. He's doing this with AirPods in. NHL, please. Please, NHL. You can't let them do this.
You want the salary cap to not go up? They can't do more than AirPods, Ryan.
How hard do we work for good audio? And you got
Brady Martin. Wow, there we go.
Oh.
That's unreal. Brady Martin's on the farm. We can actually open the window and probably shout at Brady from here.
Literally.
Yes.
Actually,
He's literally milking the cows.
Oh my God, he is. That's a good old hockey. That's a good old Canadian
and
hockey
puppies.
Play. Oh,
Wow. We need to go to the farm.
There's nothing. There's never been more anything more St. Jacobs than puppies for adoption and cows being milked all in the same barn. So are they going to roll a laptop up to that big screen of talking heads?
The computer. Shut up, Ryan. The computers are talking to one another.
Brady's probably got to go to the computer room in his house.
Oh, there you go. There's a. There you go. There's my worst tweet of the night.
Oh yeah.
As Ryan goes and checks nervously.
The farm.
Yes. I'm surprised. I'm kind of surprised the Islanders didn't move up.
Oh,
He had no interest in the awkward interview, so he's like, I'm just gonna milk the cows.
the biggest winner of this draft so far is Brady Martin. He gets to avoid all this. And the fact that's going to be the best moment of the night, though. Oh, yeah, might as well be Evan
Oh,
making
here we go. Get ready for this.
Oh, jeez. It's getting warm in here. I might have to take my socks
I'm
off.
going to the gym after this. Can't keep bearing to watch. I don't know. You say we're lucky with the Sportsnet feed. I watch this Dolce & Gabbana commercial. Then you're either lucky or unlucky. Depends on your dispositions. James Hagens below Brady Martin. Would you have predicted that 12 months ago?
No.
No, absolutely not.
Sorry, I think I'm behind on comments here. Essential Listening says, take a shot for every time it gets awkward. Brother, we're not going to make it to pick
dear
8.
God.
Ryan A., thank you for the donation.
All the NHL team's management looking at prospects through the Zoom call, and it's Zuckerberg and his crew.
Ryan A. says, love all you do, boys. Cheers from a small-ass town in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Ryan. Hello from not the East Coast. I don't know how the weather is out there, but hope it's not as humid as it is over here. And thanks for the support. All right, what's the chat doing as we are at commercial here? They had to go to commercial. We almost were going quick there for a second. Can you rank the junior hockey leagues from best to worst?
How far are we counting, like Europe leagues? Because if we're just talking North America, I would go OHL, WHL, QMJHL, USHL.
Yep, and if you are from West Canada, the only thing they would swap is WHL above OHL.
Yeah,
Actually,
very comparable.
if you had to take a non-Canadian perspective, WHL might come out ahead of the O of late.
Definitely gets you more prepped for the travel of the NHL.
Rainy River, Ontario. All right. Brandon Gandhi, thank you so much.
Isn't that wasn't that an old clothing brand?
Rainy River.
Oh.
How would Winged Wheel Podcast introduce the pick if you were there? We would purposely only let Evan speak. Brad and I, for the first time in our lives, wouldn't say a word.
And we'd be in and out of there in under 5 words. It'd be great.
I'd either go really long or really short.
I have faith Edvin could get it done in 3 words.
You know, actually, what we'd do is we
2 words. He'd just walk up.
Don't careful what 2 words you use.
Cole Rashny, and then just leave.
Anton Frondell.
Lundell.
Sure.
If what we would do is we would make an entire plan, and then when we get up there, we would just sewer Evan, and we'd walk up and we'd be just, all we say is, Evan Lobsinger will be making this pick.
Also,
and he'd panic.
Worth noting, where pick is in for the Flyers. Still no Islanders jump.
Huh.
So here comes Philly. Going to actually bring out Sylvester Stallone to make the pick.
Okay. The Working Man says, much love from Portland, Maine, lifelong Wings fan. Thank you, The Working Man. Charles
Barkley.
Chuck! This is sweet.
Yeah, this rules. Yeah. Weird that they're picking people who couldn't be here in person, but look at the leg on that. Oh my God. There we go. Oh my God. Gary, shut up.
Oh,
Charles
it hurts.
Chuck is such a good
Please
ambassador
like
for
my
hockey.
sport.
Yeah, he's such a good ambassador for hockey, and your question is, please like my sport.
I would rather him bring up Galveston, Texas right now.
Oh, sorry. Everyone would rather.
Then please tell everybody why you like our sport.
The dirty ass water down in Galveston. If Gary was funny, he'd be like, where are you right now, Chuck? Galveston?
Or San Antonio.
Oh my God.
I want to hear him say big ol' whatever prospect.
This has got to be an easy name to pronounce, right?
Is that
Porter Martone.
Can you imagine being Porter Martone and then someone goes, hey, by the way, when you get drafted to the NHL, Charles Barkley is going to announce the pick?
He's probably like, who is that?
All right, Martone 6th.
That's a Philly guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's gonna be a hero in Philly.
Does Boston go O'Brien?
Man, if you're Boston, your prospect pool sucks ass. I'd be having a very long conversation with the Islanders right now.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
They need a lot of help. So even though, yeah, you're staring at a couple really good prospects, getting multiple first round picks and pick another prospect. I think where the Bruins are at, literally just entering the rebuild, getting 3 prospects for 1.
But don't they think they're not rebuilding?
I don't know, man. I never know what Don Sweeney's thinking. I don't think Don Sweeney knows what Don Sweeney's going to do on a day-to-day basis.
They could get the local kid who plays for BC.
Sorry, Kana 1005 says, but they got some big old Hagens down in San Antonio. That would have been so good. How's it going, Joe?
Martone's a big boy.
Conrad makes a good point. I want to see Mertka to go here. I wanted to see the run on defenseman.
We need a D.
Oh, we should take McQueen off our boards. All right, with McQueen off your board, who comes in, Evan?
Wait, why are we taking McQueen off our board?
Oh, why did I think McQueen is... Oh, I'm so stupid.
He's still there.
Yeah, I'm dumb. I don't know why I'm being dumb. It's because you were like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Big Rog, and my brain for a second was like, that's McQueen.
I mean, it was Martone, McQueen, maybe. Maybe we're going on an alliteration run here.
Yeah, Brad, you're expecting too much of my brain.
Alliteration, always awesome.
You're going to confuse Evan. You know how sensitive he is to big words. Could or should the Wings trade up for Hagens? Could they? Yeah.
Should they?
Yeah.
Will they? No.
But you know what? Actually, what would you trade to move up with Boston right now?
A lot. To get
13 and what else? A second and what else?
You think MBN gets it done?
I think that would be... Yeah, that is... Yes.
We might be able to take the second out.
Yes. Do you do that?
I think I'd do that.
Chat,
it's right on the point.
Do you do that?
It's right on the point where it makes me uncomfortable, which is how I know it's probably the right range. You know what I mean?
Why is Gritty not at the draft?
He's there. He's going to rappel in from the ceiling. That's awesome. That's a big miss to not have Gritty just sitting there.
You're right, honestly. I'm picturing that in my head now.
Sorry, hold on. What is that name bar? What is that nameplate?
What am I looking at?
It doesn't fit on the jersey.
It's probably Velcroed on because they didn't know who they were picking.
Make it smaller.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's a good call. But yeah, look at the way it's flaring out. They just stuck that on there 5 minutes ago. No, they do that every draft.
But you can make a bunch of jerseys and then only take a...
I know that's the better option, but like they have done this before many, many times.
Gritty's at the golf course with Weber. Honestly, you got to be thrilled if you're Philly because start of the year, Porter Martone was projected as maybe a top 3 guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, this is great. And Philly, for who they are, don't have a lot of big forwards, so this is great for them.
John Tortorella is desperately trying to call. Bring me back.
I don't know. I think I've seen Martone attempt a Michigan though, so
has he?
I think so. He's a skill guy. They just showed him doing a tweener on a breakaway.
You know what? If you were born, what's this draft class? What year is this? 2000?
This would be 7 and 6.
God.
So they have no idea who Charles Barkley is.
No, they know. Inside the NBA is big now, but they don't know Charles Barkley is one of the greatest defenders of all time.
Yeah, they know Charles Barkley, the analyst.
Boston doesn't go Merck. I don't think Boston's doing anything other than forward here.
I think it's Hagens, man.
I think it is too.
Plays at BC.
You need the centers.
Hagens honestly shouldn't even be there right now at 7. Like, you're getting extreme value.
Yeah, I hate that so much.
And it's proven value, right? Like, if you're thinking McQueen could go here, well, you're rolling the dice.
All right, we have 2,388 of you in here. Thank you all so much for tuning in with us. In a few hours, we might get to the Red Wings, but while you're here, give the stream a thumbs up on YouTube and subscribe to the channel. We're trying to hit 12,500 subscribers. Actually, you know what? While you're here, our friend Braden, who does our Instagram graphics for us, our social media graphics, we're at 9,844 followers on Instagram. He gets a little bonus at 10,000. And the end of the year ended so crummy for the Red Wings that it just slowed down. So if you follow us on Instagram, Braden gets a little bit of a bonus. So help Braden out. So subscribe here and subscribe on Instagram or follow us on Instagram. Do it for Braden.
Everyone is tagging me and asking me why I made the Nashville pick on Twitter.
Sorry about that tweet.
No. Yeah. Zach Egan, our good friend, says, do you think Philly moves Konechny now? I honestly hope so, just on the off chance that Detroit gets him. Talk about like first team all guy NHL, like Konechny is on there. Smash that like and subscribe. All right. Boston, get your pick in.
Or trade it to the Islanders. Let's see some chaos.
Yeah,
Or better yet, trade it
ready.
to the Red Wings.
We thought there'd be a lot of variability in this draft, and so
They're
far,
running the clock.
it's
Are
been
we going to see a
0.
little trade graphic?
No, they've run it down to almost 0 on every single pick.
Boring. Oh my God, 22 of you already followed on Instagram. Braden, it's your night, man.
14 years since the Bruins held a pick in the top.
God, I can't wait to hear Ray Bork ramble on for fucking 10 minutes before the pick and good old days.
There's no more clock anymore.
It's going to be Mark Wahlberg who does it. Boston famous people. Mark Wahlberg.
Tom Brady. The
Oh, they
pick
made the
is
pick.
in.
Benjamin Franklin could do it.
Hockey in Alabama says, talking King Charles while I'm in Leeds, Alabama, hometown. All right. Boston.
Zdeno Chara. Nope.
Bill Burr. Come on, Bill Burr.
Oh, no way.
Okay, that's cool stuff.
Yeah. Speak up, Adam.
Told
Yeah.
ya.
James,
Hagens.
that's a steal for them.
That is.
I'm
I
actually-
hate it.
Well, the
Extreme.
Atlantic gets richer.
Well, if you don't go to your hometown team, I guess for him, Boston's probably the next best.
Islanders got to be. I
Pissed,
would
yeah.
love to know what's been happening behind the scenes for them to try to get him.
Yeah. Well, of course he would end up in our division too.
I
Oh,
told
that
ya.
guy had a nice rollie on. Oh, I hope Hagens is Zadina. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. How does that Dobson trade feel now? You know what?
I mean, they still got two more first round picks out of it, and much like the Bruins, the Islanders system sucks. Volume isn't the worst thing in the world to happen to them, especially considering they've already got Schaefer out of this
Yeah, they could walk away with
like Reshny and Cam Reed.
yeah.
John Murphy says all these new players are going to score their first career goal against Detroit.
Their first career hat tricks.
Oh God. All right.
Well, Victor
Why is
Eklund's
Adam
still on the
Sandler
board.
still on the screen?
because it's
wants
Adam
out?
Sandler. He rules. So who's like, we're now going to start to see is someone like McQueen is still there, Eklund is still there, O'Brien is still there.
Yep.
Hold on. 9, 10, 11.
None of the D have gone yet.
We have to go get what, 2 more picks to guarantee one of McQueen, Eklund, or O'Brien?
This is McQueen or Mertka, I think, right?
5 picks between Detroit.
Yeah, so they go picks 9 and 10 come in, and then that guarantees Detroit the option to draft one of McQueen, Eklund, or O'Brien.
If the next 2 aren't one of those
If
3.
the next 2 aren't one of
which
those
is
3.
not going to happen.
Mertka, Smith right now.
Well, Buffalo's not drafting a left-handed D. No chance.
Well,
And actually, it's funny. We talk so much about Merck Seattle thing. I mean, Jackson Smith played in the American Division of the Western Hockey League, so he was right there near Seattle too.
Also, Dave Coulier is making the pick for Detroit. Someone asked if it was Eminem, but it's Dave Coulier, which is awesome to see.
They said no swearing,
Oh
so
my
Eminem said he
God,
was out.
these guys look like they do not want to talk to this guy.
They're faking it. They're faking the
Oh,
technical
they're having
issues.
technical difficulties. I can't believe this would happen.
Small detail, the new Boston jerseys, so much better.
Yes.
Love these.
I do wish there was like one outline on the internal ring of the circle.
Yeah, that's fine. But they got rid of the stupid shoulders. They went back to the classic look. I like this so much better.
Boston pretending there's technical difficulties there is like, remember when there was that big cell network outage and Evan pretended he couldn't find cell network and he was at the chipping green?
Hey man,
his
desperate
golf course?
times, desperate measures.
It wasn't desperate. It was a weekday.
I was desperate for internet.
Yeah, it's very cool to see Dave Coulier making the pick. Cancer-free now. Awesome to see that.
Yay.
Should have been Dan Campbell. Honestly, like I would have loved Dan Campbell, but you can't be mad at Coulier making that pick. Yeah. All right. As we head to commercial break here, Brad is going to look for the nearest window to jump out of.
Or ice cream truck.
No, we'd hear
Evan's
it.
right.
We'd hear it. We'd hear the dog. The dogs don't like the ice cream truck. Eventually, sometime post-pick, when we do our analysis, we'll have the puppies make an entrance on the stream. All right. Are you, like, in terms of how things are falling, do you feel at all surprised? Or
This is the most NHL draft ever right now. Everyone talked about all this volatility and the Islanders trying to get into the top 10 to get James Hagens. And we're literally looking at an hour and 11 minutes into the draft, and everything has gone exactly as advertised.
someone was like, I think they call it, I can't remember who put it out there. They were like 70% that a pick in the top 10 gets moved today.
Good day to bet the under, I guess.
Yeah.
There's still time, but it's feeling pretty inevitable at this point. Now it's truly... this is the interesting part, I think, for the draft is the people who've followed it and, have paid attention to some of these prospects. We'll see who goes here. This is where things could open up a little bit.
Honestly, we haven't talked about O'Brien as a possible pick. I know he's very likely to go here, but like, imagine he's the one who falls.
It's possible, and he's a right-handed centerman, which you'd think would be something NHL teams would be looking for.
Who's Steve Yzerman making the pick for?
I'd be shocked if he was. I'd have a lot of questions. All right. Seattle is on the clock. Does that say pick it? No, Seattle's just on the clock. 8th overall. Can you imagine O'Brien's the one to end up falling, Brad?
That'd be great.
We didn't even talk about that as a possibility. That felt impossible. And I mean, this is about his range now.
Yeah.
So let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think if I see Eklund here is where I'm going to start to feel sad, because if Eklund goes, I think O'Brien will go.
We just need defensemen to start going.
Yeah.
That's all it is for me.
Yeah.
I think Seattle, I got a feeling they take a defenseman just because they haven't taken any high-end defensemen. Buffalo's almost certainly taking it forward. Buffalo actually could be a great gamble for Big Raj.
Josh, I don't know that we're a full 5 feet apart, so take that as you will. All right. Seattle they got 10 seconds on the clock.
Dang.
Everyone running it out. Jason Sallin says Ryan jinxed it by saying your mocks were always wrong because he always undervalued defensemen.
No, joke's on you.
No, because this is going to be Mertka. There's no way Seattle doesn't go.
Jackson Smith.
Selector.
Oh my God, it's Brad Pitt.
What movie was it?
F1.
I saw that last night. It was fun. You have to suspend some disbelief if you watch Formula One, but it was fun.
Nah.
The on-track scenes were awesome.
Oh, they're actually here.
Who is that?
Who the hell is that?
Oh, is that Jerry Bruckheimer? Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah, he's an owner of Seattle. That actually makes sense.
The rim on his glasses are a bit thin. I think they can go thicker than that.
I do too.
Yeah.
In all dimension, width and
Jake
O'Brien.
All right, well, there goes that.
oh, good thing we talked about him.
Well, are the top 8 picks loaded my top 8 prospects? This is not going well.
Squibbly Giblets, thank you for the donation.
This is not going well.
Yeah, O'Brien's the right pick there.
Yeah. Thought they'd take a defenseman, but they keep taking forwards.
Well, what's wrong with Jackson Smith and Merca now?
Yep,
No?
these are literally my top 8 prospects. Well, who? Okay, now,
but I was not expecting any of these guys to fall out of the top 8.
No, but also the question now of who are you trading up for? I think we've reached the territory of you're not.
You don't trade
These were the guys that you trade up for.
You don't trade up if you want McQueen?
I don't think so.
If you like McQueen and you're not that is a child.
That is a child, yes.
Oh
Yeah, no, he's literally 6'1", but weighs less than me right now.
6'2", he grew an inch.
Yeah, he's like 170 pounds or something is what he weighed in at.
McQueen's still there.
I think McQueen makes a lot of sense for Buffalo though, because I can't see them drafting another small forward. You know what I mean?
No.
They could.
No,
They're definitely not taking a.
But there's not like a
defenseman.
Savoy type there though.
Yeah. Eklund.
That's not Savoy type.
Not type, but small forward.
No, but Savoy, his whole thing was that he was tiny and could he...
Yeah, but they traded Savoy, but they still got, who is it, Hellenius, and...
Yeah.
We'll see. If I'm Buffalo here, if I'm the Sabres, I'm taking McQueen. Like, they have a lot of prospects, perfect time to gamble.
I got to disagree with you on not trading up for McQueen. I'd do it. That's your only bet at a potential top 5 talent in this draft.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the risk is still the risk.
I suppose it depends on the cost of move up, right?
When we jump out the window, that's risky too.
If
We're going to do it
Buffalo's asking
anyways.
for a second-round pick right now, I do that all day, every day. But, that's not going to be the acquisition cost.
Why not?
Well, Buffalo might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well.
A second.
Isn't that the Mammoth jersey? It looks almost the same, so it's hard to tell.
Jerry Bruckheimer heard us talking about the Mammoth jerseys. He's like, what are you talking about? They are purple.
That's right.
Oh, my God.
It's like, everything's purple.
Jerry looks lost in the background there. Like, am I supposed to be here?
He's like the
Jerry, you own the team.
He's
you can
the
do what
richest guy in the arena.
Where's our pitch for Braden to hit his... I should put something up on the screen. Customize image. All right. So
they got some steelhead trout on the table.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
Or is that a sockeye salmon?
That would make sense to be a sockeye salmon here.
That looks like, yeah. I don't quite understand it, but considering that's not a Kraken.
Well, they couldn't fit the Kraken in their little construct there.
Budget constraints,
Yeah, it's hard.
salary cap's going up. You just don't have the free dollars.
Yeah.
Okay, do I block him now? Kevin Weeks is just tweeting out pictures of skylines again.
It's
I can't do it. Jesus. I don't even know what skyline that is, Kevin. You have to tell me.
Was that mountains in the background? Was that not Salt Lake City?
Could have been. I don't friggin' know. I
honestly think you move up for McQueen here. I think
Buffalo's not going to do it in division without a heavy overpay.
Why not? They just sold.
Let's assume Buffalo operates like a normal organization for a second. I know
Dumb
they
assumption.
don't. I know they don't, but.
All right, I'm going to put up on the screen. So for those of you who don't know, I mentioned it before. We have 2,600 of you in here. We have, of course, subscribe to the channel. We want to hit 12,500 subscribers tonight. That'd be awesome. But we have our social media graphics are done by our good friend Braden, and Braden gets a little bonus when we reach 10,000 Instagram followers. We're almost there at 10,000 Instagram followers. So I'm going to put up a QR code here for a sec, and follow us on Instagram to give help Braden out, get him a little bonus. All right, I'm going to minimize that. All right.
Oh my God, a Justin Azevedo reference.
Wow.
Never thought I'd see that name again.
While I'm doing this, talk to us a little bit about the players still on the board.
Well, Eklund and McQueen are probably the two big ones that are sticking out if you're the Red Wings, but there's still a bunch of picks to go to Detroit, and that's only two players that I'd be keying on right now if I'm Steve Yzerman. No defenseman, and we're at pick 9, and I don't think Buffalo's the team that's going to pick a defenseman. I hope I'm wrong. So you got to assume Pittsburgh's going to take one, and then you got to assume Anaheim's considering it. So between Mertka, Smith, and Aitchison, if you're pro defense for the draft, there's a very, very strong likelihood one of them's making it to Detroit now. Now, if you're all on board for a forward, this has literally been worst case scenario so far.
So far, but it's still not.
Yeah, there's 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. 4 picks between. Because I don't see 3 defensemen going in the next 4 picks, just because you got to think Pittsburgh's going to split it, and I don't think Buffalo, it would make sense for them to do it. But they might. Who knows? The right side outside of Kesselring isn't super inspiring, so maybe they look at Mertka, but...
All right. I got that QR code up on the screen. Took me forever. JD Duran, our good friend from Coffee Cult, says we're all going to need great coffee since we're apparently going to be up until midnight at this rate. So, coffeecult.com.
We're on pick 9 at almost 8:30. Halfway through.
Incredible.
Oh my God.
Up till midnight seems optimistic.
Yeah, jeez. Instead of not an ice cream truck, we're going to need an espresso truck.
Yes.
They're actually doing a pretty good job.
It's just an Italian biking by smoking a cigarette.
Doesn't even have espresso, just stick through the finger. Oh, God.
Well, clock ran out. Pick is in. Graphic hasn't come up yet.
Yeah, that hasn't meant anything so far.
No, I know, but there it is. You think they would have nailed that part by now.
All right, it's dinner time for the pups, as you can hear. Come on. Oh, the Goo Goo Dolls are making the pick for the Sabres. They should have had JJ Peterka make it from the airport. Is that German or? Everyone is saying Crosby might move. Is this real?
Just manifest it into existence because it'd be funny.
They're on the Buffalo Sabres pick 9. You can see the ticker at the bottom.
They did go Mertka.
Mertka, let's
a
go.
defenseman.
First defenseman off. Let's
There
keep
we
going.
go.
Good job, Seattle. That's what we like to see.
Wow.
I gotta say though, in division, going against a defense.
Sorry,
group,
Seattle, Buffalo.
Yeah, sorry, but going up against the defense group of Dahlin,
I don't care.
Power,
I don't care, Brad.
Samuelson, Kesselring, Mertka.
Okay, you know what? I don't care.
I don't like that.
Oh, so now you want defenseman, Brad.
I want defensemen off the board. I just keep the big ones out of our division.
One more pick. That's not one of McQueen, Eklund.
The rumors are Anaheim love
2 more
McQueen.
picks. Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, because
Apparently Verbeek is just enamored by him.
Which makes sense. You know what you know about Verbeek?
and then what would you think, Smith and Eklund to Pittsburgh if that happens?
That's a pretty nice haul for them.
And that means our mock
God,
draft
that
played
sucks.
out.
That
means
sucks
our mock
so
draft.
bad.
That would be the situation that our mock draft played out.
I'm trading back if
Yeah,
that's
if that
I'm
does
the Red
happen, that
Wings.
would be my play.
I know it's a second defenseman, Dan. I just mean like non-Schaefer. Like we want to start. Like I want to see Smith off the board now. I want to see Aitchison off the board.
I
now.
want McQueen or Eklund to get to Detroit. That's where I'm at.
Aitchison is an Anaheim type. Like they got Gudis and Truba. Like they want guys to rumble. Like that wouldn't be. It'd be surprising, but I don't think it'd be shocking.
Verbeek's a little ball of hate, so.
But everything I've heard is they love McQueen.
You know, it'd be the funniest possible outcome here.
What?
If Reshny gets picked next, just to watch the blood drain from Brad's face.
It would be at least fun in the sense that something weird happened because, like, I know there was no such thing as chalk for this draft, but, like, the top 9 have been the top 9 everybody expected for the... Once you get past pick 4, the chaos that would ensue has not happened at all.
The only funnier thing would have been if Buffalo drafted Reshny.
Yes.
At least nobody in our division's picking between us.
Also, at pick 13, I think is prime. Like, after pick 12 is going to be the next commercial break.
They do it every year.
He's just like,
Okay, all right.
I'm not signing my ELC.
All right.
I hate this so much.
Good news for him is if he ever gets traded, he's guaranteed to win a Stanley Cup or a Norris.
Yeah, he's probably thrilled about that right now. He's like, all right, well, very few win it in their rookie season, but I'll win it in like year 4.
Yeah. He's trying to figure out right now, does he win it with Dallas or Florida? Describing the guy with the guy there is so awkward. We just need him to get a little more physical and get him to stop.
If Gritty is actually for the people, he runs through this screen and destroys the set right now. We just have to do things like just rip it off the cuff right here. What are we doing here? This is awful.
They should have had Josh Allen make the pick.
They should have had Josh Allen make the pick.
I'm sure he could have moved his schedule for the NHL.
Thank you.
He actually does do a lot with the Sabres. Like, he's not like...
Yeah, Ty, we have the sound treatment coming in. It just hasn't happened yet. This is since we moved into the new place, but it's coming soon. A lot of Crosby chatter happening. Do you guys see the Colorado trade today?
For Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood.
Yeah, one second. I'll pull up the full trade here.
Yeah, for a second and something. I mean...
Not something. Says more than something.
Gavin Brindley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that for Colorado, but...
Yes.
But the center depth is the question. Maybe that's why the Crosby rumors are getting to be a thing.
Yeah, in the studio, we're going to have the sound treatment. And there's also going to, like, it's not going to be bare. Like, there's going to be, besides the panels, we're going to have memorabilia and stuff going up. The idea is that, you'll see when you see it. It'll be good. Yeah, it's currently Anaheim's pick 10. We are 90 minutes in.
9 minutes a pick. We got 22 picks to go.
Yeah.
What's the math on that?
2,600, almost 2,650 of you in here. While you're watching, give the stream a thumbs up. Subscribe. We want to hit 12,500 subscribers tonight. And if you really love what we do and want to support us on Patreon. You get access to bonus episodes. You get access to all of our giveaways, our Discord, and lots more. And then also, this hat I'm wearing, the Dub Club hat. This is being given away to our longest tenured patrons and is available exclusively for patrons to get as well in the near future to buy. So just some Patreon perks. Also, I have the QR code up on the screen. That's for our Instagram profile. If we hit 10K followers, our social media guy, Braden, gets a little bonus. And let's help Braden out. I don't know that he knows that I'm doing this. I think he'll be happy to see.
Fun fact, it's actually Braden Coots. We're going to see where he gets drafted.
Yeah. He's really good with Photoshop, Braden Coots.
Yeah.
All right.
Just see him back in the green room just typing away.
Yeah. They pick him and he's like, 1 second.
Detroit like his draft photo's a selfie.
Yeah. It's going to be really tough when we're covering Hank being drafted, but he completely boxes us out, doesn't give us an interview or anything.
Well, it's going to be awkward as hell because I'm the big cautionary late birthday guy, and Hank would be a late birthday in the draft.
Yeah.
He's a November baby, so it's going to be weird rallying against my own kid, but, you got to do what's best for the team.
Well, Mika will make... She's a traditional. She's the kind of player.
She's a May birthday. We're good.
She's cerebral. She's a May birthday.
Actually, you know what's funny? Between the two of my kids, what you know of them as people, Hank's the hockey IQ one. He's the one who just thinks that at a much higher level than everybody else. Because the dumbest kids are the smartest hockey players.
Dude, the best D partner...
And Hank's not dumb before, but Hank's a smart kid, genuinely. But...
No, but he's Brad's son. So.
Yeah,
Sorry. I love Hank. Your kids are very smart, and that's thanks to Crystal.
Yeah. Yeah, but Meek is the like exceptional student who's got okay hockey IQ, but Hank's like the
Brad, she's watching.
hockey
Jeez.
savant.
Anaheim makes the pick. You know, all that for nothing, Islanders. You don't even make the pick for... You don't even trade up for Hagens. I mean, it's too late now, but...
This, I know who's picking for him.
Oh,
this
yeah.
rules.
Yeah. Mighty Ducks.
Having Charlie Conway and who is it, Connie Moreau coming out to make the picks.
Aren't you a
love
Mighty
it.
Ducks non-enjoyer, Evan? Am I remembering that correctly?
I decided to watch 1 through 3 again, and they get
You can't rewatch them. They don't hold
exponentially
up. Yeah.
terrible.
Okay, what do you guys think of these orange jerseys with the...
Love
I
or
love 'em.
color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also Fringe is like one of my favorite TV shows of all time.
The logo's sick too.
Yeah.
Damn right, Jason. All right, let's go.
You're not reciting the plot of the Mighty Ducks, are we? Really?
The B movie.
They're actually starting from page 1 of script 1.
Oh, they actually are.
Oh
Please.
God, no!
Ruining a good
My therapist
thing.
said this wouldn't happen.
What therapists do you have? They suck.
I explicitly told them this wouldn't happen.
People don't care. People.
The ad is so terrible in their jersey, by the way. They all are, but there's... Pick is coming.
Big Raj.
Roger McQueen.
I told you.
Big Raj.
I had some hope.
Well, unless Pittsburgh goes defenseman.
We had to listen to that monologue for that. That sucks.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's going to... Oh, no. Eklund, and it's going to go Eklund Smith.
Yeah, I think so.
That's tough.
There should be a rule since they're behind schedule. Pittsburgh's got to make both their picks at once.
You think they're gonna bring out 2 different people to make the 2 picks?
I will be genuinely upset if they do. Just leave the guy or girl on stage.
Famous Pittsburgh people.
Oh, boy.
It's going to be Crosby, and then they're going to trade him before the next pick.
I messed up the camera again.
Could be Dan Marino.
Camera's gone. What'd you do, Ryan? Here we go. Sorry, guys. Okay, so that is McQueen off the board. Connor Owens says, shout out to Raquel, my sister-in-law from Brazil, watching along, who has no idea what's going on. Shout out Raquel. All the way in Brazil. Sorry for that technical difficulty, guys. I have no idea what I'm doing, apparently. All right, so McQueen, the list is updated.
For the draft of chaos, nothing interesting has happened yet.
Nothing at all.
Like, we always warn about it that all the insiders and everybody are going to be like, guys, there's so much percolating. It's going to happen. It's going to be crazy. And then it never is.
Wiz Khalifa could do the picks for Pittsburgh.
Only
11 and
Kodak
12.
Black does Florida's.
So we're on pick 11, and 11 and 12 belong to Pittsburgh. Are they going to make both? Oh, no, they're going to give both kids their moment.
Like, it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm going to be irritated by it, but I understand it and agree with it.
Rowan, watching from Brazil, but from Kalamazoo. Awesome. Andrew says, how have you not changed the banner from watch along to wait a long time? Oh, God. All right. Max makes a good point. Carlson, McTavish, Seneca, Gauthier, and McQueen. That's going to be a nasty team to play against.
Yeah.
Okay, let's assume it's Eklund Smith.
Yep, that's how it played out in our mock. That would be the 12 that would be gone.
If we nail this.
We didn't get the order, but we're like... And we all said, this is worst case scenario. So we spoke it into existence.
Oh, we love love to be wrong, and yet. Okay.
Yeah, Cam's pointing out the smallest of the three centers in Anaheim right now, 6'1", 220, Mason McTavish.
Practically tiny. Get rid of him. Send him to Detroit.
Yeah.
With Gibson.
Take it. McTavish. You know what? Troy Terry. We'll deal with Troy Terry for you. Anaheim surpassing Detroit. They're in the West. Who cares? So if it goes Eklund Smith, then do you predict Bear? Do you predict Carbonneau? Do you predict Aitchison? Do you predict Reshny?
I would be 50-50 thinking the Red Wings would be deciding between Aitchison and Bear. That would be my guess.
Yeah. Was it Corey said he'd heard Reshny rumors?
And that was this morning. That was his latest. And was it a lot of the mocks that have been predicting the draft have been going pretty damn close to exactly as predicted. Like, I think Wheeler's has only had 2 picks wrong, and he just had Martone and Martin flipped.
I will say, I can't remember who told us, but like Detroit talked to Reshny, and apparently that interview went well. So like it's not like Detroit is out on.
No, it's impossible. Like, again, you've brought him up so much to me that it makes it seem like I am so dead set on him. Like, I'm not on Reshny where I was on like a Lucas Raymond, where it was like him at all costs.
Yeah.
Like, he's my favorite, but I understand the risk profile that comes along with a 5'10" center, so it's not like I'm going to be devastated if it's anybody else. I will be happy.
Yeah.
But it's kind of one of those things, like, my drive to get Reshny has been overinflated by the memes around it. But if it does go Eklund Smith, I think Yzerman, the way he thinks, will absolutely love Aitchison or Bear. They both fit the mold very, very well. They're both left shots, so lefty, left wing, biggest area of needs. So, like, those two would both make a lot of sense. Like, it'll be... And, like, especially with the rhetoric around Detroit about needing to get meaner.
Yeah.
Both fit that bill. Aitchison, obviously, more so.
Yeah, that's the thing with Aitchison. All right, you guys keep the conversation going. I'm going to take a quick break here.
Oh.
No, actually, here, they're going to commercial now, so maybe we don't get one before Detroit.
Yeah, we should be okay.
Now, that being said, it's 45 minutes till Detroit's pick still, so...
Yeah, we're going to be a while.
Yeah.
But hopefully with Pittsburgh doing too bad, they're going to... Now that I say it, they're going to run the clock out on both those picks.
Oh, at 1,000% they're going to. Yeah, I am really, really curious about what Pittsburgh's going to do.
Either it's going to go horribly wrong for Detroit or horribly right. The question is, do they go forward defenseman or do they take 2 forwards?
Like, where they're at, there's arguably no team in the NHL with a thinner prospect pipeline than Pittsburgh right now. You need multiple positions, and the way the board has fell for them, they can get a premier forward and a premier defenseman.
That's the problem. But do they realize that? That's the question.
Dubas is a skill guy.
I know. That's the problem. And both these guys are high skill.
High skill. Like, Eklund and Smith both make a lot of sense for not only Pittsburgh, for the Kyle Dubas trends.
I wonder if he's a Carbonneau guy.
Maybe. No, well, the Sault Ste. Marie guy's already gone, so that was the easiest predictor's already gone.
Yeah.
They were trying to trade up, so like they were trying to take a big swing, so it would make sense they're not going to go with a quote-unquote safe pick here.
Yeah.
This is their 4th first-round selection in the last 10 years. Oh, my God.
That's crazy. I assume the clock has started. Oh. Are they?
Pick
the pick is in.
Jeez.
Wow.
Oh, my God. You guys got us canceled while I was gone?
We tried.
Thank you. Draft has started, Johan, but just barely. We're on pick 11. Pittsburgh.
That's crazy. They're matching just like you guys.
No, but they're
And that
inverted.
looks exactly like us, too. That's way too
Which
much
one
hair,
are you? There's too much hair in that picture.
Letang's going to pick a defenseman for sure, right?
Brad looks dead inside. Whoa!
Ben Kindle. Wow, there's our first curveball. That's a Dubas type. Small forward. He was like close to 100 points, I think, in the dub.
He had 99 points.
That's as close as you can get.
He's not even a 100-point player. Jeez.
But yeah, he
Jeez.
was a guy that I would have sneaky liked for Detroit at 13. Just
All right, well, Smith or Eklund are going to be there now.
yeah, that changes things.
Left wing or left D?
Poor kid. He froze up for a second.
Oh yeah.
Just didn't want to get
But
it
then unlike Carey Price, he had his dad there to save him, so that helps.
Carey Price was just frozen.
Just had his cowboy hat. That was it.
Yeah.
Bro froze. He hasn't moved for 45 minutes. It's going to be so funny when Eklund is on the board, Bear is on the board, Smith is on the board, and they go Carbonneau. Brad and I are honestly... It's going to be the happiest moment of our lives on this podcast. Just watch it. And Max said it right on the show. Like, Carbonneau, if he played in the dub, plays the exact game that Evan
Cool,
loves.
he'd have 12 goals. Like, I don't know why you keep saying this.
But
If he played in the dub, he'd be on the fourth line. Like, cool. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not.
His dad's a Hall of Famer.
We've had like
Somehow.
2 50 goal scorers come out of the queue, and they've done nothing.
I wouldn't say nothing.
Well, not for the Red Wings.
Trade?
Huh? Who's coming up here?
I think there's a trade.
What makes you think that?
No reason. The chat's just saying trade.
As in, like, trade up?
Don't know. Well, they can't trade up, can they, Evan? I'm
Pittsburgh is moving down from 12.
Yep. Someone's coming up. It makes sense for Pittsburgh. The team with no prospects gets some volume, I guess.
What if it's Detroit?
It means they must really like someone.
Eklund.
If they're trading up for a Swede, he's getting a Conn Smythe.
Yeah,
one day.
that is
Yes.
future captain Victor Eklund.
If Con Anderson's banging the table for a prospect, future Hall of Famer for sure.
What's your take on this? Hakan Anderson wanted this. It's good.
It's great.
Hawken Anderson. I have to get him. Hawken Anderson. Jeez.
If the Red Wings trade up for a Swede, I don't have an opinion on it. It doesn't matter.
To who? Who are they moving down from? If you had said Pittsburgh traded one of their 2 picks and they also took Ben Kindle, you'd assume they took Ben Kindle with the later pick.
You would
Yes.
think, yeah.
Oh, Philadelphia. They're trading.
22 and 31, Philly's coming up.
Oh.
And Philly took Martone. This could be a defenseman.
Maybe it's Smith.
Yeah. 22 and 31 for Smith. I would... I don't know if I do that. Maybe Aitchison.
Depends on how much you like the guys there.
If you believe in the Broad Street Bullies, Aitchison makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
Aitchison has Philly written all over him.
You know what? If Philly likes their guy, I don't mind in this draft to move 22 and 31.
Considering they've already got Martone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get some quality here. I don't hate that.
For Pittsburgh, I don't know about this.
Just
honestly.
depends who they take. Pittsburgh, again, we just talked about, they have no prospects. None. Like, they've got, like, McGroarty. Who's that one defenseman they took out of the dub a bunch of years ago? Can't remember his name.
Oh,
That's
ask
okay.
Evan. He'll remember.
I don't know.
Yeah. Is this what the button for? It's the trade button. They're going to let the kid hit it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Do it, kid. Cut him off. Just hit it right now.
Trapdoor.
I like that.
That's awesome. What if it just slimed the whole crowd?
Oh shit! Wrong button.
Pickering, Koivunen.
Pickering. That's what I was thinking of. Owen Pickering. Yeah. So getting a couple more first-round picks out of this, I don't hate that for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but how much worse are 22 and 31 compared to 12?
Considering who's sitting there, yeah, I don't love it.
Victor Eklund's going to be sitting there potentially, and they're not going to take him, right? Detroit?
We've been hurt before.
It's going to go Aitchison, Eklund, and Detroit's going to take Bear.
Well, no, there's only one pick till Detroit.
Oh, yeah. Dumb.
I mean, Philly's traded up for Luchenko, right?
Yeah.
And I think you would have been there at their pick.
And they just took Martone. This has to be a defenseman. Like, this would make too much sense with the defensemen that are sitting there.
Maybe they really like Cam Reed, too. I don't know.
The more I think, like, Aitchison...
But if you like Cam Reed and Jackson Smith is there, I think...
Are they going to commercial not before Detroit's pick? All right.
Do you think they won't do another commercial?
Shut up. I know.
Do you want the salary cap to keep going up or not? You will enjoy the advertisements.
Tell the Red when he spend to it wisely.
As someone, I was complaining about jersey ads online, and someone was like, "Didn't you put like a bag of coffee beans for sponsorship on your podcast?" I'm like, "Brother, I wish it's garnered enough money for that to be comparable at all."
Certainly 1-to-1. Yeah.
Well, we had to work today.
When's Ottawa picking? Because their celebrity coming out is going to certainly be interesting.
Why?
They just tweeted a picture of Travis Green with Tom Green.
Oh. No, I've learned to be pretty measured with draft results. Like, it's never the guy that you zero in on. But if it's the goalie...
But if it's not the guy I want, then I'm going to be pissed.
If it's the goalie, I'm out that window before Evan is.
If it's the goalie, holy... All right, how many do we have in here? 3,200 of you in here. Thank you all so much for watching. If you haven't already, give the stream a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. We're trying to hit 12,500. You really want to go above and beyond. Become a Patreon supporter. Lots of great benefits. And if you're wondering what that QR code is for, our social media guy, Braden, gets a little bonus when we hit 10,000 followers. And we're trying to get him there because Braden deserves it. We were well on the way, and then the Red Wings season just started to suck hard. And then everything petered off in terms of engagement. And poor Braden was like, I had nothing to work with. All right. Oh. Who do you guys make your predictions for Philly? Final prediction.
Aitchison.
Yeah, I think Aitchison. That's what I'm feeling.
I'm saying Smith. I think Briere.
I hope not.
Aitchison seems more like a Philly guy, but Smith seems more like a Briere guy.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. It can't all be Philly guys, you know? And if you think Smith could be a top pairing or top four defenseman, you move up for that.
Yeah. And they've had success with Sanheim, who actually might be a good comparable going into their draft years.
It's going to be Eklund, watch. Briere's so pale. He's like Evan in the winter.
Is Chuck still hanging around? Did they call him again?
All right.
All right. Last pick before Detroit.
Chris P. Bacon, thank you for the donation, says, everybody drop a like on the stream. Chris, thank you so much. Thank you, Chris P.
Brandon Graham. All right.
Who is that?
Football player.
Oh,
Of course you don't know.
did he play for the Eagles?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you're the Patriots.
I don't know.
Come on. Oh, Nesbitt.
Jack Nesbitt?
Wow.
Oh, my God.
They traded up for Nesbitt?
Who would have been there at 22?
I don't know about 22.
Maybe.
I don't think so. I was hearing too much on Nesbitt.
Wow. Philly loves trading up to get guys that they didn't need to trade up to get.
Smith is there. Eklund is there. Bear is there. Reshny is there.
Aitchison.
Carbonneau for Evan.
That's right.
Wow.
It is now. Detroit is on the clock.
Man.
Prediction and final preference based on who's there.
I'm just going to get Reshny out of the way. I think this feels like Aitchison. Knowing Yzerman, feels like Aitchison.
Okay. And your preference is Reshny.
And my preference is Reshny.
Who I think versus who I... Okay, yeah. So who I want, Jackson Smith. There's... At 13, there's too much talent available there. Even if you don't totally believe in it, he shouldn't be there right now. Who I think they're going to go with? Now, this is I have two answers. If they go with Victor Eklund, Detroit knows Swedes. And that makes me feel really good. But a guy like Carter Bear fits that Yzerman mold type of player. So I'm going to go with one of those two guys.
I was going to say, Eklund, here's the thing.
But Eklund is the same type of player as well.
Yeah, he's just a little small. Like, that 200-foot, ultra-high compete, like, Yzerman archetype.
Did I say Ethan Bear or Carter Bear? I'll never...
Yeah.
They cannot draft Carter Bear under any circumstance.
You
did that a few times on the show.
The Yzerman archetype, if you want to go by that, Aitchison, Bear, Carbonneau, Reshny, Eklund, they all fit that bill. So, like, this is wide open. Way more wide open than I thought would play out.
My prediction is... My preference is Eklund. And my prediction, I think, is going to be Eklund here. But the margins are so thin on both sides. Like, Aitchison, I don't think is on the screen for any of us. But he's, what, 6th at worst?
Yeah, he'd be 6th or 7th of my list of preferences.
And until, like, recently, Victor Eklund was, like, a certified top 5 pick in this draft. There's just been a lot of movers and shakers lately that kind of have pushed him out.
Right.
The craziest part about this to me, we're going into Detroit's pick at 13. Of the 12 picks, there's been 2 defensemen total, and one of them was first overall.
That's insane.
Like, and teams are, for the most part, right to have it shake down that way. Like, it's a forward-heavy draft. Now, who has gone in the last couple picks? I could debate a little bit, but...
All right. Still on the board. And it's Detroit's pick right now. Eklund, Smith, Reshny, Bear, Aitchison.
Probably worth throwing out Lakovic, because he's definitely something...
Carbonneau they've been linked to.
Yeah.
Now, are there too many players they like and they trade back?
That actually
Honestly,
would be
it's
the
an
play
option.
here. Yeah.
If you can trade back a couple picks, that's totally fine.
Going back 3 picks, and if you can get like a...
Islanders,
second
you
round.
want to move up now? We'll take 16, 17.
We promised James Hagen hasn't been taken yet.
If Lou was still the GM, he'd be waking up from his nap, so you could convince them.
No, Lou's not going to be a GM now that they've gotten rid of the
dress code.
Yeah.
No, he's done.
Yeah. All right. Chat, you let us know who you want.
Every year we do this.
Yep.
Every year we do this. 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
All right. Right before the Red Wings pick, the pick is the Red Wings are on the clock. We have 3,500 in here. This is a great time to give this stream a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Get us to 12,500. Make your predictions in the chat. Who do you think the Red Wings are taking?
I'm seeing a lot of Eklund right now.
Yeah.
People are trying to manifest it.
Yes.
That's good.
For sure.
Oh, there he is in his Canadiens gear, so that was a waste.
Oh, who's wearing the Red Wings gear there?
We're going to draft Jack Nesbitt's dad.
That's nice. Okay. Don't go to commercial here.
They can't. They're on the clock, right?
It hasn't stopped him before.
Yeah, that's true.
If they make the pick, they'll be like, okay, you can just pause.
I'd be more irritated because they went to commercial the pick before.
Here's the thing. Like,
This isn't YouTube.
I have Eklund on my, on top of my list. If they go to Aitchison, like, I think there is a difference in terms of my preference, like a measurable one, but it's not insane.
There's like 7 guys here I'm okay with.
Totally. That's like the kind of the beauty of pick 13 is you don't have to be.
Yeah, like once they got past call it McQueen, it kind of got into that. I don't know if cluster is the right word.
Oh my God,
but
ESPN's on a commercial right now. Jeez. Minute left on the clock for the Red Wings.
Well, they're going to run it down to.
Oh, God. Here we go. Now, anyone who we haven't been naming in terms of guys who could be available, where you're like, you could actually see them reaching. Because at this point, you can't even say reach.
Lakovic was one that I said.
Coots.
I was going to say Coots fits the bill. Again, small, but like everything else, he checks the boxes.
You could see Logan Hensler.
I could see them liking Cam Reed. They like high IQ defensemen who can skate. Yeah.
You know what reach we want, though?
Well, you know.
It's Cole Reshny. Oh, we just hit 12,500. Holy, thank you, guys.
12,500 what?
Or you can pick out what office they're in here.
Yeah.
3
subscribers
2,
on YouTube.
Nice. Oh, God, I can't look.
The pick is in.
I'm not looking at anything other than
Yeah,
TV.
I can't watch the chat to spoil it. Here comes Dave Coulier.
Here we go.
Is well known for his role on Full House, but has been in the fight of his life battling non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Way to emphasize that, Gary.
That as of late March, he was declared cancer-free.
Cancer-free Dave
Hell
Coulier.
yeah.
You love to see it.
Hell yeah.
And he joins us from Detroit.
That's a sweet hat. He has the 100 patch on his shoulder. The Centennial patch.
Oh, there's the jerseys.
Their 2025 NHL Draft pick here on ESPN. I go way back with the Red Wings. When I was a kid, my dad and I...
All right, we'll let Dave talk. Every other team's got a shot.
We should have all worn heart rate monitors.
Mine's pounding right now.
We always say we don't care, and then it happens.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, this year we have the 13th pick, and we've had some incredible players wear number 13 for the Red Wings. Most notably, the magician, Pavel Datsyuk.
Oh, imagine Pavel's making the pick.
The number 13 brings us some great luck this season. Now, let's get down to business, and the Oscar goes to, with the 13th pick in the 20th.
Oh, God, I can't look through the paper.
Carter Bear.
Carter Bear.
Oh my God. Called it. Fits the bill perfectly. Hey, we got it on the mock draft.
Yeah, we got it on the mock draft.
Carter Bear. Honestly, like I know we had Eklund.
I like that.
He fits what they're looking for.
Here's the thing. It's the Hawken Anders thing in reverse works too. If they're passing on Eklund,
yes,
it's because he wasn't pounding the table for it. Carter Bear, high offense upside. Dude can score goals. Dude can grind it out. He's lefty, left wing. Arguably biggest need in the organization. This is a swing. I like it. Not the production you would want for a late birthday in the dub, but someone pointed out and looking into it, his 5-on-5 production was exceptional.
It's me. I think he was third
in
WHL 5-on-5 points per 60.
Yeah, that's exceptional. That gives me hope because that's the type of stat you want to see with an 18-year-old in the dub if you're taking him this high.
Something else I'll say about Carter Bear, and we're gonna have a lot to say about him right now. No joke. Evan talks about the QMJHL being a hard league to draft out of because the stats are so inflated. The WHL has a reputation for it's as close to playing against men as you can in a junior Canadian league. So
we got to find out I got to figure out who the Red Wings WHL scout is because that might be the most trusted man in this organization lately.
Yeah.
They have gone to the WHL well a lot.
And he is also a Yzerman type, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. Probably more so than anybody else we were talking about in this range. That, like, just the edge he plays with, the competitiveness, and he's a high-skill player, too. That's the part I like about it. Now, the one part we haven't mentioned, I'm assuming that they picked him. The doctors said the Achilles thing's not a big concern.
Yeah, partially lacerated, and he's recovered.
Yeah.
He's talking to Yzerman and Draper right now.
Thanks, Steve.
All right.
Did we all have Carter Bear on our top 5 preferences
Yes.
there?
Yeah. I had him.
That'd be rare for us, someone from all 3 of our lists to get picked.
Yeah, no kidding. I had him in my top 5. Evan did, and you did as well. Yeah, look at that. Hearing from Carter Bear right now. And then we'll get back to the analysis.
What are some of the qualities and characteristics that really pushed him to the top of your board here?
He's an extremely intelligent hockey player, very competitive and highly skilled, and obviously scoring 40 goals this year. Great goal scorer. So we just think he's an excellent all-around player. From everyone we've spoken to, his former teammates, coaches, everyone thinks extremely highly of him, and we think we've found ourselves a special prospect here.
Carter Bear, Detroit Red Wings.
Yzerman talking about him being intelligent, skilled, a goal scorer. and
Use the word
competitive.
competitive.
Unsurprising.
Yeah, very unsurprising.
Evan, you have to be of 2 minds here because one, you're now going to have to erase Ethan Bear from your mind. Remember
That's
Carter
going to be
Bear.
impossible.
I can't wait till we get a goal when Mason Raymond sets up Ethan Bear for a goal.
It's going to take me a long time.
Let's talk about like the competitiveness, the drive as well. Like we joke about the Yzerman type and all that, but this isn't a guy who gives up really offense for the sake of that.
No, and the Yzerman competitiveness thing has become a meme because of how much he's stuck to it, but it is a quality you want in a player. That's the thing. Like, if you want to look at the archetype of a team that's full of a bunch of 200-foot high compete guys, it's Florida. Like, now, Detroit doesn't have that level of skill in their system now, but that's the model they're trying to build in, where they're going to throw 4 lines at you that not only piss you off, but can score. And that's what Carter Bear is, right? He's the guy who every shift he can make something happen. And you got to think, you play 50 shifts in a game. If you score on 2 of them, you're having a phenomenal game. What are you doing for the other 48 shifts? And he's going to go out there and still make an impact, right? So it's the number one intangible you want in a player. Now, the Red Wings have got themselves in trouble with more so in free agency than the draft with focusing too much on intangibles and missing out on the tangibles, but obviously that's not an issue with Bear with his production, 40 goals in the dub as an 18-year-old. Like, the archetype of a special player is here. But like Danielson, it's like, okay, the 5-on-5 scoring's great, but like, what's the ultimate upside here? Is this a 30-30 guy in the NHL? Is this a 40-goal scorer in the NHL? Or is this a 20-20 guy? Like, those are all in range.
What do you think is like, let's say 90% of what he could ultimately be, which very few prospects actually reach that. So I'm saying like upper tier of what he could be. What do you see Carter, like first line left wing or?
I used it for another guy, but Marchand?
Not
like,
quite.
I don't think ceiling, but like
Hall of Famer.
No,
yeah,
but like
for sure.
that left wing, really good score, good playmaking, good vision, and be that pain in the ass on the ice. Obviously, I don't think Bear's got that upside. But like, if you shifted Sam Bennett to the wing, like to keep with the Florida theme, like that's a possibility. Again, Sam Bennett had a great playoff, but he's only a 50 point guy in the regular season. That's probably in the range of what Bear's going to be, a 50-60 guy. And then he plays the type of game that you can see elevate in the playoffs, I take that.
What do you think of Carter Bear's? Like you talk a lot about the Red Wings need playmaking.
Underrated, but not his calling card.
I think that's what you said last episode too.
Like in the sense that not the same type of player, but in the sense of what we're talking about with an Alex DeBrincat comparison. DeBrincat's a shooter first and foremost. Carter Bear's a shooter first and foremost. But DeBrincat's playmaking's good enough that teams have to respect it. They can't sell out on his shot because he's good enough to burn them with a good pass at the right time. I think Bear's in that same category of it's good enough that you have to respect it because if you oversell on him, he can burn you in another way.
What I like about Bear is there's not a lot that's lacking. I'm not going to pretend that he's a guy with the same kind of coming into the draft upside as McQueen or something like that. But this is a guy where if he stayed healthy and didn't have that injury risk, he has a really great shot to go top 10. I agree with you, Brad, that his shot is what the part of his offense that people are going to look at. But I do think his passing and his ability to utilize his teammates is really strong. And
they have Meredith Goodrow announcing the pick. That's nice.
That's awesome. And the fact that he is able to kind of generate offense that way with his shot, but also get to the hard areas, drive the net. He doesn't back away from puck battles. He engages with players first. Is something I really like with him. That's part of having the label of being the ultimate competitor in this draft class. To me, at pick 13, it's kind of in this draft class, I'm happy the Red Wings were able to walk away with something like that. I'm not going to sit here and say this is the exact same thing as O'Brien falling or something like that, but I think Carter Bear is overall a great result. We're just going to take a quick break from the Carter Bear analysis to watch Meredith Goodrow and Columbus here, and then we'll get back to it. While we're at it, Jacob Lowe says Bear on the back of the sweater looks clean. I'm personally happy. Chattanooga Wings guy signing off. Thanks, boys. Love what you do. Thank you, Jacob, and thank you, Matt P, for the donation.
Jackson Smith to Columbus.
Good pick.
Doesn't even have to change his gear.
Yeah. It's a good get for them.
That's a great get for Columbus, especially since they're probably losing Provorov.
Yeah. They have so much cap to work with. All right. Outlook for Carter Bear. What's next for him? How does his progression go? Late birthday, so is he ready a bit sooner?
He's going to follow the Nate Danielson path almost certainly. So he'll go back to the dub this year and hopefully dominate. He's going to be playing with Landon DuPont this year again. Obviously, Everett was a good team this year. I don't know Everett well enough to know if they're still going to be competitive or if they're losing a lot of OAs. But so he'll be expected to play a really big role there. And then probably straight from Everett to Grand Rapids, I would guess. 1 year there, and then hopefully he's in the situation after that season with where we're at with Danielson now, where it's like, okay, he probably should be on the Red Wings. Now, obviously, other circumstances dictate all that stuff, but with Bear's size, speed, and like compete, I know we're going to beat that word to death. He's going to have an inside track to not be a 3-4 year project. He's got the tangibles and the intangibles to make me think he's a 2-year to the NHL guy, factoring in the late birthday.
The way he plays, to me, is one of the biggest things there.
Like, a lot of comparisons to him and MBN, and they're going to play on opposite sides.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I know I hate projecting roster lines down the line because it's so insane how... But, like, you could imagine a world where there's a lot... The Red Wings' second or third line is MBN and Bear flanking an elite playmaker like Max Plant or Larkin at that point.
Yeah.
And maybe Casper's on the first line. Something like that. Could you imagine MBN, Casper, and Bear on the same line?
Incredibly hard line.
Oh my God, that would be a nightmare to play against.
You talk about the Florida Panthers and why their like dogged style of playing is successful. That's what's trying to be recreated.
Yeah, then you can keep Larkin and Raymond together, and maybe DeBrincat's still kicking around then, probably.
Yeah.
You can see a path there, and then all of a sudden all your longer shots, quote unquote, to make the NHL have way less pressure because if a Mazer, if a Buchelnikov, if a Plant, if a whoever is ready in a year or two, that's easy to ease him in on the third line. You're not trying to shoehorn him into a big hole on the top line or the second line.
All right, Evan, more from you. Your thoughts on Bear as the pick. You had him on your list, so what do you like about it? Where do you see the path, the fit?
I think one of the things that I like about him a lot is, he's had to earn everything he's gotten out of hockey so far. Like, start of this year, I don't think he was really on anyone's first round draft board, and he just had an incredible season. The other thing I really like him is he was a 6th round pick in the WHL. He wasn't a lottery pick. He wasn't a first round pick, a guy who everyone said is going to be the best player and has every opportunity. He's had to earn it all, and you can kind of tell that by the way he plays. Like, he just annoys the hell out of the other team. He gets under guys' skin. He's a 40-40 guy. Like, he had 40 plus goals, 40 plus assists, so he's got a well-rounded offense. I think his skating needs to improve to really push his ceiling at the NHL level. I think a guy like him has NHL career written all over him. It's just really how high he can push it. And I think skating's going to be one thing, and I think he's got to get bigger. Like, he can bully guys now in the WHL, which is impressive. Like, the WHL is a rough and tumble league for juniors, but if he wants that personality trait, that game trait that separates him at the junior level to translate up levels, he has to become bigger. He's got to become that professional eater that Lucas Raymond did, because if he doesn't, then the ceiling comes way down on him. But all in all, he was on my list. I really like him. I like what the kid has, and I like that type of player. Like, the Red Wings desperately need a get under your skin, annoy the hell out of you, and then also just bury you with some skills. So I certainly think there's lots to improve in his game, but at the core fundamental level, I really like him. And a lot of drafts had him in the top 10. Like, they had him in the 7 to 12 range. Like, this is found value for the Red Wings too. Some people might not feel that way, but you look at a lot of consolidated boards, he was projected to not even be there for Detroit. So I think he'll be a good fit, and I agree with you guys. He needs a couple of years, a year at least, probably a year in Grand Rapids, and then we'll see. But if he pans out, MBM pans out, Casper pans out, you bring in Mazer to solidify the 3rd or 4th line, like, you've got an annoying team to deal with. So, yeah, it's a good pick. Jackson Smith was my first choice out of all these players, but Carter Bear, I think, will be an excellent prospect for the Red Wings.
I think the things you said there that he has to work on. I think skating is an apt one. Not that he's a bad skater. I think he plays quick, but what you said about him raising his ceiling, I agree. He can really kind of solidify a top 6, outlook if he improves his skating. And the good news is that's something where if you have a decent enough foundation to work with, that happens a lot at the NHL level. There is the added caveat. You had a partial tear of your Achilles tendon. So he says he's all good. Doctors cleared him. The outlook from everyone I've talked to is actually pretty positive about on Carter Bear's recovery from his partial tear of his Achilles, but he'll still have to rehab that. So it's a big summer of rehab on that, and it's a big summer of filling out that frame. He has a 6-foot-ish frame, 6 foot, maybe 6'1". So it's not like he's small, but he's slight. Right now, he's just a classic, kid from the dub who was drafted, so he looks like a pool noodle.
I mean, Sam Bennett couldn't do a pull-up at the combine, so who the hell really cares at this point in there? It's all in, you've been given the opportunity now. The door has been opened, and you have to make the most of it. And like I said, he was taken in the 6th round of the WHL draft. He has earned everything he's had out of his hockey career, so there's no indication that he can't do it again.
There's not another guy, like, it's not a McQueen top 3 talent that was there. Like, if this feels like, kind of feels like a from the 13th overall predictable bucket, yeah, that's what Carter Bear was. If I had to bet, I'd say he would have been there for the Red Wings, but that doesn't make it a bad pick. I think this is well within the range.
Also, I want to point out on the big board that they have on stage there, it still shows Montreal's having the picks.
NHL.com does as well.
They are literally going to smash the button for a trade that was made 12 hours ago.
Oh my God, they are too.
Well, think of how much they spent on the button.
You can get them at Staples. Sorry.
Or is Detroit making a pick?
Michael Samuelson?
First of all, I love Michael Samuelson. Second of all, he's not known for being a Canuck. And third, this is the best you could do.
I think he needs some bigger glasses.
Jerry Bruckheimer was... he already left the building.
Jerry Bruckheimer's rims with his lenses.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Some Swedes really are dry, eh?
Oh, Braden Coates.
Braden Coots.
Wow. Eklund continues to fall, right? I haven't been paying attention.
Yep, he's Aitchison too.
Do you trade back into this round, or are you not interested?
Of course I'm going to try and trade back. It never happens. And what do the Red Wings have to give to do it?
Michael Rasmussen.
Oh my.
I feel like I haven't paid attention for 25 minutes and we're 2 picks past a trade.
Yeah.
That actually might be a speed up.
Comparables for Carter Bear. Who did Corey Pronman say? He said Troy Terry.
I like that. Again, everything front of mind relevant. If you put Sam Bennett on the wing,
Yep.
I
Elite
actually
prospects had Brandon Hagel and Seth Jarvis. I'm not sure how.
I actually really like those comps. Really like those comps.
That's actually, yeah.
Yeah, I like those comps a lot for Bear.
I think Hagel's a better skater, though.
Bear's a pretty good skater.
I
He's
think
not
he's
an
a good
elite
foundation
skater,
to work
but
with.
and again, like gets bigger, stronger. The only thing is Carter Bear and Seth Jarvis could not have more polar opposite personalities if they tried.
But Seth
Yeah.
Jarvis has one, and Carter Bear's from the WHL.
Yep.
No offense to the W.
Hey, he's
love
from
him.
Winnipeg.
Is he from the Peg?
Yeah.
He have to.
Oh my God! So
carpool here?
he'll sign forever in Detroit because it's going to seem like
Detroit's airport is beautiful.
Las Vegas.
yeah, might as well be Vegas.
You can't go back. The mosquitoes are looking for him.
He's like, what's summer? We have winter and black fly seasons. That's it.
No, they have almost winter, winter, still winter, and mosquitoes.
Yeah. The mosquitoes are actually roughly the size of Carter Bear, where he's from. That's not even a joke.
Yeah.
They're awful there. All right. I got to say, I was prepared to come into this 13th pick, and if the Red Wings made it, I was going to say there wouldn't be anything terribly shocking. And I wouldn't have thought that anyone like truly fell like a McQueen type.
Is this the first time we successfully predicted the Red Wings first round pick since Svechnikov?
I've gotten them right a lot.
Have you?
Yeah. Actually,
You had Danielson.
I had Evan had Edvinson. I had
did?
Danielson. I think we all had Raymond.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Raymond was.
ASP was top of my board when they picked him, but I don't know if that was an official prediction.
Yeah.
Oh, Everett is just north of
What
Seattle.
am I talking about? We get it right all the time. We had Casper.
Yeah.
And everybody on the I have this backwards. We got everyone and everybody on the face of the earth had MBN.
Yes, that was the most predictable. You called that one when we started prospect profiles. We got to NBN's profile, and
And that was like January.
you said, this is the guy that's going to be mocked to the Red Wings every single mock draft, and they're probably right, and I'm annoyed because it's so predictable. And then we did MBN, and that was solid. All right, what does the chat think about MBN? How many of us do we still have in here? How many people sign off after the, or who's hanging around for the rest of the first round?
All right, so we're one more pick away from halfway. So at the pace, this is going to end about 11:45.
No way. They got to speed this up. We got to be on tomorrow. By the way, day 2 coverage is going to be a live Patreon hangout. So we're going to be hanging out with our Patreon supporters on
We
Discord.
figured out what time second round starts tomorrow. I asked and then completely forgot to look it up.
We'll look it up. So we're going to be hanging around for rounds 2 through 7, covering every Red Wings pick. We'll all have opportunities to hang out and chat, and then we're going to be recording our full NHL draft recap episode Saturday night.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God.
That guy almost Matt Schaefer'd him.
Oh my God. Vancouver is up next, pick 15.
They just picked Braden Coots.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Montreal is up, Ryan.
And they're waiting.
Montreal is up.
They still have Montreal up there.
Oh, this league sucks so much. Oh.
Oh my God. Noon.
It doesn't start till noon?
Noon.
Actually, no, that's good. I got to be up early. It means I can squeeze in a nap before we go.
Do you
I can
want
play
golf?
pickleball.
You want golf tomorrow morning?
No? I mean, I could. We'd have to tee off at like 7 a.m.
That sounds incredible.
Oh, okay. Catherine might kill me.
Actually, if we tee off at 7, well, I don't know where we'd get a tee time. Oh no, we did pick 15. We just haven't done 16 because they're waiting to fake announce the.
Hey guys, did you hear Noah Dobson got traded?
No.
Duh.
You know what? I bet there's a good amount of people in the room who actually don't know. Like in that room,
There's no way. I refuse to believe that.
just people raw dogging the NHL draft, no context, no phone, just going there to watch this.
You imagine? I should do that one year.
You kind of do that already.
Buddy, I'm quote tweeting right now so hard.
Oh my god! You didn't even bring your requisite 2 beers, both of them for
I
me
know.
this year.
I would be asleep right now.
Come on, Gary, hit the button.
He's pressing the button. Wow.
Doesn't even do anything.
No kidding. We have a trade. All right. Islanders are on the clock. What a surprise.
No way. Let's do one more thing to slow this down. And don't get me wrong, I love watching the draft. This is one of my favorite times of the year, but there still has to be some pace to it.
All right. While we wait for this, any more on Carter Bear or what you're looking for the rest of Detroit's draft? Or does the first pick not really inform on anything else this year for you?
Like, he's going to be going into his 4th year in the dub, so I would like to see that, like, I don't know, take over the team, dominate type mentality, and, like, obviously get the results that follow that. Danielson, like basically when Danielson got traded to Portland, if you scrap the first half of his 19-year-old year in the dub, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want him to just be good. Take over. Obviously, for him, it's going to be making sure first to come back and the Achilles isn't bothering him. Get bigger, get stronger. Cliche, say that to every player in the draft except for maybe Brady Martin. And yeah, like, I mean, he's such a well-rounded player. There's not like a particular skill thing that I'm working. I have Marco Kasper call him a lot. The way Carter Bear plays, that might be the best guy in the Red Wings to learn from.
Like, of all the thorns in the Red Wings, especially the second half of the season, one of the few almost completely consistent bright spots, aside from like DeBrincat, was Marco Kasper.
Yeah. And that 200-foot, good skating, but not elite skating, pain in the ass. Like, and here's the thing. We talk about what a wicked shot and Carter Bear has. That dude scores a lot of goals around the net, too.
Yes,
like, he
gets
not
to the hard areas.
He is not a perimeter shooter. Like, he is a perimeter shooter, but he's not only a perimeter shooter. And
it's just that he has a good shot.
He's got a wicked shot. And then, yeah, he can get to the net. He smacks in a bunch of rebounds, tips. Had an unusual number of B-ways, so always a plus.
Yeah.
What's a B-way? A breakaway?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
old.
just Brad's.
There's no way you guys are this far disconnected from the hockey
We
world.
are.
My God.
We are. I don't like it, but I knew what you said. B-way. Yeah, dumb. Anyways.
Can't wait to watch Red Wings game and tell Evan the Red Wings are going on a peeper just to see his reaction.
Careful. We're going to demonetize fast. Eklund's still there. Do you think...
Well, the Islanders took a defenseman, so that would make a lot of sense. Like, it is worth noting, as good of a player as Eklund is, again, another late birthday, and he was in the Allsvenskan, not the SHL, and the production was good, but not great for that level. So teams are clearly worried about something to do with that.
I also don't have my golf clubs.
Oh, all right. All right, you don't have to play golf with me tomorrow, man. That's fine.
Thanks for the invite.
Would you like to golf tomorrow?
No, absolutely not.
It's not actually. Can you golf tomorrow?
No, I can't. Actually.
That's You're a father. You're a father of 2 very active kids. All right.
Is this the only celebrity the Islanders ever bring out?
That's fine.
I don't even know who
He's
he
moving
is.
fast. This is already a bonus. Oh, he lives in LA. That makes sense.
I genuinely don't know who this guy is outside of when he does appearances for the Islanders.
He was on
How would I know?
what's a TV show? The one with sick. I really know what I'm talking about.
Doing great,
Quality
buddy.
content. Thumbs up in the chat for Evan, guys.
What was that show called? Entourage.
There
Eklund.
goes Victor Eklund.
That's a good. You know what? That's a good get for the Islanders.
Well, just because of Schaefer and Eklund, Islanders are going to rocket up to number 1 on everybody's winners of the draft.
Yes. And honestly,
Yeah, can't blame them.
fair.
So would you trade Victor Eklund and Kayshawn Aitchison for Noah Dobson?
If you're the. Wait.
Well, that might be what the trade is here.
Oh. Maybe.
Would you trade Justin Carbonneau and Victor Eklund for Noah Dobson? I know it's no defense are involved in that, but I'm just I'm thinking talent, you know? Or a Cam Reed.
Honestly, I'm leaning Dobson here.
Depends what you need. Do you need volume or a true...
Depends on what- not
a-
just
And
what
depends
you
how
need.
far away you are. Montreal's trying to make their push forward. Islanders are starting a rebuild. This makes sense for both of them. Where the Red Wings are, if we're talking about that, I'd rather Dobson.
Yes. Yeah, if they walk away with Schaefer, Eklund, and
Call it Aitchison.
Aitchison or Carbonneau, like
They're doing great.
yeah.
All right. It's hard to get the tweet. Let's fire off the tweet. Do you guys both retweet the podcast tweet?
Yeah.
I quote tweeted it close enough.
Yeah.
Also, if Rushton makes it into the 20s, that might be insufferable for the rest of the draft.
This is Hage all over again.
Just going. And he had a great year.
Yeah, because he was a great pick.
But yeah, like we're gonna run through every hypothetical trade up scenario. Actually, the Red Wings picked too far away. What would you trade?
A lot.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Good for Eklund. Honestly, the fact that he went this far is a little surprising. I thought he'd be there for the Red Wings in the end, but okay. Chat, how are we feeling?
Okay, this is gonna be a really niche reference. Does Carter Bear not look like, I don't know the actor's name, Scotty from Eurotrip?
A little bit. I do see the vision there.
Scotty doesn't know that he on it. I can't sing that song. We're getting demonetized for sure.
DMCA'd as well.
Imagine you're that good of a singer. We got DMCA'd.
Hell yeah. I'm not. That might be the single thing on the face of this earth I'm the worst at.
Singing?
Oh yeah.
All your talent, all your like vocal points went to speaking.
Yes, correct. The scale was tipped 100 to 0.
Yeah. Okay.
Catherine has relatives that live in Seattle. Maybe I do a Everett little pre-scout. this
Is that near
season.
Jackson Hole?
No.
Because that's not a real place.
Well,
Did
maybe
we ever ask him, is Jackson Hole actually in Narnia?
It's not real. I saw a house for sale in Jackson Hole. I'm like, this is all AI.
Too many commas.
Oh, Carter Bear's indigenous. I don't know he's First Nation. Did you already
Are
say
you
that?
an idiot?
Why? Just because they have the same last name?
His brother is Ethan Bear.
Oh my
no?
god. Oh my god, Ryan. Oh my god. Moron. Idiot. Moron. Of course. Of course I'm an idiot.
That's an Evan comment.
Yeah.
That's my job. Get your own gig.
Of course I'm an idiot. You asked a dumb question there.
Oh,
Then
yeah,
you
you've
gotta do
upset
it.
the dogs.
You can come in. Should we do a puppy appearance?
Oh my god.
Oh, hell. That is phenomenal.
Oh my can't believe I actually just like.
Tully.
Wasn't I literally just making fun of Evan for mixing those two up? The names.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Here's a puppy appearance.
Oh, hi. This is great.
Also, not brother, cousin.
Oh, cousin.
Yeah. Hi, Tully. Can you guys see? Oh yeah, Tully's on stream. Hi,
Oh,
buddy.
yeah.
Hi, dumbass.
Speaking of bear, he's roughly the size of one, and extremely stupid.
The Islanders have back-to-back picks. Why are we still waiting?
Hey, pal.
Hi.
Abby must still be downstairs.
Abby.
He's gonna panic if Abby comes in because she's gonna get mad at him. All right, that's Tully. That's our. He's gonna be 3 in September. He's the devil. He's from hell. He's a sweet boy, very stupid, and a massive jerk. Obsessed with me, loves me, like lives for me. Sometimes listens to Mel, not much. Abby is smaller than him and bullies the shit out of him. It's actually very funny. Yeah, he's a big boy. Actually, if he comes over here, I'll show. I don't think he will, but
I don't know how he would.
he loves tight, like he loves being in small, safe places. So he might get in here. He's born without 2 of his bottom teeth. He looks really stupid.
Oh gosh.
You guys want to hear a
Yep,
fun
that's
stat
my
that's going to
armpit.
make you roll your eyes?
What?
We are at the official halfway point of the draft, and we are exactly 2.5 hours in.
No,
Oh, good. We're halfway there.
no,
Can't say no, Ryan. That's the math.
no.
Sound like Hank when I told him he can't ride down the stairs in a laundry basket.
We can't. We're gonna be up until How long has it been since was it the last COVID draft? Because it took so long because we were remote.
Oh,
right?
Kevin
Yeah.
Connolly's back.
Oh, hey, weird. All right, Tully, shut up. Kayshawn HSN.
Oh, you guys called it exactly.
That's great value for 16-17.
They've just rebuilt their defensive core.
Eklund plays defense?
Schaefer and Aitchison.
No, I know.
I can't believe that 1-2 combo of me forgetting the Bears were related and then us saying brothers when they're cousins. That's a real. You can tell we're
on
2.5 hours in.
Yeah.
Maybe we might need our first drinks.
You think it's intelligent now? Wait till we're at pick 25.
Wait till whoever's got pick 31 trades down.
Oh my god, that's actually the worst when that happens. Pick 29 takes forever and they make the trade.
Not this past one, but the year before. Do you know the level of rage I had when I stayed up to watch the Bills pick? Just for them to trade back from like 30 to 32.
I
and then
texted you.
trade from 32 to 33.
Didn't I text you?
I almost threw my TV out the
look,
window.
he's trying to get under here. I told you he tries to get under here. Oh, but buddy, you're gonna knock out the cord. Do you want to come over here? Yeah. See?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah.
I told you he wants to. Hi, Mister. Hello, Mister. He just wants to hang out with Dad.
Hi.
Oh, we have a second one.
Hi.
He is.
Oh, gosh. Oh,
You might have
gosh.
to move your mic out of the way. No, tell me. Oh God.
Oh, God.
No. This is so bad. Go, walk, idiot.
Hi.
This is.
A smaller dog.
I don't have those.
I think you need a third, much larger dog.
How do you feel about Great Danes?
They're a little bit more chill than these guys. That's a miracle that whatever that was empty. Oh my God.
I just appreciate the waft of cold air that came through.
Yeah. All right. We need to speed this up.
So the draft has had no surprises happen except for maybe Jack Nesbitt and
Kindle.
And I wouldn't even be all that surprised.
I thought the
Oh.
decentralized would make
Oh.
this go faster. This is
No, why would it
embarrassing.
make it go faster? No one knows how to use tech in the NHL.
Yeah, Cam Robinson's tweeting live saying he's like this building's only a third full now. Like this is weird.
So for those wondering, the brown dog who's only slightly less giant, that's Abby. She's 10.5 and she's still a spring chicken. She's our sweet girl, literally. She has diabetes, but she doesn't know it. bullies the hell, like just wants to do SummerSlam all day, every day, just wants to fight. And this guy's such a baby. He's such a little, just soft little baby boy. Likes to hide under, as you can see, the tables and stuff. Glued to me. Also, he's big on punching.
Oh.
Today I was petting him and I stopped, and then I just got, he like raised his arm, just went boom, like socked me.
No, you got your first Roxy experience.
Yeah.
They call them boxers literally for that reason.
Yeah.
Okay, go see Evan.
How is Brad still sitting like
thank you.
that? I told you, man, this guy's a freak.
I have sat in like 100 different positions. You know how uncomfortable I am right now?
Yeah, I'm sorry we couldn't find you a new chair in time. We have been looking.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
He's like,
The ass groove I was hoping
I
to
only
wear
have
into
so
this chair
many
is just
free
not
hands.
happening.
the chair resists it.
Yeah.
You're
Because it's made of solid concrete.
Remember when this podcast used to be interrupted by Brad's dogs drinking water? They used to just drink for like 5 minutes straight.
And we just kept hitting record. No edits.
Yeah, that was, look, they're ready. They got some zoomies coming.
Oh yeah. Tully is being.
Yeah, that's why I
very
got my
annoying.
leg up. I'm not letting him through again.
All right. Let's get some questions in the chat. How many people do we still got with us?
Oh, no.
They just showed him hitting someone and giving them CTE.
And again.
Nope. Next.
I hope someone does ask Yzerman about the WHL thing.
Max, this is your chance.
Calgary seems like a great landing spot for Reshny.
Yeah.
Is any Atlantic teams picking soon?
Calgary seems like a great spot for Reshny.
Ottawa. Ottawa picks at 21. That's kind of in his wheelhouse. Oh, hi.
Any other big fallers here? Or anyone that you're kind of
Carbonneau's surprisingly still
Carbonneau,
there.
Reshny would be the two that immediately jump to mind. Probably should have been off the board by now, but
Everyone was all hot to trot about Lakovic, too.
someone compared him to Anthony Mantha, and 32 teams put him on the do not draft list.
Yes. Maybe he goes to Calgary.
Oh, is that lightning outside?
Yeah, I just caught that out of the corner of my eye there.
Oh, yeah, it's raining too.
Oh, good. Oh!
How are you surprised by the dogs?
I don't know. I didn't expect a snoot.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
it's really
there's the
weird.
thunder.
Oh, if the string gets kicked out, it's because,
Power went out.
yeah. How am I going to ask the chat for questions and then ask questions to Brad and Evan? Because my chat is very delayed, and so I was waiting for them to populate. Sorry. Thoughts on the rumors of Kane to Columbus? I have not seen that. So I looked into that a little bit more, and everything I'm hearing is still that Kane is like the interest is still in coming back to Detroit. I don't think the Toronto interest was ever real from him. I think it was real from Toronto. I mean, we'll see. Nothing's signed yet, but I understand it's under the wire. We'll see.
Did you see one of the updates to the CBA? Sorry, are there more questions?
Yeah, but you go, Wally.
Neck guards will be mandatory for all new players entering in 26-27 and beyond. Players with one game played prior to 26-27 will be grandfathered in and not mandatory.
That makes sense.
Fine by me.
Yep, that makes total sense. I like that.
I wonder
Like
what
that a
will
lot.
qualify as a neck guard. Like I know some like the turtlenecks.
Oh, the turtle. Well, they have those turtlenecks though have the neck guard built in. Like it's a full. What I'm wondering about is the like, if you look at like junior leagues that mandate it, like the kids will roll it, so it's like a strip of tape wide.
Yeah.
Which at that point, like, why even bother?
Anthony all says, what prospects do you think should go back to Grand Rapids next season? Who would you like to see get some games?
I'd like to see them all get some games. The only one that I'm like maybe a little bullish on in getting Detroit would be Danielson. And even then, I'm not like super dead set on it.
Kind of depends on what happens in free agency, right?
Well, that's the real watershed moment. I think
Yeah.
if you ask the question now, it's like, yeah, I want to see some of the top prospects, see what we got. When free agency comes by and we do our recap,
Like if you have to
there
throw,
could be one spot maybe.
if free agency goes poorly and you have to kick Andrew Kopp up to first line left wing, who's the third line center? I would like that to be Nate Danielson. Oh,
All right.
Lanny.
Let's see what Lanny McDonald picks, and we'll go back to some questions.
Wonder what Lanny would look like without a mustache.
You'll never know.
When he broke into the NHL, he didn't have it.
Well, you'll never know moving forward.
That was before TVs and cameras.
Yep.
All right.
They've actually insured his mustache.
Okay, Lanny. Oh, they got to hurry them up. How are you going to say National Hockey League? Reshny goes to Calgary.
He goes west.
That's, you know what?
I'll take it.
At least it's not Montreal this time.
Yep, I'll take it. If he's not going to Detroit, send him as far away from Detroit as possible.
Ryan Beal says, "Where does Bear rank in your prospect in the
that
Red Wings prospect pool? In your opinion?"
That Lightning's really picking up. Geez, I don't know. That's tough. So if we go, I would go ASP 1, Danielson 2.
Oh.
There's the first power flicker. Then you're probably in the range now, like 3, 4, 5. Who Carter Bear, MBN?
MBN right now.
I'd go Bear.
I think it's marginal.
Yeah, oh, they're basically the same player that shoot different ways. I just think there's a little more versatility to Bear versus MBN. Yeah, that's probably the range for me. Like, you probably still have ASP and Danielson above everybody else, and then I think it's wide open for debate.
Yeah, I mean, part of that's probably just like typecasting the player, right? Like you just attach him to the most comparable guy, but I
Yeah.
think it's about fair. Where you put the goalies also just depends on how you value goalies too, right? Like, because if you value them highly, then Augustine is a lot higher on the boards. If you value it on readiness, then Augustine would be lower. So good for Calgary. I like Reshny as a prospect. Lori and Steve Cameron says, compared to that of Brandon Gallagher and Zach Hyman, are we talking about Carter Bear?
Yeah, those are more. Travis, you can throw Travis Konechny in there.
Yeah.
Like the archetype's pretty obvious, like with all the comparisons, right?
Yeah. Carl asked why the dogs are gone. They're coming and going as they please at this point.
Last one just left.
Yep.
Or
had no interest
Evan's
in
got
her.
the dogs out.
Oh, was I supposed to come with you?
Yes, actually, that's
Thunder
exactly what
Buddy.
she wants.
How are we not even at pick 20 yet?
Ryan Lott says, what do you guys think about the Wings taking a flyer on Daniil Prokhorov in the second round? His scouting
won't
report
make it.
is hilarious and fascinating.
He won't make it. Otherwise, I'm all in.
He's a first-round guy, right?
Yeah, he might go today. I'd trade up for him. You want to give, like, if he's still sitting there early second, you kick in a fourth to move up like 10 spots? Sure.
Chicklets and Kevin Weeks are rumoring Crosby getting traded to Colorado.
Yeah, there's two super reliable sources.
If you trade Crosby, you're trading Malkin this year too, right?
Yeah, you'd have to. You're trading Crosby if you're burning it to the ground.
Hello, princess. Is there some thunder? Abby doesn't like thunder. Oh, just make sure she doesn't come this way, Brad. Oh, no, she's happy with your pets. That's
I'm
good.
going to say, Tully's clumsy. I would imagine you're clumsier.
Yeah.
She's wants to. She's going to try Evan now.
Aye. Oh,
Matt, yeah, we are going to watch the rest of the draft. We always cover the full first round, so I'm going to cover the rest of the first round, do one last recap. I'm going to edit a video and post it for the Carter Bear draft video, and then tomorrow we're going to be online with our Patreon supporters for day 2 coverage, rounds 2 through 7, starting at noon. or we'll be on as long as the Lightning doesn't kick out the Power. So if the Power leaves and comes back, that's why.
Oh,
Still 1,500 of you in here, almost 1,600. Thank you, guys. If you haven't already, give the stream a thumbs up. Subscribe on YouTube. If you want to go above and beyond and get more behind the scenes, a lot more swearing. I'll just be honest. The Patreon exclusive bonus over our time episodes, we just kind of let loose that way. But it's a good time. You get the bonus episodes. You get the Discord. You get the giveaways. You get access to exclusive merch like this Dub Club hat. Yeah, all that and lots more.
This thunderstorm's projected to go till 1 a.m., so probably good for the last 5 picks.
Yeah, awesome. Perfect. If you guys, are you guys interested in a cocktail?
yes.
A whiskey sour?
Sure.
No,
Not a whiskey. What do you want?
not a whiskey sour. Literally anything else, actually. Oh,
Want a glass of? Hi, princess. Oh, she can't really turn around, so this is gonna be tough. Oh god. Oh god.
why would
Okay.
she need to turn around?
Because she wants to get out now because she feels trapped. The studio's coming apart. Abby.
This is the content we came here for. The rebuilding of the studio.
Your pets are over here.
You want a gin and tonic? Do you want a rum and coke?
I would. What gin do you have? Is it good?
Evan, you know what? I'm up here.
I'll have
with
a
you
gin
too.
and tonic. I'll have a gin and tonic. No, gin and soda.
Okay, Abby, you got. Oh my god. Oh, she's actually trying to kill the stream. Hi, princess. You gotta. Can you walk backwards?
Put on the.
Beep, beep, beep.
Put her in reverse, Terry.
Oh no, she wants the pets. Hi. And as you can see, it's molting season. Gross. Don't eat this. All right, let's continue the draft analysis. Is Colin Potter going first round? This is a good point.
Carolina, I've seen MBN last year, everybody mocked him to Detroit. It's Cullen Potter. Everybody's mocking to Carolina.
Yeah. Abby, where do you want to go? You want to go here? You just have to go under this cord. Oh, it is coming down out there.
Oh,
Utah should trade back into the first round and do the funniest thing and draft Colin Potter.
How many likes to get one of you to do push-ups like Steve Dangle? Oh, he does the puppy push-ups, right?
What?
Oh. Jeez.
What is a puppy push-up?
You have to watch the... Here, I gotta navigate this. Can you walk backwards, please? Evan will guide you. Beep, beep, beep.
Beep beep beep.
Hi, good girl. Back up. There you go. You made it. Good job.
This way.
Do you want to come back? Oh. Or did she actually just want pets from me? Just watch your...
Listen, this disconnects. I lose power.
There you go. Oh, Evan, you're doing the hockey butt.
Oh,
on the stream right now.
Which is the one to tighten this? My thing's that.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
We're falling apart in here.
Okay. No, she wants to come.
God.
She just wants to hang out with me. That's okay. All right, this is bedlam here. Oh,
That definitely would have killed it because it killed the TV.
No, I still have internet.
I still have
Are
internet.
we good?
Yeah.
Wow,
went.
we are hanging on. This stream is
Maybe that was.
This stream is falling
the
apart.
stream
in a bad
is
way.
officially over.
All right. Well, I can.
We are falling apart here. AskCam is live.
All right. Well, I got the St. Louis pick.
All right. Yeah, you saw it.
Oh,
Ooh,
Yeah, this is tough.
that was a good one.
All right. Are we still
you
on
think
with
the ice
kids?
cream guy's still out?
I hope so. I could go for some ice cream.
Do we have to pay extra for that ass? That's so funny.
You know what? This is a sign.
You better start tipping.
The Quebecois gets picked and the TV goes out and Evan can't watch it.
That's
Who got picked?
Carbonell.
Carbonell. All right, Evan will pet you while I update this. All right, who's Carbonell as a prospect? Because I think he was within Detroit's interest.
Yeah, well, he's that big, physical, wicked shot winger. I think he's a lot of the same intangibles and tangibles as Carter Bear. I just don't think his game's as well-rounded as Carter Bear. Little bigger, I think, and a right shot. So for some teams, that's obviously preferable to a lefty. Detroit's one of the few teams who's overstocked on righties.
What are you more scared of in a prospect? Hi, thank you. You are petting me.
And he's also a late birthday in the queue with good, not elite
Oh, Big
What was
Thunder.
that, Cully? Oh,
Big Thunder. What's scarier to you in a prospect, the Q or a late birthday?
And Carbonell's a late birthday in the queue.
Yeah.
oh God, that's a perfect storm.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Thank you.
I feel like I've got a better gauge on how to actually rate the queue, so the late birthday, because that's more of a wild card.
We're going to lose power right as the Wings trade back up into the first. Yeah, probably.
Great. What is this? Which one's the thing to tighten this? This thing keeps falling into my lap.
Hold on. See the little sides, the circle on the side there? It's a magnetic clip.
This one?
Yep. There you go. And the bottom of that. You tighten it. What do you guys think of the Blues, the redesigned jerseys?
I like him.
More color. If teams embrace color, I really like it.
I'm interested to see how the color, the numbers with no outlines do on TV.
Yeah, that's the one part of the jersey that throws me off, but it matches the jersey aesthetic, so I like it.
All right. Frank Stanley says, everyone subscribe, been a patron for years. Bonus content is always worth it. Get to hear about lampposts, and Evan's thoughts are amazing. Brad needs an equipment episode soon. Winged Wheel Podcast is the best.
God, I haven't done one of those in a while.
Frank, thank you so much. Oh my, I have to catch up on these. Jeez, I'm sorry. Matt P, thank you for the donation. Motion out of time. Wow. $50. Thank you so much. Says, laughing at all the Yzerman hate in the chat. So many clueless, irrationally negative takes. These people don't get hockey or rebuilds. Carter Bear is a great pick. I'm excited for next year. Let's go Red Wings. Thank you. Motion out of time. Dan Hedin says the NHL should watch the NFL draft. They might learn something on how to run a draft. I can feel myself get older watching this.
No, I know. Like they have the concept of what the NFL draft is, and they're doing it way worse.
Joshua Ferguson with the donation that says, give treats to the dogs. Yes, we will. I need to make a request to Mel. If Evan can take over petting Abby because she's scared of the thunder, then I can send in some drink and treat requests.
Mel just texted me for that.
Oh, drinks?
Yeah, she's ahead of you.
Hi, as you guys can probably hear the dog who's nervous.
Tully's not. He's chilling.
Yeah, is he under the table?
No, he's beside me.
Oh, okay. Safe. There's fur everywhere. My God. I'm amazed that we didn't lose power there.
Me too. It's almost a tradition at this point.
Oh, thoughts on the Centennial logo? I don't think they could have knocked it out of the park any better.
I think the general consensus around, the hockey social verse was the Red Wings. Oh, Red Wings had the best one.
Yeah. Hi, Bubs. Evan, can you say what team Carbonell's from for us?
No. Now that he has not been drafted to Detroit, his existence no longer matters to me.
Good. They need to pick this up. This is painfully slow.
We should have tracked through the years how long the first round took and see if it is, in fact, longer than previous years, because I just can't remember
I
at
don't
this point.
think the COVID one even hit midnight, and this one might.
There's going to be 7 people in this arena by the end of this.
There's going to be more people in the chat than there are in the arena.
There might be right now.
All right.
Hi, Tully. Oh,
Thunder and butts. Yeah, people lost it for your butt cam.
that's just a little sample.
We're gonna. That's
Where
what
do you think the thunder came from?
Yeah.
Watch
I
Dylan.
was clapping back.
This is back clapping.
Was that community Parks and Rec outtake? The comeback stories.
Oh God, yeah.
Kim Kardashian.
Well, it only took us 3 hours to start making fart jokes, so
I don't think that's the kind of clapping he was talking about.
we were kind of going a different direction there.
Yeah, we were. Dylan Larkin's going to lose his hockey butt endorsement. Evan's going to take over as the new ambassador. Do I have any funny dog stories? Was this not one of them where they almost killed the stream? Hi.
Oh, cucumbers.
Hi. Okay,
Cucumber.
When she goes for the cucumber, it's going to be mayhem, just as a heads up.
Okay.
Abby, what's that?
You want some cukes?
Back it
Oh,
up.
you
Going that
can
way?
back up. You're such a ham. She's getting pretty scared of the Thunder, babe. She was like glued to me. And she didn't almost kill the stream, so don't accuse her of that.
Okay.
We are not far from Brady Martin, is how I'll put it. Evan's starting his OnlyFans? What do you mean starting? He's like a top 5%.
Top 1%er or whatever they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan, this is all falling apart.
This one's not even your fault this time.
There we go. We're so back.
And the guy who originally tweeted the Crosby trade rumor just issued a retraction.
Oh my god. And Josh Ferguson, by the way, they did just get treats. They got one of Abby's favorite cucumber. I would like to give you more draft analysis. It's just moving so slow.
Who's up for the pick? His Cam Robinson's teasing this as a shocker, so it could be a reach.
Can there be a shocker at this point?
There's still a lot of guys. Like Cam Reed's still not gone. Hensler's not gone. Who else would be in this range? Boumedienne?
MC says Evan takes a shot at gin whenever a pick is made. Oh, you'll go home sober.
He'd be downright sober. Like, I feel like the commercial to pick ratio is 2-1 for the commercials right now.
Just as how the NHL wants it.
Like, I genuinely feel like this has been more commercials than actual broadcast.
I feel like I
Are
have.
they handing out the GM of the award now? Really? We're adding another delay? Oh, they handed it out a while ago, thank God.
Jim Nill. You know, part of me is like, wow, Jim Nill has done so well in Dallas. And part of me is like, wow, what's he going to have to do with Robertson because of the Dumba and LaBouche contracts?
Yeah.
The thing with, okay, here, I tweeted
Trade him
this
to
out as
Detroit.
well.
We know what he's going to do.
I tweeted this out as well. Like, you know why Robertson's name is out there. Dallas knows his number and they don't want to pay it.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And so they're putting that out there, one, to actually gauge the interest, but two, as a pressure tactic. Because, hey, Robertson, if you want to stay, just know that we don't like your number. And if you want to stay, you're going to have to sign because we have interest in trades being drummed up for you. It's not anyone else leaking it other than the Stars. It's not like unethical. It's kind of a normal thing to happen, but
Oh, Cam Robinson's teasing a reach and Columbus is up. Remember the last time that happened? Everybody on the panel did not know who it was.
who was it that threw to someone else on the Sportsnet panel?
Cosentino threw to Fuda.
So funny.
Just right under the bus. Do it again. Or Fuda gets him back this time. All right, who's Columbus going with?
I feel bad being upset right now because it's Meredith back up on the stage.
Yeah.
But when she goes, I'm going to go back to complaining about how long this is taking.
Thank you, everyone. And again, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the FitCon back in Columbus. You guys are having a fun night. And I want to give a very special shout out to our babies, Noah, baby Johnny, and baby Carter.
Oh, they definitely sell food and drink at the draft. Absolutely.
It's the only way you'd make it. Like, you're supposed to eat every 12
They
hours.
did almost the exact same thing as the Chinikov.
2025 NHL Draft. The Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from the Chiska Juniors, Peter Andre Anov.
Who?
Is he even there?
Peter Andreanov,
What position does he play?
Columbus Blue Jackets.
They're panicking again.
Oh my. He's a goalie.
First round goalie that nobody's heard of.
They have to go to Costantino here.
Here's what he is. First of all, Russia has a goaltending factory going on. I'm not going to go into all the details about it, but I'll just say this. They cherry-pick some of the top athletes, goalies, and they send them away to like a Trenchiat type of development camp, and then they spawn them out to all the MHL, KHL, and their programs to build them up. This kid here, Andrianov, he's built like a fire hydrant. He's like 6 foot tall, 207 pounds, super
Okay.
athletic, great feet, butterfly style.
Sweet. That's definitely the pick.
Honestly, I don't mind when people reach for goalies because they're not really
Don't try.
scouted that well. I think it's high for a goalie in this draft, especially based on Columbus's organizational needs, but whatever. Means you believe in the guy. I gotta make sure I spelled that right.
They're actually throwing.
Okay.
That is the pick that I definitely have some thoughts on. He's definitely a goalie. Pretty sure he's Russian.
Can you say definitely for both?
No.
Yeah. I thought when they were saying, oh, they're going off the board, it was like Ryabkin or something.
Well, we're going to find out where Krasnaya Armia Moskva is in the world.
Is it anywhere near Metallurg? Or Magnitogorsk, I should say?
Is it where Europe meets Asia? We'll find out.
Is this Europe or Asia, Russia? Is this town's color also?
Oh, it's based in Moscow.
Well, there you go.
They're members of the Western Conference in the Junior Hockey League of the KHL. The name was chosen by fan vote. Just
Hell yeah.
rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
They have an Instagram page.
Why is there a Senators Zibanejad jersey hanging up there?
Oh my God.
What in the hell is this organization?
No, their Twitter has 8,000 followers.
Wow, this who's that? They've got multiple jerseys of guys hung who are actively playing for opposing NHL teams. Nick Foligno, Eric Carlson, Mika Zibanejad.
The Carlson thing ended not well.
No, and Zibanejad, they traded him for 1 year of Derek Brassard.
Hey, who can say they regretted that?
Every Sens fan?
Yeah. But besides that,
God, that organization's so bad.
they gotta hurry this up. Oh my God. How's the chat doing? Why do you think Zetterberg misses the Hall of Fame selection?
Because
There's a good amount of people up. Like Chara up, McGillney finally getting in.
next year, Bergeron's the only first-time lock. Carey Price probably gets in as a second year, and then I think those last two are wide open.
Ottawa's moving down. They're trading it to Nashville.
My God, people. And also, Detroit's been the most irrelevant team in the NHL for 10 years. So, like, anything with the organization is not going to be front of mind for people. Actually, on the Athletics show, Frankie Corrado was banging the table for Henrik Zetterberg.
Good.
Same with Gentili, the Pittsburgh guy, actually was surprising.
You can't leave Zetterberg off for much longer
No.
than another year or two at most.
No, absolutely not. All right, what is this trade?
21 for 23 and 67.
Sweet.
Gary's like, we need to use the button at least 3 times.
Oh
Someone
my
has to
God.
make a trade.
The button now is an alarm clock to wake everybody up.
No kidding. This is why they did it, the decentralized in LA, because it's only 7 p.m. there. Hey, Red Wings admin is here.
What's up?
They said, look alive, Brad. How's it going, friends? I hope the draft party was good. I hope, I know at least some of them are in LA right now. So looking forward to our Carter Bear Centennial jersey in the studio. Actually, we need to get the Centennial jersey and the...
So, the one question we didn't ask, Speaking of Carter Bear's jersey, are we at where are we at on the vibes with number 11 these days? We still into Danny Cleary, Daniel Offerson good vibes?
Yeah.
'Cause that's where my mind goes.
Yeah.
Still good vibes.
We can put the Steve Ott jersey up if you want. Hello?
Do you still have it?
Yeah.
Where's that sitting?
It's the one Catherine wears.
Oh my god.
If she ever wears a
so
jersey.
funny. That is so funny.
Oh, I love it. There's no way they just did a trade and then are going to commercial.
Oh my god. All right.
Brad, have you been watching
Cancel the
this?
draft. Holy crap.
Have you been? Who's this for?
Brad.
All right. As we get drink deliveries, everyone say bye. Or everyone say bye.
Thank you.
Everyone say hi to the best
you.
social media team in the NHL. Detroit Red
mine?
Wings admin is in the chat.
Thank you.
Everyone say hello, admin.
Okay, what am I drinking?
Jerseys are in the mail.
Oh, sweet. Hell yeah.
Extra spit.
Well, she
Yes,
doesn't
there
make 'em
was.
light. Appreciate that.
No, she absolutely does not.
This is delicious.
Cheers. We made it pretty far in before having to.
Meltdown about
Yeah.
the time. Like it's 10:05.
I haven't even taken my socks off.
We haven't made it to pick 21, and it's 10:05. We're technically not even 2/3 of the way there yet.
We are. This thing is moving so slow that the Red Wings admin has time to come and hang in our
Yeah,
chat.
I know, it's great.
You love them.
Sorry, admin. I am begging for a Red Wings trade back into the first round. I don't mean to put more work on your plate, but
Yeah, no.
hi.
I gotta say, in terms of the aesthetics of a name on their jersey, Bear looks
Clean.
clean, very clean.
I'm too tired to think of him now, but I can't wait till what stupid nicknames we come up for him.
Hi, Abby.
Carter Bear.
Well, Berggren's got to be gone, right? There can only be one Bear.
Bear to Beargrin. Back to Bear.
Gosses Bear.
Goss
He's
is
gone.
get Ghost back. Ghost Bear, Beargrin, Bear.
Is other Bears in the Bear type
Bear
names
down.
in the NHL?
It's the community clip. Bear down for midterms.
Justin Barron.
That's
Oh,
good.
wow. This is a Brad question.
That's all I had. There's got to be a rule at this point in the draft. If you trade for the pick, you have to go make it immediately.
For every passing moment, one listener or one viewer. No, you know what? We get demonetized so fast.
Don't toss me a coaster.
Oh, Barrett Hayton.
Ooh, good one.
good.
Thank you.
Yogi Bear is a good one. Bear Necessities. Todd Bear Toozy.
Wow.
How much?
What about Tyler Bear-Tuesday? Just bring him back. We'll
How much
collect all
for
the
Evan to
Bears.
bench press Abby? Can he?
Abby, how much do you weigh?
She's at about
Or is it rude to ask?
You think
80 to 85 pounds.
Evan, you making this pick again for Nashville, or is that George Kittle?
That guy does not look like me.
No.
Craig says all you guys care about is money. Get demonetized for the people. What about our $12, Craig? Cardi B, Savage Bear, Sea Bear,
Carter Bear, Care Bear. Fuck, it's a Care.
Cam Reed.
Barry Trotz.
That's good.
There you go.
Cameron Reed.
Cam
goes.
Reed.
Honestly, I get the trade up.
Yep. And I love
Good
that
value
he's on the list.
sitting there.
A lot of viewings on
Care
Reed
Bear,
from
count
Kitchener.
Down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's a dad right there.
Yep.
Connor Beardard.
So sorry, did Ottawa take 26 there?
23.
23.
23.
Oh yes.
Took 23 and 62, I think. Oh shit, we lost Barry. Deep cut.
Good old Kitchener boy.
Yep.
Also, shout out to Eastern Kill. Distillery in Grand Rapids.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, this is
their
from-
stuff's good.
Yeah, the gin. It was the barrel-aged gin, and I have to remember which whiskey we got, but unbelievable stuff from there. Every time we make a Grand Rapids trip, we grab a couple of bottles. They're very kind to
I
us.
come back so much heavier
Oh God.
and fatter and out of shape when we go to Grand Rapids because all I do is eat and drink
Yeah.
when we go there.
The Michigan straight bourbon whiskey, one of my favorites.
Yeah. Yeah, I start those Grand Rapids trips with a $2 hot dog night and $2 beers, so naturally I feel terrible the rest of the weekend.
When we went to when we go to the Griffins games, we're credentialed at Griffins games, and they give you if you're press, you get $10 vouchers. And these two, so like Brad sat with his kids, Evan sat with Catherine in the stands. I usually sit up in the press box for most of the games. The first thing I do is bring back down the $12. Like that is 15 hot dogs right off the rip at the Griffins games.
Well, remember when the first hot dog night we went to, I walked back to the seat with 5 hot dogs and I got 0 of them.
Because you're a child. you're
Okay, I gave Crystal one, I gave Mika one, Hank polished off the rest.
good kid. Got to go to Mitten Brewing and Long Road Distillers next time. You don't have to ask me twice. We're coming through. We're doing a little Michigan golf trip, and Grand Rapids stop is absolutely needed. Murdoch86, thank you for the donation. Says, what are you guys offering Vancouver for Quinn Hughes? Next year's first on the table. Everything is on the table for Quinn Hughes.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're skipping the Wizard of Oz scene here.
Yeah, they're probably
Cam Reed just hit the jackpot.
If Quinn Hughes is on the table, you're not worried about trading next year's pick, because if you have Quinn Hughes, you're not going to be getting Gavin McKenna.
Correct.
Yep.
Pick your favorite prospect.
Quinn Hughes almost dragged Vancouver into the playoffs before he got hurt.
Yes.
They're like advanced analytics with him out of the lineup or heart level type numbers.
Who are the two untouchables in a Quinn Hughes trade? Not because he's not worth it, but because it doesn't make sense for your team. Raymond Insider?
Yeah, pretty much.
And not that you're trying to trade Edvinson, but if you're getting Quinn Hughes, everything is on the table.
Yeah, oh yeah. Here's the only caveat to that. 2 years left, can't sign an extension now.
2
And
years?
you're not giving up the farm for 2 years of Quinn
No.
Hughes. You're giving up a lot.
2 years is worse than 1 year, because if he's 1 year, you can get him with an extension
Yeah.
in place. 2 years, you can't sign him until the next July 1st.
Yeah, so you're taking that gamble that you might only get 2 years.
Waddell said Andreanov is committed in Russia for the next 4 or 5 years. Good grief.
Wow.
Quinn Hughes is whatever the tier is below McDavid and McKinnon, like those guys, Draisaitl, he's the top of the next tier.
Just below Cale Makar.
Unfortunately, yes, because Cale Makar comes with more cost control and a nice number. Cale Makar's contract is filthy for Colorado.
That's so
it makes me so mad.
Didn't he say he's never been to Costco or something earlier this year or his rookie season or something? He said he'd either never been to Costco or never had a Costco.
Yeah, when he
hot dog.
said that, what you didn't see was Nathan McKinnon just off camera, just
Well, I think the Hugheses were doing all right, and he probably has never been grocery. He didn't do a lot of his grocery shopping at home, to put it gently.
I would do a lot. To see
he doesn't
some
know where
NHL players go grocery shopping and be like, all right, buy the groceries for the week. And
it's a
they
banana.
do.
What could it cost? $10?
I would love that.
They're not getting coffee sponsorships, and we're thrilled about it. But they're not having to get coffee sponsorships when they go on stream, you know?
I would love to see Berggren go buy groceries.
Oh, there's no
You
chance.
wouldn't make it to the store. You get lost. If you thought I was directionally challenged, Jonathan Berggren would probably make me look like Magellan.
You'd break all the traffic laws.
I do break this. Turning on Woodward, I break the same law every year.
He can be your navigator and you can be the driver, and you both will.
You know
will
what?
break several traffic laws, and it'll end up being just a circle.
We get there quicker when we go to the arena.
That's true.
So Pittsburgh's up.
Tim, what have you missed in the last 20 minutes? We got drinks. That's pretty much it. Red Wings admin popped in.
Their trade. So this is their first pick of the trade back. Philly took Nesbitt. Is there anybody here that we just... Yeah. There's a couple
Chris
guys here I just
Letang's
like better
work-
than Nesbitt.
Chris Letang's working overtime right now. Holy.
Him and his kid are dressed sharp.
His child is him.
Yeah. Same accent.
Bill Zonin.
Yeah, he was high on a lot of people's lists.
Yeah, no, that's not it. It's a little rich for me at 22 or whatever it is, but
Wait, why did I have Philly here? I'm dumb.
because it was Phillies.
Yeah, but I didn't switch it.
And that's smart. Get the French kid to read out the French team name.
Yeah, the Huskies. We can make fun of the French Canadian accent. We're Canadian. I would love Horkoff round 2. That'd be unreal. Evan learning how genetics works.
My God, he has a striking resemblance to his parents.
Barrel aged gin. We missed that one. It was right in front of us.
That's there.
Trade up for Prokhorov. I wouldn't hate it at all.
I gotta consult my list. I'm curious now. Who would we be looking at as great value that's still available? Colin Potter's still there. Lakovic's still there.
Yeah.
Boumedienne's still there. And then you're getting into the guys you would expect to go in this range. Gastrin, Spence, Hensler, Wozniak, Horkoff, McKinney, Schmidt.
Is the draft going to be live tomorrow? I don't know what networks are carrying it, but yeah, you can. They don't. It's not like this so much. Like you pan away to like commentary panels and stuff quite a bit. I also can't see Horkoff making it to round 2, honestly. BRBV4 says, are you guys concerned that the Wings are going to run it back with much of the same team as last year? Somewhat through, and it could be through no fault of their own, right? Like if all these free agents choose to go elsewhere. NHL Network tomorrow. Thank you, J11. Sportsnet in Canada. Oh, big lightning. Does the draft end before free agency starts? Yeah, draft ends tomorrow, free agency July 1st.
Yep.
The Penguins, if you have a jersey ad, make it fit your color scheme. Do not add other colors. It is so stupid.
Oh my God.
LeBron James in the chat says, heard a report that the Wings are in on Keandre Miller. What do you guys think? I like it. And now that pick 13 has been made, I'm no longer scared about pick 13
yeah.
being involved.
If you want to give up your second round pick and like a pretty decent prospect, sure. But yeah, like I wouldn't trade Carter Bear for Keandre Miller. And Evan, I made the mistake. I just read the comments below my Carter Bear post. Oh my God.
Yeah, you're dumb.
Yeah, that was 100% my fault. Right after I told you today.
Yes. The internet was once again a mistake.
There was one comment that was like, "How did like he's 3-4 years away? They need someone right now." And I'm like, "There's nobody at 13 you're getting right now."
Couldn't. I'd love that also.
Unless
would
you
be
trade
great.
13.
I don't know if there's a single player in this draft who's playing in the NHL next year.
Bill's on in.
You think he's got a chance?
I'm on Pittsburgh, maybe.
Maybe Brady Martin. Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know.
No one stands out to me as like a lock. Like maybe the Sharks want to integrate Misa sooner rather than later with the young core and let them all do it together. I don't know.
Misa would probably be my guess for most ready for next year because he's already done 3 years in the O and he's not a little guy.
Chris, we're going to do a summary of Bear at the end. Craig, yeah, you can technically trade Bear. You're allowed.
Summary of Bear.
Upon.
There's Grizzly, Polar.
What do they say?
Black,
Brown, lay down, black, attack, white, or
Good
F.
night. Yeah,
If
rhymes.
it's white, good night.
Yeah.
What if it's a panda?
Stupid animal. It's essentially Tully, but in bear form.
That's true.
All right, what do we got here? Yeah, free agency starts on July 1st. You're correct.
We have one dog asleep.
The reason I love free agency, we don't live stream it. I don't have to do anything till the evening on Canada Day every year. It's the one day a year where I get to spend like 8 hours on the couch.
That's incredible.
I don't even care if the Ravens do anything. It's my favorite day of the year.
I'm fortunate enough to be friends with someone who's fortunate enough to have a family cottage up where a lot of the NHL players go in Muskoka. Same lake and everything.
Nice.
I'm just like cosplaying up there. Feel very out of place.
Oh my! Can you guess who's? You can finish your story. It's far more interesting what I'm about to say.
And I petition my friend every year to improve the internet because every year without fail I step in the front door and a trade breaks.
Yeah.
And last year it wasn't a trade, but I got the tip that the Kane signing was happening, so I was working on that. Which uncommitted CHLers would you steer to the NCAA? I would tell most of them to go to the NCAA for a year plus.
Depends
From
where they're
Jalen,
at.
thank you for the donation.
There's value in dominating, but you don't want to dominate for multiple years. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like Danielson, I would have never sent to the NCAA. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like with where he was at. Carter Bear had a great season, but he's still got room to grow in the WHL. He's fine going back to the dub. Rasmussen, again, it's weird that he didn't turn out, but like he went back for his 18-year-old year in the dub, and because of his size, looked like a man amongst boys. He should have went to the NCAA or the AHL if that would have been an option at the time. But he had to stick in Detroit. Oh, here goes Ottawa. Here comes Tom Green. I'm sure this won't be awkward.
Guess who Peter Adrianov's agent is?
Dan Milstein.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Oh, he brought his dog.
Puppy. Big ears. Logan Hensler.
God, Ottawa just collects like high floor, low upside defensemen like they're infinity stones. Like
Yeah.
that is their thing.
Yeah, but we said that about what's his name, and he's turned out great from the top of the other draft.
We didn't classify
Sanderson.
Sanderson. I'm thinking of Bernard Docker, Tyler Clevin. Like,
There's dozens of people still there.
dozens, I tell you. Well, if you take the players and their families out of it, is anybody left?
I've got good word that this place is emptying out. It's getting pretty sparse out there.
Jesus.
Is the W considered higher or lesser competition than the NCAA? NCAA is harder competition.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're
for
playing
sure.
against grown men.
Yeah.
Essentially. Jared says getting into revisionist history here, but if Rass was able to play in the A year sooner, do we think that would have impacted his trajectory much?
Much, no, but impacted, yes. His first year in Detroit was a nightmare. Like, he was not ready for it, but he was too physically dominant for junior. He was the poster child for why, like, you needed something like this. Maybe he goes the NCAA route versus playing in Detroit. He rounds out his offensive game a little more because, like, in Detroit, especially in the Blashill era, he wasn't doing anything offensively, development-wise. Every shift of his was don't die.
Yeah.
And that's not a good development path.
Yeah. Is Stevie calling Ken Holland right now about 24? Oh my God, are we only there?
Who are you trading up for right now, though?
Lakovic, didn't they like him?
Yeah, that's probably a good one, actually. I could get behind that.
Oh, JJ used to work for Dan Melstein. Great guy. Awesome interview.
There was not a wasted second in that interview.
No.
Oh my God.
No, we learned, we gleaned
I learned
pretty
nothing about Dan Milstein. Just because he was like very punctual.
Yes.
There was no side conversation.
Yeah, very quickly I gleaned that was the most valuable conversation we ever had. Like, we didn't pay for his time, but he certainly bills for his hours. So I was like,
Oh,
oh
yeah.
boy. I feel bad.
We interviewed him for 15 minutes, and it felt like you just spent $500.
Minimum.
But we got $10,000 worth, I'll tell you that much. The Working Man, thank you, says top free agents don't want to be in Detroit. That's a problem. I talked about it last episode. You have to create the environment for them to come.
Yzerman's got to be the world's best salesman right now because outside of Ekblad having the hometown angle, there is not one thing that gives Detroit an advantage over any other market in free agency right now. Like, I shouldn't say that. Like, you'd rather go to Detroit than Buffalo right now, hypothetically. But compared to other teams you're competing against, you don't have the winning angle, you don't have the weather angle, you don't have the taxes angle. So you either have to get a hometown kid or you have to outbid everybody comfortably.
Florida was not a destination for players
Because
for
they
almost
lost
their
all the time.
eternity.
Yeah.
It was the retirement home, the retirement waiting room for everybody. Like, it was a joke of an organization. And then they finally got the right executives in, built the right organization, and started to build a culture over time. And now it's paying off. The Red Wings can do the same thing.
Exactly. But you got to get someone to agree to come first to actually get to the, we're actually good point.
Humongous Chungus says, Brad, do you like the new Flylight stick and skates?
I haven't tried the skates. Mika actually just, we got new skates for her this weekend. She got the Flylights. She seems to love them. Shot the stick, man. That thing's whippy. That thing is whippy. And I'm a fan of whippy, so I like it. But I normally use a 70 flex. I don't know if I could use that in a 70. I'd probably have to go up. But I've been a vapor guy for 5 years with my sticks, so I knew I was going to love it, and I do.
Ben says, do you want Ekblad or Ehlers now that Ekblad and Ehlers now that they're testing for agency? Yes to both.
Please and thank you.
All in on both.
Yep.
Figure it out. Send whatever money away you have to. Justin says, late to the party, but are we cool with this pick? Yep, 100%.
Yep,
All
love
three
it.
of us had him in our preferred picks. He wasn't like insanely unexpected value, but he wasn't a reach at all. And he was actually our predicted pick, so we got the mock right.
Yep.
Jared says, is Kane not enticing to other players anymore? Maybe Mo and Lucas. He is somewhat, but it's not Kane in his heyday, right? So players who have had a connection with him, maybe when they get there, they really love it. But as a draw, not as much as before. Hold on, I have this screen covering Brad. I have I probably shouldn't. You know what? We're however many hours in. I'm just gonna read it. Someone goes, Brad, how big's your hammer, bud? I told you, all he does on this show is present on stream.
That's right.
There's a reason I'm on a podcast and not OnlyFans.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Josh Henrichsen says, what are your expectations, realistic expectations for Monday for free agency?
Is that not Tuesday?
It's like Monday. I gotta go to work.
Yeah. Expectations are nothing. I don't think anything's going to happen. Hope there's some news, but
J11 says, I want a Red Wings
Who?
Wild final one-day elite markets.
is this the Old Spice guy?
Oh, there's another trade.
Oh, they're getting the Boo Birds out.
You guys got to hurry this up.
They're saying Boo earns.
Oh.
Pittsburgh coming back up.
Lakovic.
That would make a lot of sense for them. So then what would they be walking away with? Kindle, Zonin, Lakovic? That would be pretty solid.
Not what I expected.
I mean, I feel like they got to take a defenseman at some point, don't they? I mean, they don't have to. They're so early in the rebuild. But Boumedienne strike you as a Dubas type? Like,
No.
Maybe. I could see that, actually. It's about when he's...
the upside's big. The risk is big, but you've already made 2 first-round picks, so, like, if you're ever going to gamble on upside...
You think they look at Cullen Potter? That's a gamble on...
That seems like a Dubas type,
That's
yeah.
a gamble on upside.
But then do you think there's a lot of redundancy between Kindle and Potter? Which, I mean, fine. Like, yeah, good players are good players. I think people get too caught up on, like, oh, you need to fill every role. Pittsburgh needs everything, so if they end up with like 2 small, highly skilled forwards, I don't think it's a bad thing.
All right.
Kindle's listed at 5'11", 181, so he's not tiny.
Not teeny tiny, yeah. It's not bad.
Yeah, he had 100 points in the WHL this year.
Who did?
Kindle.
Almost.
99.
Almost.
Yeah, not almost. Sorry. My apologies. He was a double-digit producer.
Well, that could be 11 points.
You said you were quote
Could be
tweeting
99.
You said you were quote tweeting away. You quote tweeted one thing.
Yeah, I
And it
was
was-
quote tweeting away.
That's a lot
I
for
was
him.
busy.
It was the podcast quote tweet.
Okay, I could have quote tweeted other people. I chose to use the podcast. I don't know why you're complaining. I did it.
Oh, you know what? I don't even know that I am. I think I just love getting a rise out of you.
Are
Sorry.
you sure about that?
I love getting a rise out of Brad, apparently.
Yeah, jeez.
Don't look that way. Craig, there is going to be, the studio's not done yet. We have the sound treatment panels coming in and some more stuff planned. So it's still pretty raw right now. Oh, we already had a couple of cups of coffee cult. We have to...
Even it out now. The draft's been too exciting, too fast paced. We got to slow it down a little bit.
Can you guys just have another cocktail and debate about Marc-Andre Fleury and Boob Titsky?
Boobtitsky.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting to the point I'm going to have to eat dinner again soon.
Well, the beautiful,
You said eat dick.
the beautiful thing is this will just roll right into the second round. We're already here.
Yeah.
We'll just keep it going.
You guys can go to bed in the guest rooms for 30 minutes. And
You think you've heard some ludicrous things this evening? Wait until we have no sleep.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I got to be up at 6 tomorrow, so my opinions during rounds 2 through 7 are going to be, probably more about hammers than hockey players.
Andre the Tyrant says, if the Wings trade up into the first round, what picks would you...
Here's Letang's kid again.
Oh my God. We can see that, Gary. Let the
Oh,
kid
they
talk.
dropped the mic down a little bit.
They raised it.
Will Horkoff.
Wow, that's
good.
that's tough for Red Wings fans.
Horkoff goes.
3 forwards for Pittsburgh.
Good for them.
Oh, Sean's there.
Oh, draft's not decentralized.
The Red Wings have an inside man.
It's a shame that he just fell right between where Detroit was picking in the first and second round.
I know. I was going to say, no Nepo babies in this organization, but
I would have... That's a nepotism pick I would have loved.
yeah.
Must
Look
be
at
a
that
lot
guy.
of
That-
sun
that-
in
I was
Michigan.
going to say, that's a guy who just got back from a vacation for sure.
He was golfing with Evan.
Dream teammate,
Jesus.
Sean Horkoff.
How tall is he?
Oh, he's a
5'9".
big boy.
That's how I feel when I stand beside you guys.
Yeah.
Can they make the text smaller than that jersey? If they could. Thoughts on Bear versus MBN? Brad talked about it a little bit. You like his overall complete game a bit more?
He's got a bit more ways to kill you. And I mean that in like an offensive way, not like obviously MBN actually might kill people.
Yeah.
MBN's more a straight line player. He'll run you over. He's got a wicked shot. I don't have much to write home about MBN's playmaking. Whereas Carter Bear's got enough to pique your interest a little bit.
Yeah.
Not a calling card as we talked about, but his variety in the ways he can hurt you offensively is a bigger bucket than MBN's.
I would do like MBN's pure shot better,
Yes.
But that's like great versus really good, you know?
Yeah.
Is this where you trade the second rounder for Isaac Howard? Give me that all day. All day.
Depending who falls, but yeah, there's not many guys.
No, you do that.
There's very
absolutely.
few guys left that I wouldn't do that for, but there's still a handful.
Who?
He's not gonna fall that far, but like Lakovic's still there. Boumedienne, I'd probably rather take a flyer on.
I think Lakovic's kind of the biggest faller now.
Yeah, Gastrin, I have a lot of time for. The one that I actually think there's an outside chance to get to 45 that I absolutely would rather roll the dice on is Mason West. That football thing is scaring teams off. And you get a 6'5" forward who can skate like he has, I got time for that gamble all day.
It's not even I don't think teams are scared that he's going to go pro in football. It's that he's playing another season. It's such an injury-laden sport.
But
Granted,
he's a quarterback.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to touch quarterbacks. I have seen enough of the Kansas City Chiefs to know you're not allowed to touch a quarterback.
Yeah.
Nice of Kyle to wear his nicest Gildan sweater.
Dude, he looks
draft.
exhausted. He's ready for this draft. That's why he traded up. He's like, I'm done with this shit.
Yeah.
Get me out of here. We're done. See you tomorrow, everybody.
How long do you think Steve Yzerman's been at home?
Hours. The Red Wings' next pick is 44, by the
Wow,
way.
he left.
Is it 44? Why was I thinking 45 all day? Close enough.
Let's go to MSU. That's awesome.
Who is?
Hmm?
Who is?
Oh, sorry. No, I misread something.
Okay.
Wait, is West going to MSU?
Most recent players drafted in first round where father has played in the NHL. I have never heard of Anton Boot in my life.
Anton Boot? Son of... I had nothing, honestly. I was hoping...
Dude,
playing the
so
Tracks.
many generic
Yes,
Russian
it is
names.
Mason West
Okay.
going to Michigan State.
Who's tagging Grok? Don't tag Grok at me.
Who or what is a grok? Just kidding, I know.
Oh,
Who's
you
up
know what?
next?
Mason West makes a lot of sense then. He's going to be in their backyard.
I told you.
At Grok is Ryan Bald. How many sickles are still with you? There's still 1,100 of you guys. Thank you guys.
That's absurd.
Thumbs up the video and subscribe and click the QR code and get us to 10,000 Instagram followers so we can give Braden a bonus and subscribe on Patreon. We're happy you guys are.
When's the Red Wings second round pick?
44.
The rate of this draft, if it starts at noon tomorrow, about 3 p.m.
We'll be tendering offers to Nikolai Ehlers at that point.
We are 45 followers away from 10,000. Get us a bonus for Braden. Hashtag bonus for Braden. Follow us on Instagram. Lars, you're still here? What time is it in Sweden? What time is it in Uppsala? Liam, I'm not telling Evan to take his socks off. Not for.
We're getting to the point, man.
Hey, we need what do we need?
When is it like where you can start showing rated R stuff on TV? Is that like 11 p.m. or 12 p.m.? We're gonna hit it.
Can you get your dirty ass bottom of your feet off the couch?
I put these socks on before I came over to your house.
I have 2 dogs, Evan.
It's your
Do you think
Roomba,
they clean themselves?
Your Roomba's fault.
That Roomba is worth more than my car, and it still can't keep up with those dogs. That's not saying much. You know my car.
I can just bring Charlie over for an afternoon. He'll eat all those tumbleweeds of fur.
I can't say this on the street. I have so many questions.
Nope.
I told you can't say it on the stream, but I have many questions.
Pardon? Can you send that in the group chat so Evan can see that?
Yep, absolutely I can.
Can we get some questions directed to Shea Weber over here? No feet on Maine. That's right, Darren. It's 4:37.
Oh, God.
Eyes that roll. Thank
Let
you.
me know
I
when you
appreciate
get that one, Evan.
Eyes that roll. Thank you for the comment. I'm glad to know. Todd Childress says, "Do you guys get as annoyed as I do with fans that think the NHL draft
Who
is
did
like
they
the NFL
draft?
Mertka.
And that's his nickname? Did you see Central Michigan sent out like a swag pack to their people who like got accepted there, and they gave them like keyboard stickers?
Oh no.
Yeah, for C, M, and U. But the way the keyboard shows up visually for your eyes,
Oh no.
so you just read C, U, M.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You know what? They absolutely knew what they were doing too.
Oh, here's Chicago.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, so
Literally nobody cares.
all
my
those
guy.
people in LA definitely care.
Oh,
Nestrasil. Interesting. I don't hate that gamble for Chicago. Big boy. Might as well be from San Antonio.
Nestrasil, that's a name from the past.
I know. Fuck.
Jeez, that was like early days. Oh, that was my stomach.
Yeah, I'm
He's
gonna
not
need,
even here.
I'm gonna need like a cookie or something to get through the end of this. Holy shit.
Yeah, Lars, we're running the Patreon exclusive day 2 live chat starting noon Eastern tomorrow. Oh, Thomas has the CMU stickers.
Hell yeah.
Guys, did you hear Muskegon went on a deep run this year?
Everything right now feels like phrasing. Sullivan says, question for the pod, is a hot dog a sandwich?
God, I'd take
Jesus Christ, is this day 1 of the podcast?
Yeah.
Give me any sandwich right now.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
It's meat between two buns. I would say it's a sandwich.
And we're definitely doing phrasing right now.
There's someone out there who's like a lifelong Red Wings fan who just figured out how to use YouTube
Oh, God.
and is like, gosh, it'd be really nice to connect with other Red Wings fans. And they just turned our stream on. They found us by happenstance by Googling or YouTubing Detroit Red Wings, and they're hearing this conversation right now.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for them.
Yeah. I'd love to tell you this is not our best, but I don't know that I can say that confidently.
It's certainly not our worst.
It's not far off, you know? It may be the median. This could be median Wingville podcast content right now.
This is kind of like when CNN
People
or
quite
whatever
literally
does their
pick-
New Year's Eve stream, and by New Year's they're just so drunk that it makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, we're going to need a bit more than... Yeah.
You guys want another one?
No.
Yeah, you got a long drive ahead of you.
Yeah.
We honestly should do this now, or you just stay the night.
Like, yeah.
You get the night off from the kids, right? Oh, sorry, Crystal. It's running to 1 in the morning.
God, you guys will be going to Applebee's. Really hitting up the late night spots.
Buddy, we could not get turned up enough for Applebee's around these parts.
No, you couldn't.
Oh, God.
Yeah, like, you got to remember what town we're in. Ryan's neighbors have been asleep for 8 hours already.
Well, they got to
Sorry.
get up at 3 a.m. to tend to the
Exactly.
fields.
We have a comment here from Ethan Roselle says after what Evan said, that's me. What does Hammers have to do with the Red Wings? You ever heard of Nick Lidstrom? They'll tell you.
Oh.
That was so funny at the roast and toast.
Yeah, I've never seen Ken so nervous in his life.
Marian Illich in the crowd and what's his name? The comedian. Ken's gonna kill me for
Oh,
forgetting this.
God. I see his face. Oh, God.
It's right that Ken's gonna murder me for forgetting this. And he just goes off talking about Nick Lidstrom's hammer. And Ken's like, oh fuck.
I don't think a lot of people on this podcast are going to know that story or who are listening right now.
Oh, man. And the sad part is we haven't even got close to some of the bullshit we've done on the Patreon exclusives.
They need to hurry this up. How can we do entire bits between picks 25 and 26? This is insane.
Oh my God, who cares?
They turned this into a advertisement too. My God.
This guy's never watched a hockey game in his life. Huge Preds fan, my ass. Riker Lee.
I don't know.
I
who that
definitely
is.
have thoughts about that.
Yeah, my thought is that we're one pick quicker to day two.
He's there. He's in attendance.
Ben, is that bad? Maybe, but you're not wrong. Jeff says between Ken and Mick and Benetti and Dirks, does Detroit have two most elite broadcast crews? Honestly, we're so lucky.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Riker Lee going to state. First contact gamer came for the pick, stayed for the shared agony watching this drag on. Yeah. we're with
Misery
you.
loves company.
All right. Free agency. Ekblad.
Good hockey player.
Ian Bagg.
Ian Bagg. God, I'm so mad at myself. Ekblad
What? Are
and
we
Ehlers.
talking about hammers and bags still?
Yeah. Ekblad and Ehlers.
Let's do it. I'm in.
Will Bukima says, imagine explaining Merca's nickname to Mick. I both would want to be and absolutely would loathe to be the one to explain that nickname to Mick.
This is Ken's job.
Imagine explaining to Ken. Let's call him tomorrow. And explain.
We should.
That's our Patreon bonus episode. Is
Oh
just
my God.
explaining Merca's nickname to Ken and Mick.
I should text him.
Do you think Ken watches the draft?
Ken's busy tonight, but he otherwise would.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if he's a draft guy or not.
No, he's probably like everybody else. As soon as pick 14 came up on the clock, he was gone.
No.
Nathan McKinney says, Ryan, did you see the SDPN boys got lick my sacked on their live stream?
No way. Wait, they got lick my sacked?
You don't remember that?
No, I know the joke, but
Yeah.
it happened to them?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
What happened? Because I need a clip.
Yeah, we
Well,
need.
no, you gotta be careful because you know people are gonna try it on us now.
They've been trying for years, Brad.
And how many times have you fallen for it?
7, 8.
Look at this guy.
He's going through it.
Yeah, they kept the camera on her for a reason.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. You're not the center of attention there.
Yeah, Jeff, we're gonna do another. Last year we did a little golf. It was actually just we golfed with Ken twice at his course, but this year we're gonna do. Evan and I are playing Oakland Hills. We're gonna play a course with Ken, and then we're gonna do is American Dunes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
Nope. Better put my feet down. Don't want to get anyone fired
As
up.
good as it gets is Ryan out here reading comments from Barry. Not reading the last name. I got you there. Good try though. White Lightning 91 says, "Do we really want to commit $9 million to Ehlers to be our third best winger? Do you have another choice if you want scoring?
I mean, $9 million in 2 years is like 7. So maybe.
Gulfstream? We have tested that. Could potentially
Gulfstream?
do it.
What do you mean Gulfstream?
Like when we go on our little Michigan trip.
Oh yeah. Possibly.
Possibly, very possibly. Oh boy.
Certainly wouldn't be doing it at Oakland Hills. I don't want to get removed from the premise.
No, and no one needs to see me shoot 125 in person. SDPN apparently posted it on their Twitter.
Oh, I gotta see this. How long ago did they?
What peck are we on?
Montreal, we got some people from the Czech, Lick Misak. Oh, he got it! He got fooled! He got fooled!
Wait, he doesn't know the original joke?
Knocked it Adam's mouth! Idiot! Adam got Lick Misak!
He didn't even know the original joke?
Oh my god.
Holy sh!
My buddy was seeing
I'm texting Steve.
Oh my God. My buddy was seeing, what's his name? Oh my God.
Yeah, this is great.
This
Keep
is beyond
going.
my brain.
Hold on, hey, thumbs up in the chat for Evan.
This is
another
way
great story.
Holy shit.
What are we doing? I don't know.
He's just started.
Craig
He tried to start
Button.
a story for 4 hours.
Jesus Christ. My buddy was seeing Craig Button's daughter when that happened.
Oh.
And I sent him the message. I was like, Craig just got trolled on the internet with a fake pic. I was like, you need to text her right now because this is hilarious. And everyone is like losing it because he's like, I'm not familiar with Lick My Sack.
Lakovic to the Capitals. Are you?
Spoiler, asshole.
Yeah, we're real worried about that. Are you? Is he still seeing her?
No.
Couldn't be associated.
Couldn't handle the fallout.
Yeah. Look at all the people giving the thumbs up to Evan in the chat.
Dear God.
I heard the lit and I thought for a second.
Another brother duo in the NHL.
Matthew Walton says, I used to caddy Red Run. I will never forget every single member I caddied for casually dunking on Oakland Hills. Members at every possible turn.
Well, I think you have a certain clientele at Oakland Hills.
We're not members.
If you're willing to drop 6 figures on an initiation fee,
Jesus.
that brings out a certain class of people.
Sean, no, we had it scheduled and then we had a scheduling conflict and we couldn't get it rescheduled for that summer, the hole-in-one challenge, but we do want to do it. It might have to be a winter thing.
It probably would. Which is better, to be honest.
Yeah.
There is a golf sim that's crawling distance from my house.
Yeah, we have a hookup in Michigan, though. We got some player commits to come out.
Who's the worst golfer on the Red Wings or Grand Rapids? That's who we want.
Berggren for sure.
Why is Berggren the worst at everything?
He just feels like a 13-year-old.
Yeah, that's true.
And also, like, all the player polls that have come out of the Red Wings think he's the worst at everything. Like, they love the guy, but he's like that little brother who, like, can't really do anything for himself.
Yes.
Andrew makes a good point. Lakovic being compared to Mantha and the Capitals drafting him is funny.
So, oh my God, I forgot Mantha played for the Capitals.
They can't even get the guy a name bar?
Did you ever see that clip of Berggren on one of the Red Wings, like, Instagram or TikTok videos where Veleno was describing what he eats in a day, and Berggren's in the background. He's like, he eats with his hands, like a gorilla.
Good night, Lars. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Jeff says, what's the relation between hockey players and golfing? Winter sport, summer sport.
Yeah, exactly.
Rich. If you're playing enough hockey where you're competitive, you're generally well off, and golf is a rich sport too.
Yeah.
Did Evan get veneers? No, he
God.
just had nice teeth, I guess.
God, I wish.
You got the chompers. I don't want a refill. If I ask for a refill, does anyone want one?
Refill of what? I mean, I wouldn't say no.
I need snacks.
You know the rule about food on this show.
You can get it blended.
That rule went out the window at 10 p.m.
It can be blended and you can drink it through a straw.
That's right. Yeah.
Pick your snack wisely.
Listen, that's like old age bullshit. I'm at least 2.5, 3 years away from that.
Did you finish your sandwich?
Yes.
I still have half of mine. I really regret saving it.
Why would you do that?
I thought this would be done at
Now
10:30.
you're at risk of me eating.
You thought this
Why
would be
you
done
do
at
that?
10:30.
Yeah. I'm not smart.
AM or PM? Because I think AM is more likely than PM.
Have we ever played disc golf? I have not. Have you?
I was never really a hacky sack guy growing up, so disc golf's not really my sphere.
The Mexicanadian, how's it going, pal? Good to see you in here. How much do you have to pay Evan to stay up this late? Just stole his car keys, really.
God, I am so ready for bed. I was up at 6 a.m. this morning. That's early for me.
Same.
I don't remember.
Not early for me, though.
Did I update this? I did. Oh my God. I don't even remember updating the picks. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The only way I'll ever forgive the NHL is if we're done this by 11:15.
No
That's in
chance.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you think the top 10 picks are in the arena still?
No.
No, there was something that like McQueen's already at Disneyland. They helicoptered him over. I
God.
wish I was joking. Yeah, I'm not.
That's so sick.
Could have been a fake account that tweeted it. I didn't bother verifying since that's information that doesn't matter. But
Sounds like it matters.
to the guy going to Disneyland, it probably does.
McQueen was at Disney. Ryan, why did you choose to support LFC? I was a big Klopp guy. Rob, my dad and one of my best friends who really got me into the EPL, like hardcore, both big Liverpool fans. So I just followed along, and I don't know, like it's an easy club to cheer for. Like I know they're on top now, but just really like blue collar, works hard. Wasn't always blessed with all the money in the world like Manchester teams. And I mean, like the whole story, you'll never walk alone, and I mean, very tragic, of course. I just love the and the colors too. Growing up a Red Wings fan.
Eric Comrie's making the pick?
Wow, that's probably the most famous guy in Winnipeg, if we're being honest.
Humongous
true.
Chungus says, Ryan, if you're playing Oakland Hills South Course, you're fucked. Evan, you'll be okay.
Why
Forgot
does his
about his
mouth look
crazy
like
eyes.
it's working at a different resolution than the rest of his face?
I know literally none of the top 9 famous people from Winnipeg.
Jonathan Taves.
No.
Boumediene.
Boumediene, there we go. Why does he talk like that? Who are the top 9 most famous people from Winnipeg, and did any of them design an airport?
I'm an idiot. Terry Fox is from Winnipeg.
Jesus
apparently.
Christ, Evan.
Evan, holy
Oh, like you guys knew? Shut up. Idiots. God, I hate you both. I hope a meteor hits this house right now. God, I hate you both. Oh, Max Domi's from Winnipeg. Ryan Reeves, Duncan Keith, Patrick Sharp.
Oh, God.
That's it. That's all I know.
Jesus.
The amount of viewers is going down now. 'Cause you two are idiots.
Oh, that's the greatest thing that's ever happened on home stream.
Oh, God. Terry Sawchuk's from Winnipeg.
Wasn't in the top 40.
Oh, God. Adam says Misak, Lick is from Winnipeg as well.
Yep.
Oh, jeez. All right, we're serious. White Lightning 91 says, if we had 2 top 4 D acquisitions this summer, who are your choices?
Oh,
Gavrikov, Ekblad.
Ekblad and Terry Fox. Oh, I'm crying. I'm laughing.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
It's EST REAXX says Winged Wheel Podcast After Dark. Evan crashes out. I was 1,000 of you in here. I was dropping precipitously. I just looked. It dropped from 944 to 931 like that. Oh God. I hope you're enjoying this. I just saw 3 thumbs down pouring at the same time.
That's gonna be clipped forever.
The people from Winnipeg are not impressed with our stream.
Yeah, we'll see it in a year. Chris, yeah, some of the Patreon exclusive episodes are exactly like this. Actually, I'd say a lot of them get to this point.
Yeah.
LeBron says, "You'll never walk alone, Ryan. Do you think we get the repeat next year?" I think they do it. I love the additions they made, and I usually never love.
Didn't they just buy some really expensive player?
Yeah, a player so big they had to sell a portion of the Penguins.
Yes, that's right. Who was the player?
His name's Wirtz. He's from Germany.
Oh yeah,
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
Is he better than Insignia?
Yes, that guy smokes darts and doesn't practice, and is like he's the second highest player in the MLS behind Messi. I also saw that Ronaldo's new contract. He's making $4 million a week.
He's making $550,000 a day.
That is absurd.
Pitter patter.
Where's the CHL top
Brad
prospect
boycotting
game
his
next year?
microphone until Snacks. Get your fucking mic in front of you, you degenerate. Oh, God.
You guys didn't need me laughing into it that long.
What's a rumor you guys are only comfortable sharing at 11 p.m.? Evan wants open mouth kissed a horse. Is that too deep of a cut? Do the kids get that reference these days? Oh. Get Ask Him going. The viewers will come back.
I saw that. I was thinking about it. Peterborough is hosting the 2026 top prospect. Oh, that's the OHL top prospects game.
I was going to say, I'm not going to fucking Peterborough.
No. Don't even stop there.
What if Mickey invites you to the farm?
I'm there now. Daniel Beckman says, is it a little risky that Carter Bear was returned to play so early after an injury like that? Maybe, but you know what? You don't really have a lot of margin with tendon tears like that. Or with tendon tears like that, so you have to think they knew what they were doing. Mark Weston says, what's this I hear about Evan talking about down about smoking darts? Right? Reading that right? Anyways.
Probably something when we were talking about Insignia there.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't talking down about it, but if you're going to be a professional athlete in today's day and age.
Yeah, probably not ideal.
Jeff says Red Wings admin will come back and yell at Brad. Promise? Tuscany, favorite draft stream you've done? Maybe this one at this point.
This kind of was great, and then we kind of got annoyed with it, and then Evan got mad, and we're back.
Did you guys get memed on for the cider reaction?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
But by like official, like did the Red Wings put you in a video?
We were in one of their videos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you fucking skipped that draft. You fucking.
Yeah, I was on the way up. I was probably in Peterborough on the way up to college. Like actually, I think I was going through Peterborough when that happened.
Oh, man.
Murdoch says, Ryan, what's your favorite Shanahan moment? I have so many, but you can't do any better than him pointing at the, was it a woman in the crowd? Saying her armpits smelled?
Deodorant?
Yeah.
I mean, he did score a cup-winning goal and was involved in fighting it at the Joe.
Who is that? Who'd you guys say? Who's the player? Oh, Shanahan. Yeah.
Do the owners like Bettman? Have to assume so. He makes them a lot of money.
Yeah, otherwise they'd have booted him out by now. No Finns yet, eh? I guess there wasn't.
No Russian. Well, yeah, there was. Why didn't
One. The guy we've never heard of.
I can't see the doors in
You know what?
And that was also like pick 20, so that was like 2.5 hours ago.
Everyone always asks when Mick's going to retire. I'll tell you, when you talk to the guy, he's as sharp and as quick as more than any of us. It'll be on his terms. Rob, no, we don't ever get that directly. We sometimes hear about,
Who in the Children of the Corn?
That's
the matching gray sweaters is a bit much.
That's a cult.
It looks a little bit like they're all lab-grown experiments. This is a Stranger Things kind of thing.
No, there's a spaceship and a barn out back for sure, and they've all been promised
Yeah.
eternal life on a new
What's the
planet.
blue drink in their mugs? Rob, no, we never get anything like that from the team. Occasionally, I don't know, you might hear about... It's never from the team, but you might hear hey, you guys are really hammering this guy, but we never... Everyone kind of understands. Media has their role, players have their role. It's never anything tone it down or say this or say that. That's just not... That's why we're an independent show. Ryan, I'm very familiar with remodeling a house. I'm glad we can offer some solace and Godspeed. Welcome, Wayne. I'm glad our stupidity could offer you some entertainment. How many people do we still have in here? 892. Oh, yeah. Chicago trading up. Favorite year of the podcast? 2027?
What year did we start the podcast?
2015?
2014.
This is for me?
Yeah, I'll take empties.
Oh.
Are you
All my glasses are empty.
Yeah.
How many do you want to carry?
I'll take whatever you want.
Stack that.
And Ryan, I need a beverage check-in from you. I texted you and I also wrote in the chat. So.
You wrote in the chat? Did you donate?
No,
Oh,
I'm not
that's
donating
why.
to you. I'm not donating to you, idiots.
What do you mean beverage check? I asked for one. Politely. I love you.
Check the text.
Oh my god, I can't read. Anything else you want to make is fine. Thank you.
Oh, some leftover pizza would have went pretty good right now.
You're the one who said no to it.
I know. I didn't think I'd be here until 11:05.
Oh my God, Talski, why?
Yeah, I told you Chicago's trading up.
I'm gonna literally get home at 12:30.
Are you teleporting? I might get home at 12:30.
Holy
What's some time for the second round?
Jeff says, what's your ultimate goal for your partnership with the Red Wings? Honestly, just reach as many of you as possible and make it for a fun experience.
One day, there's going to be a day, a bunch of players get food poisoning, and they're going to pull one random player out of the crowd to play the game.
We hope it's Evan.
Exactly.
Because I want to see a man throw up on the ice.
I'm the only one who sits close enough to the ice, I think.
And it's going to be against Anaheim, and Evan's going to go up against Radko Gudas that shift.
I'm going to line up next to the most baby-faced forward and be like, if you don't back check, I won't forecheck. And if you don't back check,
Let's come to an
if you don't
understanding
forecheck,
here.
I won't back check.
We are going blue line to blue line and no further. Do you understand?
Exactly.
Jason says, how do we donate to Mel for her comment? I'm not going to donate to you idiots. If you mark your donation for what you want it earmarked for, one year you said this is for the puppies. The puppies actually got a treat and a toy. So if you say it for Mel, then it's, we understand.
Can we do the same thing for my kids' hockey?
No, there's not nearly enough donations.
And I say, do we have $5,000 increments on this?
Yeah. We don't have $5,000 on this. What do you mean? Larry from Saigon. You
No
say Saigon
way.
and not Ho Chi Minh. I got hit by a motorcycle in Saigon, so I hate that city. But great city, though. Terrible memories. Martin, I know it's 5 in the morning.
Ryan,
Sweet.
literally Rasmus Anderson Hannah.
Yeah, honestly, I'm also a right shot defenseman. I'm not worth nearly as much.
Yeah, you got hit by a scooter. You got hit by a motorcycle. You got a one up on him.
Martin Holtberg.
Oh, there's the helicopter.
Dude,
Oh
they
my god, he
already
actually did go.
He literally landed a helicopter, and we're still sitting through the. He's done the helicopter tour, and we're still waiting to finish this first round.
Just shout out to Martin Holtberg, 5 a.m. in Sweden and still hanging out. That's a warrior right there. Hanoi is an unreal city. It's absolutely insane, but it's an unreal city. Is this our full-time jobs? No, we wish, but not even. We would love for it to be, but it's not even close. We would be in a lot of trouble if this was our full-time jobs.
I would definitely not have socks on.
We'd have to room together for sure.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Are you tweeting? Oh, no, never mind. We have had Steve on a few times, yeah. Jeff asked. Keith says, funniest Bergeron moment is an interview with Carly where he tells a story about racing a horse carriage with Jonathan Erickson. Maybe he got poop in his mouth. Can't believe I missed that one. Jason, thank you so much for the donation. Says, for Mel calling it like she sees it. All right, that'll go right to Mel. Sammy says, you can tell Brad's a drink in. He's a bit rowdy. Yeah, Brad's
That's
got the
right.
drink tolerance of a dad who never gets a drink anymore. It does not take much.
Oh, this draft would go so much faster if I had that low of a tolerance.
You can tell I spend a lot of time at the golf course. Oh, how many more commercials do we have too?
12.
We should pack in a couple more.
Have they even pressed the button yet? Yeah, they
Yeah,
have.
they did.
Oh my god! You know what the worst part is? We still have to do our like recap.
No, I don't.
Yes, we do.
Do we have to like record a real thing? Is that what it is?
No, we'll do one more recap and then I'll chop it up and I'm gonna post the video after.
Oh, I gotta drive here after our live stream tomorrow, don't I?
Yep. Larry, you were also hit by a motorcycle on your third day in Ho Chi Minh. I'm telling you, man, they're way worse than Hanoi. They're way worse, and the roads are emptier. They have no excuse for being that bad.
So what you're saying is spend 2 days there.
Yes. How long did the first round take last year? Were we done by 11?
This is definitely taking longer than last year. Look at the empty seats in the middle of the arena, or wherever it is.
QB1 off the board.
Mason West goes. Oh, Johan Blomfeldt, 5'10" in Sweden.
You guys are crazy.
We love you. Is this the record for most size in the draft?
Most what in the draft?
Size.
Why,
Michael,
that guy's not that tall.
we're going to do a Carter Bear wrap up at the end. I could have fit in Shoresy season 2.
No, literally could have.
Why is Colin Potter still on the board?
Because Carolina traded out of the first round.
Yeah. Colin Potter could be the day 2 get.
I mean, if he's still there in the second round, I am big on the trade-up scenarios.
Thank you. Big G, thank you for the donation, says, serious answers only, would you trade Rasmussen in a 20-30 second for a world-class hot dog sandwich right now?
Oh God, yeah.
I would.
I'd add.
20-30 second? Heat Death of the Universe is coming before then, brother.
So we're good. And honestly, getting out from Rasmussen's contract before then, great. Everybody wins. Oh, they're skipping the Wizard of Oz interviews, thank
They've
God.
been skipping that for a while.
No, they've done a few still.
Oh,
Like Winnipeg just picked and they did one.
I think I've disassociated.
honestly.
JC says, what's your favorite commercial with a Red Wings player? I trust my eyes to Dr. Ramani, and you should too.
What was that one with Fedorov back in the day?
Oh, with Brendan Shanahan, where he's like, you are a great and good man.
Yeah.
Where he says like he insults him in Russian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best one.
Bruce Homack says, hey Ryan, that's a cool hat. Where can I get one? Well, this hat is given to our longest tenured Patreon supporters and is only exclusively available to buy for our Patreon supporters as well. So only patrons can get the Dub Dub Club hat. It has the Dub Dub Club inscription here and the Winged Podcast word mark here. Really comfortable. Nice. It's not... Actually, I've been wearing it the whole stream. It's been
They're
great.
literally showing his quarterbacking highlights.
Guys, he has escapability. That'll obviously translate to the NHL.
He throws too many bubble screens for my liking.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
Caitlin Lynch says, I was at McDonald's for 45 minutes.
That was a
missed
terrible 50-50 ball. He got lucky.
Hey. Caitlin Lynch says, I was at McDonald's for 45 minutes and I only missed 3 picks. Oh, also patrons who are entitled to the hat can choose between this hat and a sweater. Sorry, I've missed saying that. This is why Mel runs the Patreon. As I don't know anything.
By the way, it's not basically 11:15, and they haven't even got to pick 30 yet.
Martin says 5 hours watching live golf, then 5 hours watching draft, 5 in the morning, and I'm playing 18 holes in 4 hours. That's what I call a perfect day, Evan. You're a stronger man than Evan, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I would not be golfing. Well, I wouldn't be watching this. I'd be getting ready to golf by sleeping.
Hockey Lounge, these are ginger ales. Bruce Homack, thank you for the donation. Says, appreciate you guys putting in the OT. Appreciate you guys all hanging out. There's still 900 of you. My goodness. I told these guys, like, this might be a long one. This might be a 5-hour draft. We are at 5 hour and 13 minute stream so far.
Oh my God.
All right. You two carry a little bit. I need to...
Oh, we're allowed to step out?
What do you mean we're allowed to step out?
Oh.
You go visit my Toto.
I don't think I've stood up since I needed to blow my nose.
The ass groove is probably immaculate now.
Oh yeah, these cushions are getting worked right now.
You are one with the
I'll tell you
couch.
that.
It's going to take a skilled surgeon to remove you from that couch.
If there was a blanket in this room, I'd be laying down.
That's the thing. If I lay down right now, I'm not getting back up.
I know. That's how I'm feeling. I can't believe this is still going.
I
can't believe the teams want to drag it out this long. I'm surprised some of them...
The NHL definitely has a mandate. Like, here's how it's going to work. Here's the pace. Here's the coordination. Here's the timing of everything.
Some of these teams, their video footage has just been on loop for like 6 hours.
Bailey's back. She's been waiting there for 4 hours.
Dogs are sleepy.
You're talking about your dogs or me and Brad?
No, you guys are the homies.
Yes.
The dogs are the dogs.
Oh, second goalie.
Sam.
Wait, the team with Askarov drafted
What?
a goalie? Sure, why not?
All right.
That is a child.
Yeah, that is a 6'5", 14-year-old for sure.
That is a stick bug. Trying to see who his NHL role model is to feel bad. Oh, Jake Ottinger.
All right.
That's great.
Why not?
860 of you in
Swear
here.
off.
If any of you aren't subscribed or haven't given the thumbs up to the stream, I feel like by 11:17 p.m. Eastern, we can ask you to do that. If you can subscribe or give the stream a thumbs up. And if you want to hit the QR code and follow on Instagram so we can get Braden to get us to 10K followers so Braden gets his bonus. 36 away.
If we don't get the 10K, we actually fire him. So you guys need to help out.
We throw Braden into a volcano. That's it. But I appreciate all of you hanging out. This is a lot of fun. I love that there's so many people still in here. Oh, my computer fan has sounded like it was going to take off for the last 4 hours. For the people tuning in late, it looks like...
Oh, look at
Evan's
that
running
hover
blue.
hand. He caved.
Poor kid. Ethan, thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. Lori and Steve said no potty breaks. Well, Evan's the only one who's still within the rules.
I'm using my bucket.
Your Trebucket? Will says, Ryan, if your better half runs the Patreon, check with her, but there should be a DM from a few months back with a gift link for the secret base Patreon. Did we? I thought we took advantage of that. Did we not? Oh, sorry, Will. God, we're such bad friends. Joshua, I appreciate you. Murdoch says, I want to pick up Tanner Jeannot. Am I nuts? There's a lot of noise, so don't take it for what it's worth, but I've heard Tanner Jeannot's a guy to watch. He'll have interest.
Cheap depth, sure. If he's not cheap, no.
Watching him get thrown into a volcano sounds more interesting than this draft. Might not drive people to follow the Instagram. That's true. We won't throw Braden into a volcano. Poor Braden.
Braden will throw Ryan into a volcano.
Yeah. Chris Tinkus makes a good point. He says, instead of trading for Keandre Miller, the Red Wings could have grown him in a petri dish over the course of this first round draft.
What are we watching?
He saved someone's life on a ski lift.
Good for him.
Jeff, yes, but the responsible person in me, unless I have it like triple confirmed, even if I know it to be true, I can't report on it. It's just not responsible. But that said, Detroit is in on a good bit. Just because you haven't heard it, it's because agents are scared of Steve Yzerman. So they're not so much of the noise out there is driven by agents right now, just trying to drive up prices. And they're scared of Yzerman. Brian G 1003 or 103 says, thanks for being on Pacific time tonight, boys. Appreciate you, Brian. And you know what? Shout out to all the people on the West Coast too. Like, first off, everyone in Europe staying up right now. We love you. You're insane, and we love you for it. But on the West Coast, they never get things lined up with their time, so this is nice for them. Is it big? Will we like it like AskCam? I won't say it's as big as AskCam, but it's big. Evan's not seen the inside of a gym, and you did your annual I'm going back to the gym, and you went, what, 3 times before you gave up?
Yeah, pretty much. Realized it's just inconvenient.
Rob, maybe it's that one's just messy, and it's he said, she said kind of stuff. How does Steve instill fear in agents? Because Steve's reputation of like he doesn't mess around with leaks, and if stuff gets out, he'll like box guys out, kind of like that's real. Like Steve Yzerman does not like, and it's not unique. Like a lot of GMs don't like when things get out, but he runs a tight ship. That's not to say rumors about the Red Wings don't get out, but it's very rarely through Red Wings channels. You know, you can only say so much without alienating sources, so that's it. But yeah, like Steve's a hard guy to negotiate with. Like he drives a tight ship.
Oh, good one, Gary.
Someone's bringing some life finally.
Yeah, just in time. 12 people left in there.
You did great on the name.
That's
yeah,
not
I was gonna
bad.
say. One guy screwed up Moncton, and he gets Brustevich.
Yeah, jeez. He got the phonetic spelling, I think.
The phonetic spelling of that?
A man can dream.
All right, Brstevich to LA. We have one more pick before we wrap up.
Oh, guys, we're almost there.
Yeah. Could you grab the door, actually? Very gently so you don't spook Abby. Who's giving a thumb? Like, I love on the app that we're using to stream, whenever someone gives a thumbs down, it like comes from the top and like sails down the screen. Brad's eyes are gradually getting more closed. Yeah. No, tanking this year is not a pot. The team is too good to tank. Shout out to you, Shane. Thank you. Motion out of time. Thank you so much again for the generous donation. Says native Michigander from Holland, Grand Rapids, living in BC. Appreciate you guys staying up late over there. That's an elite, like Grand Rapids, elite city, BC, elite province to live in. That's awesome. Bruce Homack, thank you again. Says on scale from Evans pie dance best, shower orange mid to dog farts worst. Opinion on the Wings pick. I go between shower orange to pie dance. What's that?
Yeah, I mean, like, Carter Bear was on all of our picks, like our preferred picks. Is it the highest upside pick of all time? No. Is it the boring, high floor, low ceiling guy? No. He could be a solid top 6 contributor. So I think it's somewhere on the middle and a little bit up. It's not quite the best. It's not quite mid.
If you had to give it something out of 10, like I think 8's a reserve for anything where you get like some reach value, or not reach value, like a surplus value. It's like a solid 7.5 for me.
Yeah, it's
You didn't trade up.
7.
Yeah. It's a good pick. Like genuinely, it's a good pick. And you know us, we're not going to sit here and, ham up a pick when we're not actually happy with it. So, all right. One more pick, and then we're going to do one more Carter Bear recap, and then these guys are going to start driving home. I'm going to put together the video, and then we'll go from there. Do we want to sign Ekblad? Yeah.
That'd
Yes,
be
we-
nice.
Will says preview of hopes for second round. Any fun gambles you see? I'd love to grab Potter if he's still there.
Colin Potter
Yeah.
would be great. Carolina's still sitting there at pick, 34 now, though, which seems like something they would do.
Alec Robertson, thank you for the donation, says, what sport would you guys play or cover if hockey was never invented?
You two, that's not even a question.
Golf.
Yes.
If I could change one thing about my athletic life, it wouldn't even be bigger when I was younger so I could play hockey longer and be better. It'd be pick up a golf club at 2 years old. Brady Stockwell says, any sneaky offseason moves you guys are hoping for? The Barbashev thing I actually really like from
Yeah, that'd
Vegas.
be a good one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mexinadian. We're doing a Patreon stream for day 2. Oh, Mel just texted me. I think you would cover F1 so you could keep playing golf for fun. That's a good point. I wouldn't want to ruin golf for myself by
Fair.
making it work, so F1 is good. How are you bribing players to come to Detroit? Wrong answers only. You get to name the rats at Coney Island.
Wrong answers only. You get to be part of a playoff hockey team,
Fuck you.
a perennial contender.
You get to scrape all the gum off the people mover and keep it for yourself.
Adam Cowsert says, how many times was drafting Anton Lundell mentioned tonight?
Only once, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of like Brian Dumoulin, eyes that roll. It's a good point. I do like Brian Dumoulin too. Brian Dumoulin's also from one of my favorite draft moments where Gary Bettman says, we have a trade. So-and-so
gonna wanna
receives
hear
Brian
it.
Dumoulin. And then one guy goes, woo!
It's like in the NFL draft where you're at like pick 28. You've got that section of like a whole bunch of like Chargers fans or whatever it is, and they draft some old linemen from the Midwest you've never heard of, and they all start losing their minds.
God.
You can tell there's some poor producer there going,
Thank you,
"Please."
Calgary, for not running out the clock on pick 32. I was about to send your mom, your mom's, I'm sure I can say it's 11:27. YouTube mods are dead.
Craig Conroy is now
Oh
my
no, but
second
Lanny's
favorite
back
GM.
out.
Oh no.
Took him about 37 minutes to make the last
They
pick.
couldn't run the clock out because they had to give Lanny time.
Oh, for
Lanny!
fuck's sakes, Lanny!
Lanny!
Oh!
Fuck.
What, you
me.
gonna recap them all, Lanny?
This is actually a really nice message.
It is. I don't fucking care. It's 11:30 at night.
No wonder some
Make the
guys
pick.
aren't first ballot Hall of Famers. He's still talking about guys from 5 years ago.
He's talking about these kids now.
Yeah, that was 5 years ago.
This draft is actually from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It's just airing now.
Oh! Lenny! Please! How is he still talking?
If the next words aren't the pick.
Oh, thank God.
It's gonna be Colin Potter or something. just to piss us all off.
The Calgary Flames are proud to select from the Arizona.
This is your
sakes.
fault, Evan.
Sick you, Evan.
Piece of shit.
I guess we don't have to watch day 2 now. We're good. You're
Oh
welcome.
my God.
You're welcome.
You fucking idiot.
You're don't be upset.
Rob McLeod.
So they got Cole Reshny and Colin Potter.
Oh, God
That's
damn it.
talented. Rob McLeod, thank you for the donation. Says, good job tonight, boys. Stay cool. Retire 91. Okay, as I turn off this TV. All right, quick recap.
Quick being the keywords here.
Carter Bear, after many hours, this is the end of the night. Good Lord, NHL, please fix this. Carter Bear picked pick 13. Other players on the board like Victor Eklund, Jackson Smith. There's there was a lot of options for the Red Wings. There's no Roger McQueen falling, but the Red Wings went with Carter Bear. So again, recap your reactions to the pick. Recap the overall player profile and how he fits the Red Wings' needs.
200-foot, high compete, well-rounded offensive player, wicked shot, scores in a lot of ways, good enough playmaking to keep the opposition on their toes, was right in range of where we expect him to go, was right in range of where we had him ranked. Of all the guys that were available, wasn't my first option, but he was on my short list of preferred picks. I mean, if he comes back from the Achilles injury just fine and dominates the dub this year, like, there's a reality this guy could be a 30-goal scorer in the NHL.
Yeah, like what you said earlier in the stream, I thought was extremely apt about him. He's not a one-dimensional kind of offensive threat. He can get you in a lot of ways. His shot is fantastic, but he also plays in the hard areas. He gets to they're called the dirty areas of the net, but it's where like the meat and potatoes kind of goals come. He engages physically. He can't just play through physical play. He is the one initiating the physical play. So you're not worried about board battles. You're actually trusting him. And that's the kind of player you can trust, not just in offensive situations, but on 200 feet of the ice, on the PK, on the power play, if you like, and the kind of guy who, fits the Yzerman mold, but it's never a bad thing, especially in the modern NHL. We just watched how the Florida Panthers won 2 straight cups, the ultimate competitor. I liked your comparison. Like, it's maybe play style one thing or another, but Sam Bennett, it could be right there in Sam Bennett and fits the organizational need with the left wing as well. Underrated passing and creativity and skills as well. He's not a pure playmaker. He's not Max Plant, but he's not a one-dimensional shooter only too. So that's why I like the pick overall and why I think he was on all of our boards.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at the first round of the draft now, you had Carter Bear obviously there. You had Victor Eklund sitting there and Jackson Smith. Those are probably, and like for Brad, Cole Reshny was sitting there as well. So there's definitely 2 guys who were falling down the boards. And then there was probably, a mix of picks that we all would have been happy with. And for I think, let's talk about Victor Eklund first. Like, if Hakan Anderson is letting you pass on a guy like Victor Eklund when he's perceived to be a guaranteed top 10 pick, I have full confidence that Carter Bear was a better choice for the Red Wings. I really like Carter Bear a lot. Like, he brings that element. If you like Aitchison for what he brings on defense, you're gonna like what Carter Bear brings. Like, he's a spark plug. He's a water bug out there. He doesn't shy away from physical play. He plays in the WHL, and if you're known as a physical player in the WHL, you absolutely have a physical and a nasty element. He gets under opponent's skin and he can score. He can set up plays. He's got some excellent upside to his game. So for me, it's, can he improve his skating enough to really raise that ceiling, hit his ceiling? But worst case, he's got a great floor. He could plug in on the third line, provide additional scoring, or he could be a bolt-on player in your top 6. And at pick 13 in the NHL draft, that's almost his best case scenario. So I think he's going to be a great fit into the Red Wings organization. Fills a huge need being a left shot. yeah, pretty happy with the pick.
All right, before we wrap up, for the 750 of you in here, Mel, the person who actually makes all of this happen and runs everything, very aptly reminded me for your consideration. The Wings are celebrating their centennial. We're celebrating our 10th anniversary of the show. We have a highlights video. It'll be out in July, and we have a lot of fun stuff coming out for our 10th anniversary. So make sure you subscribe to us on YouTube and on Patreon, patreon.com/wingedwheelpodcast, and follow everywhere. And again, the Patreon, like if you want to go above and beyond, that's the best way to support us. We love our patrons so much. There's so many different rewards. If you like just kind of going a little buck wild, our bonus episodes are like this, but it's not just that. You get other exclusive content coming out. You get our Discord, the giveaways, and this merch. I'll show you as I wrap up the stream. This hat is a hat that's exclusively available to patrons, either to buy, or if you're one of our longest tenured patrons, we are just going to send you the hat or a sweater. It's your choice. There's so much that you can do to support us. So again, patreon.com/wingedwheelpodcast.
Someone in the comments just said something crazy. They said, we have been around for 10% of the Red Wings history.
That seems fake.
Jesus.
Isn't that bizarre?
That seems fake?
Sorry, I should say it was Adam Cowsert. Sorry,
Yeah.
Adam.
Adam's
Oh
been
my
around
God.
for a while.
Okay,
too.
well,
Yeah.
it's 11:35. I can barely speak on the best of times.
Michael,
But that's crazy.
we've all hung around for 10 years together. 10% of the Red Wings lifespan, we've sat in the same room twice a week together. That's messed up.
People are asking for my socks instead of Patreon exclusive merchandise.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to show you the hat. Mel's going to text me to see if I did a good job. But other than that, good night, folks. Day 2 stream. Sorry, Day 2 stream. Patreon. We're doing a full Day 2 hangout, rounds 2 through 7 on our Patreon Discord. You can hang out and other people can join in the call, but we'll be there chatting with you as we cover the draft together. So patreon.com/wingedwheelpodcast. 1 second. This is the hat. There might be some dog fur on there. And that's because of my dogs. All right. These guys got to go home. Take care, folks. Love you. Like the stream. Subscribe. Love you. Bye. Love you. Exhausted. Bye. Bye. Bye.